Is it that time? I think it's that time. It's your favorite time of the week if you totally are honest. You know, deep down in a place you don't like to talk about parties, you need me on this platform. You want me on this platform. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to another stream. It's time for more Age of Empires 4. It was a vibing day yesterday. 6 hours at AoE 4, which ended in an incredible announcement from the wonderful folks at Red Bull. We even put a video up, summarize that if you guys have not seen it already. If you have, probably don't click on it unless you're going to watch all the way through. Otherwise, that kind of hurts the video a little. But outside that, we also then went live on Kick and TikTok for 4 more hours, about an hour after we went off. So if you guys didn't catch that, make sure you're on the Discord so you know when that gets pinged out. I'm deciding what I want to do fully. I might just set up a secondary Twitch channel instead, but I'm not sure right now. Basically, the logic here is if I was to stream Battlefield on this channel and get like 20% of my audience, that's going to impact future sponsorships because the initial contact point can be really shallow. They'll look at like your metrics. So I'm thinking of like separating it so that we don't harm the ability to get sponsors for the main, to put food on the plate for my kiddos, etc., etc., etc. But this kind of entertaining action is what also puts food on the table for my kiddos because all y'all come turning up for this good stuff. Oh, I just realized I don't think I updated the Age of Empires. The most incredible tournament you'll find. Boom. There we go. The ego is real. And oh, hi everyone. Hopefully we'll get to see GA this stream. We'll have to see. It's been a little bit of a challenge to get a hold of him, so we're trying right now. Like, his round of 16 needed to be played yesterday. It's already shaky with that side of the bracket. Also, Voldemort Tiger, I believe, are playing today due to a lack of availability, but they've been warned they need to be available basically when the other person's available. So, like, that's been a challenge. I think Dumu's been waiting. So if GA is not available within the next few hours, it's going to be a DQ, for sure. But we'll see. Hopefully not. Like, it'd be a shame to have to DQ. We're going out of our way to try and, like, accommodate, but also, like, it's getting to the point where, like, last week it was also a DQ. I hope he's available because otherwise it'll be a 2-week suspension. I don't mind being transparent about this. Like, there's no hate to him. It's just like if it's a recurring pattern, then it's just not the time in your life or whatever for you to be in the weeklies, right? If it's gonna keep happening. But fingers crossed, we'll be able to get the NA myth, the legend himself, in. But the boys have drafted. We're going to be getting ready to get underway in a second with Louis MT versus Jiff. Game number 1, of course, is going to be on the new map, Sixfold Crossing. I wonder, pray do tell, what they might pick here. In fact, one sec, I just realized I haven't put my config everywhere I like it. It's like a nice layout. I need to find something that lets you set a layout for where tabs everything sits. Like almost like a small app or shortcut that would then like default them back to that location. I never looked for that before, but now that I think about it, god damn would it be a good thing. It'd be so handy. Oh. Yes, he's giving me anxiety on whether he's going to show up. But the solution to anxiety is a scorched earth policy. Yeah, just burn it all down, baby. Anyway. I just realized I didn't make myself drink. It's day 56. I'm waiting for my Red Bull order. Oh, now that they're back in Age of Empires 4 again, I guess I should bump my other guy instead. They're like, hey, I don't mean to throw your guy under the bus, but I can't get a hold of him. I think I know I'm going to mess my guy, but like, as I sit here drinking this powdered crap. Oh, dear. Drink some powdered crap. No. Do some Megalovania lo-fi? Dude, we got all the lo-fi. vibe. And what's up, Kavov? Thank you very much. Hope you're having a good day, mate. Kavov, have you been back on the grind on AoE 4 and I just missed it? Is he back in action? Or are you committing to the myth still? I could have sworn, was it your name I saw recently on the... I feel like it was your name that I saw recently on the ladder. Maybe not. Might be imagining things. Full-time AOM abuser. Ah, no problem, no problem. You weren't inspired to come back with a return of Recon and Mister. You're like, I can kick those guys' asses. You know? You got to kick their asses in the main game. Because, like, if you come across now, and even if you beat them in this game, it's, like, underwhelming because you didn't beat them first in the AOM. You have to dominate them there. I get it. It makes sense. All right, guys. Let's get ready to roll. A brand new map for Age of Empires 4 competitive, maybe, but this map seems to be dominated by a certain group of Greeks. It's not Mister. No. It's the Byzantines. They're coming in again, as I just realized we have not actually got the game up on screen. But this is crazy. I'm trying to think how many games now we've had of Byzantines. Yeah, I'm going to redo that intro as well. All right, brand spanking new map for the competitive Age of Empires 4 scene, and the Greeks are taking over, but not Mister. It's just the Civ itself. Byzantines has been picked now for the 4th time so far this week with this brand new map appearing in our weekly circuit, and it's been looking dominant. And it's going to be tough for Jif to overcome it, but he's going to try with Mongol aggression. One and all, welcome to Sixfold Crossing, a brand new map. This is a cool one as well. Honestly, though, I think it should have been called Hourglass, personally. I'm a really big fan of these, like, obvious, dopey names. I think there's so much more... I don't know, I was about to say classy. Classy is probably not the right word, but... Yeah, Sixfold Crossing is the official name of this map if you guys want to try it yourself. Really interesting one. So you have got the... I believe the default tree lines are generated statically, but the rest of the map is going to be random within reason of how the map's designed. So really cool thing here, you do have some shoreline fish, but they're central bound, so it's not crazy over the top amounts of fishing. It's not that close to your base either, so it's risky. And then on top of that, you do have a nice spread wide of berries, golds at your starting, and a lot of resource in the center. But the interesting thing is the sheep. I love this again with the sheep, man. The sheep, there are only spawning on your side. They're not allowed to spawn in the center. So you can see one down here, 2 down here still. This area is barren. Sheep will only spawn on your side of the map, which is crazy, actually, because Louis, because he wanted to know if it was an outpost rush, he ran across the opponent's side, which is given more to Jif, but he doesn't realize it. Oh, that's so painful. Guys, he could have got a huge sheep advantage. You get about 15 sheep each. He could have easily been at 25-ish if he played that right. Damn. That would have been incredible. And he doesn't even realize now. He just circled back for no good reason there. It's very unfortunate. So that does mean that Louis will get extra food source to work with. He's already at 16, actually. He snatched some from Jif's side, so this is a double negative. The fact that Jif took maybe 2 sheep away, but he clearly lost, I would guess, probably 4, maybe 5. And now he's going to lose more. Spearman Arley is going to come in, but Louis was already aware of that. It is going to be a berry opening, so not intended for Grand Winery play. This is a Hippodrome build. And finally, we have a Byzantine player actually getting Dark Age rushed. I thought I was going to have to wait until the end of the time for this to happen. They've been getting away with it so much. Seriously, it's unbelievable. I wonder, how far does he take this? Maybe just stop at the 2 spears. I don't know if he wants to outpost rush this. It's really difficult, actually. I think Byzantines might just be the busted Civ pick on this map. Because to outpost rush them, you'd have to drop the outpost way too close. You'd have to drop it here or here. That's going to be in range of an Akratoy villager pull. Normally, you want to drop the outpost more like here, where the river actually is, so that they can't as easily pull across to you. And often, as you can see from the vision, they can't even see you. So yeah, Hippodrome is going to be coming in. Other side of it, Deerstone is expected. There's no value in trade posts here. The placements just make it very difficult to get maximum value out at all. Hard to agree on the map name. Hourglass is the first thing you think of, right? Like, I'm going to message Caillou and Corvinus now. By the way, petition to rename Sixfold Crossing to Hourglass. I think it's like, it's much more quirky, and it resonates with people straight away. They'll know what map you mean the moment you say it. Like, 4 lakes just makes sense. They didn't have to go, like, that was one where you could have went 4 lakes, or I think the original name was Cross. Either one works, because it's like, oh, what does the map look like? Gura moving up. Oh, that's cool. Is he going to be going for shoreline fish? That's great. I love that. Guys, remember, this is very efficient for Mongols. They can just move fish to fish with the Gura if they want to. Yeah, so you just park it here, because you can do that in the shoreline, remember? Then you'll move villagers up, clear this, then move it again. Like, this is the lean efficiency. That's why Mongols were conceived to be very good on maps such as Frisian. Obviously, the trade is a big part as well, but the concept of just being able to move your drop-off building makes it efficient. It's 100 wood, yes, but, you know, compared to other civs where it'd be 50 mil, 50 mil, 50 mil, they'd be spending 250 wood total on mills compared to 100. Why not call it butterfly bow tie? Nah, that's a stretch. It ain't about us, alright? It's racks and archery. So it's gonna be the 1-1-1 builds. Wait a second, Louis, what is that? okay. It was a misclick. I was about to say, why the hell would we be building Musafadi here? Camel Archers makes a lot more sense. Normally, guys, you want to be building mercenaries that are ranged because the ranged units are a lot harder, at least in theory, to lose than melee units, for obvious reasons. Mill would need to be all about sand for Hourglass. I mean... Oh, apparently there's already an Hourglass map out there. Can't you just shoot me? And I'm like, this isn't even an Hourglass. That makes no sense. You guys want to see the apparent Hourglass? You guys ready for this? It's not an Hourglass. That is not an Hourglass in any way at all. That's a lie. Dude, that's just scam. It's not even an Hourglass. I am vexed and annoyed on the behalf of all of you now. All right, anyway, stone gathering underway. Louis MT 5 on stone. Wait, is this 2 TC? Because he hasn't started dropping systems yet. So this is 2 TC. No, okay, there we go. He was just mismacroing a bit. That's fine, it's fine. I got baited, chat. I got baited. I think he just wanted to wait until he had the system and then the Aqueduct connect. But yeah, 5 on stone is pretty wild. But you have to remember, it's a rush type thing while you've got a small gap to do so. Because Mongol aggression early on stops you from going to stone. That wall, though, maybe it should have been 2 TC. That poor guy. And Jiff, I love this. He gets so much aggression out of this. It's really smartly thought out. So think about the configuration. He's using the straight line towards the base advantageously. What I mean by that is that you've got this outpost which is going to yamify all units moving forward to the fight. You've already got Deerstone at the back. So if you look at the clip range, there's only a tiny gap where you won't be speed buffed for half of the distance to reach the enemy base. This is what we've been noticing on this map. You know, whether it's the fish, whether it's the sacred sites with civs like Delhi, there's a lot of momentum pull around the center of this map. It's a tug of war style. Louis, did he know about the fish? He should find out now. Either way. Yeah, okay, so he gets info. He knows it's happening. Because you just saw a worker walking around here. So either it's a dock or they're fishing. Either way, like, you have info, you have a target. And remember, guys, this is a Triumphville. This is Hippodrome. And he got camels. That's the crazy thing here. Now, camels, they're not as good at buffing as, say, Magadai, but it's still pretty damn good. 11 base damage plus 4, you hit for 15. Also gives you a way of rejuvenating your mercenaries, which is important. Because their health bars, as camels, over time, tend to deplete permanently. I'm now trying to negotiate with the map creator to rename it to Hourglass, despite the fact that another Hourglass. Like I am on a mission to kill the fake Hourglass for you guys. Like I will beg, plead, and worship at the feet of the name Hourglass for this map. Because it's not even a six. Is it a six-fold crossing? Is that what you call this? I don't think so. Isn't a six-fold crossing a six-way convergence of lanes? I guess it's like the fold over. So one fold, two fold, three fold, four fold, five fold, six fold. I don't know though. What's the goal? Wait, Louis, this wasn't a meme last time. He's dromaning. Oh my god. The second time we've seen Louis of Byzantines on this map, and it's the second time we're going to be getting droman. You can't make this up. Oh, I forgot to do predictions. We'll do that for the next game. Here comes the droman. Dun, dun. It's the giant. It's a megalodon. Ready to fight. I mean, it's not a bad idea against archers, except for this is Mongol archers, which, I mean, archers already have more range. These guys have an extra 0.5 on top of that. Jiff. What does he do? What's his reaction? There's the demo ship as well. I don't know about the demo. Your opponent has a lot of archers. Maybe this is intentional, though. Like, if you think about it, if Louis builds demos and builds boats like this, Jiff's most logical answer is going to be to build archers. Lots of archers. So then Louis can just build lots of horsemen with Triumph. It's a pretty solid plan from that perspective, actually. As long as he's got enough food control. And clearly... Wait. Hold on. Jiff. 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 No! No! No reaction at all! The freest demo pull you can get in your life. I cannot believe that. Louis MT. How the tables have flipped and turned. Oh my god. Now the drone is still dead weight because it's not participating in the fight for reasons I can't explain. I wonder if he goes for another demo. He seems to have forgotten he has a boat here, folks. Triumph is going to get activated. It's a long one as well. 30 seconds, but the camouflaging gets sniped straight away. Louis. It's a little bit of a crippled-looking defense here. Horsemen are leaking around the archers, though, and the outpost fire is assisting big time. But remember, the droneman is... It's on strike. It's... It's like, well, the boats have done their part this game. It's up to the land army now. And the land army is getting swamped. Keshik's reign supreme. First triumph, and it proves to be short of what he needed. Louis MT. What are you here for? Dromans, what is your profession? Paperweight. We're paperweight. How can one game have such polar opposites of the ultimate boat play followed by the worst boat play? It's an intimidation ship. And guys, that would have been the difference. The droneman, I'm pretty sure, like when they're standing here, could he have reached? I think he might have been able to reach, or bare minimum, you can cut reinforcements coming in. But it just sat there. It's just been doing nothing the whole time. It's tricky because it's 4 tower range, but I'm pretty sure 4 tower range is like, with the way it clips, you would have been able to reach the back archers here. I'd have to double check though. But even if it wasn't for that, like you'd expect it to at least be standing here to intercept reinforcements. Okay, here we go, Droman. You can do this. You can do it. Rip their head off. Pushing him back. Droman the demo. It can attack land. I'm not imagining this, right? Am I just wrong and it can't attack land? It's not attacking them when they're on the water either. Like, yeah, it can. It can attack land. What the hell? This entire time. That's the second time. These like... Now what's it doing? I'm so confused. He's attack grounding the water. Oh my dear God. Please. This has to stop. Look at the damage though. Imagine if this was working this entire time. Oh my God. It disintegrates land units. Okay, Droman is either the best bow in the game or the worst, and I still can't tell. I can't believe this. What an insane game. A game that after that demo pull, really, we were ready to write GIF off. Like, this should have been over. But the man has continued to get good exchanges time and time again. Keshik's now rotating into the back berries. The Droman is a problem if it remembers to fight. that is a substantial if. That is an insanely big if. But if it could kill all. Jiff. He has at least still got a little bit of lifeline left on the shoreline fish, but not much. He's on the final batch now. Then he has to go to worse gathering rates. There's no boar in this map. I don't know why, actually, now that I think about it. I would have thought placing a boar here and a boar here would have made a lot of sense. Jiff. This makes sense. On his way towards Castle Age, he knows Louis is going to be looking for a similar timing around now. Things have calmed down a lot for both. I can't. You know, I don't want to look anywhere else. I'm just hyper-fixated on what it's gonna do next. If you blink, you might miss it. Because in theory, if it does get in the fight, I mean, it's just pointed out by Mahodo, it is true damage. Right, it does siege, which is, you can't reduce siege damage. It does 6 bursts of that. So it's pretty lofty. You know, and especially for armored units in particular suffer because obviously they're not relying on just their base HP, they're relying on their armor to save them. It's not going to move. I don't think it can. I don't want to fat shame it, but I don't think it can move for the rest of the game. Drone benefits a lot from +1 blacksmith. Yeah. Wait, no. I'm not sure it works on them. You'd have to double check that because they're not range damage, remember. Springles and archer ships are ranged. But this is siege and Greek fire. Oh, wait, no, you're right. It's already doing it. I'm an idiot. Yeah, wait, why does it do it? Wait, what? That's even crazier now that I think about it. I feel like I knew this already, but now that I'm seeing it against land, it's wacky. It's also crazy how important that would be in sea fights, actually. That explains a lot about why Byzantines suck on water. Is that to even sound remotely competitive, you would need to get your +1 tech. Golden Hunt out. Now coming in. Seriously though, guys, think about it. Because like Springald's... So Springald does 35, right? But this will do 6 times 6, 36. But it's the longer burst, you stay still. So really you need to have an upper scale of damage to be competitive there. And yes, I know Springald chips have like 3 ranged armor, so it's 32 damage really. But still, the extra range, the mobility while doing so, you need enough upside. And you're not going to get that unless you get the +1. In fairness, it is 6 times more effective for this than the Springald chip. Chip realizes. That was a bit underwhelming though. The burn AoE quite small. Now I've already size shamed it once. I don't want to do it again, but yeah, it's small energy right there. Okay, so Louis economically is in a pretty good place. He's lost a few workers, sure, but he's got the olive groves being set up. He's at 58 workers with the Byzantine buff, which puts him miles ahead. And Jif is burning through the temporary resources quite fast here. He might have to play onto Fordir. Wait a second. The Droman. No! How could it possibly lose? Farewell, sweet Droman. We'll always remember you for that crazy cat moment where you tried to burn the sea for no good reason other than it splashed you when you jumped into it. Salutes in chat. Okay, so Louis, he did choose the Western contract, so we have got Lombos pumping in now. And a switch into Varangian. Yeah, he needs something meaty that can absorb the archer shots. We're harassing the outpost. And wait, we're so distracted by the Droman. Okay, no. It's a Kurotai build. What? Okay, this is sick. You would have expected step redoubt with the state of the economies, but I think Jif, understanding the state of the food and also the systems, he didn't want to compete directly, but this is ballsy, man. 23 archers. Is it going to be enough? Keshiks, they do bait the explosion, but they take a hit from it. And it's going to be a blocker on the deploy. The Deerstone can't actually get out. Lombo's now pushing forward. Limitane being cleared slowly by the archers. In fact, they don't have enough damage here to one-hit kill. It takes 2 rounds of attacks, meaning they're losing. The Cataphracts are clearing them quicker, especially the Lombo assistants. Oh boy. This does not look good for Louis. For Jif, sorry. I'm just focused on the Droman still. That part didn't look good for Louis, but everything else in this game moves. 5 seconds to pump with it. If he gets this Cataphract count up to 7 or 8. Wait, we got mic cut out? Alright, we good? We should be good. You guys are worrying me. Why are you worrying? Golden, baby. Oh my god. What a time though. What a game. This is only the first. This is proof we need to get even more maps, new maps in, you know? That's not what I feel like. Screw the orderly. We need the chaotic. And that is Kurotai down. That's GG. Like, without Kurotai, there isn't even a remote chance you come back from this. He just doesn't have any economical upside. Like, we have 0... Okay, now we have 4 pastures, but you remember, Louis already been building into olive groves. He's also getting map control, so you can even think about moving out to berries. Does have a risk to it, admittedly. But 1 or 2 outposts can mitigate that risk entirely. Is this the greatest Droman game ever? Or the worst one? Like, I still can't decide. Because he's making another one. It's the redemption arc! In fairness, you know, there's a Deerstone right next to the sea. And also, it does push him all the way towards Jif's base. Jif has gone for an explosive junk. Cool idea against Droman. Bad idea against 25 Lombos, though. I doubt it's going to get in. What a lucky game. Okay, hear me out. If Louis builds 5 Dromans, Jif can still win due to dead military. As in, it's not useful. The thing is, Jif does have better food income. That's very temporary, I feel. He's got a lot of people out on berries, actually. 18. Doubtful will better get more. Main army moving in. We do have the teardrop shields. So Uber upgrades, got movement speed for Limitane, he's got armor for the Katas. And remember, he's got a full pump of the Hippodrome. The Triumph has been sitting there pretty on 46 tickets, waiting for party time this entire time. I wonder, like, maybe if Dromans didn't get Blacksmith Techs that had more damage by default. Wait. What? Oh my god! Jif with a triple demo hit! And Louis tanks it to the face! And yet still, he's winning this fight. What the hell is this game? A game of demos, epically, if we're being honest. The first one on the villages that should have never happened with the outpost nearby. And now, in this fight, a double wall-up like that to maybe keep Jif alive. Surely not, though. Louis The droneman's coming in. It's just biggest fear in the whole world. It'll be here in 2 hours. You guys can just wait. We'll stare at each other across the battlefield. I have a feeling that might have been too little too late, though. Jiff. If only. Louis just still has such an insane military advantage is the problem. Make matters worse, archers, they were a raiding that entire time. I think he just killed all the barriers? Something went wrong here. He's still raiding around the back. He's got more sneaking out into the flank. Blind Snakes going up north here could just end everything. If it wasn't already apparently over. The droneman finally finding use. Maybe if we just made like a bigger serpent, we could flame harder. Jiff, he's being exhausted here, but the sweet, sweet slice of a hot knife through butter. No, don't deny me! Okay, like, we've seen enough this game. Tromans. Best or worst boat in Age of Empires 4? You decide. Yeah, that is a YouTube game and a half, mate. That is everything I needed and more. I think we call that one, it's either the best bow or the worst bow. Still got music on? Oh yeah, whoops. It's the best bow and the worst bow. Oh, that's only game one. Can I just have them play Sixfold Crossing a few more times, please? I mean, we won't have Dromans is the problem. So, like, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's important to just keep it to its magical moment, you know? And keep in mind, if Louis does beat Jiff, you know, as much as we'd like to be unbiased, if he beats Jiff, we might get more Dromans. Because we'll have another series to play. Alright, let's see what the boys are going. Game number 2, French versus Ayyubids. Oh, by the way, actually, I think I tested this, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look. Alright, brand spanking new map for the competitive Age of Empires 4 scene, and the Greeks are taking over, but not Mister. It's just... Did you hear music when that was playing? So I checked this last night. Like, I was vibing, playing some Battlefield, and I'd accidentally left the Spotify playlist on the entire goddamn time. Don't know if that helped me on kick or hurt me. But when I checked the recordings, there was no music, from what I could tell. So that's kind of interesting. I guess I've already muted it to the record track. Okay, so we've got French versus Ayyubids for game number 2. And it is going to be Gorge. Okay. Water PIO would be interesting. Whoa, now calm down. I don't know if people want more water stuff. Should we get predictions going? The boys are hopping into the game. Let's see. Is it set up correctly? No, it is not. This series can be defined as pure insanity. And we've only had one game so far, so I am buckled in watching to see what Jiff and Louis are going to deliver as this one goes on. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 2 of this best of 5 hoedown between the two in the quarterfinals. And we do indeed have a French pick for Sacre Bleu. Meanwhile, Jiff Music on the other side is going to be going towards Ayyubids. Now, remember, guys, Jiff has been a rising commodity. You know, a very capable player. Originally only done a few civs. He's been becoming much more robust, and he's always been maintaining that top ranking placement. Season 10, 32nd placement. Currently 34th in the world. He's an impressive player. Like, you know, he's definitely not a pushover. And Louis, you know, there is a question mark right now. He hasn't been able to find his groove in recent times. So while Louis, when he was winning S-tier tournaments, you just say 3-0 here. He's got to find that move again that put him 5 steps ahead of all the competition. Otherwise, we could be seeing Jiff taking some points off of him here. Crazy to say as well. But Jiff has been impressing me. I think he's been on the path to improvement a lot in the last 3 or 4 months. You know, you go back actually to KPMM Season 1, I think he maybe signed up once, if that. He wasn't really interested in competitive, it seemed, but now, I mean, he seems to be a regular anchored force here, making quarterfinals a decent regularity already. Oh. Why are you guys still talking about points of interest on water? No. A lighthouse with a large AoE? Maybe. I don't know. You know what we need? We need like a point of interest that just lets you ignite Greek fire. And then, like, you don't even need to use it for aggro. You can just use it to stop someone attacking you. Ooh. Ooh, I like that. Yeah. All right, when are they going to hire me? Let's be real. We've got cool ideas. I do hope we get more points of interest with the DLC. I think it would be actually kind of criminal for no new points of interest with the new DLC. It's a cool concept, and I want them to explore it more instead of just abandoning it as, like, a mixed success thing on the attempt 1. Justice Wing coming in this game from Jiff. Okay, so Logi Wing's pretty nice for just opening up with some aggro. We have seen it quite frequently. The other possibility here is this is a semi-fast castle where you're just building the camels in anticipation of you being harassed, and it can offset a lot of that harassment because French Knights, they lose a lot of their damage to camel aura. But the cool thing actually about this is if you go Logi Wing and then add in 1 Desert Raider, you can just block the initial Knights. And there shouldn't really be that many Knights, because most of the time, French players are just trying to go for Pro Scouts, so it slows them down. Oh my god, I'm trying to open Photoshop to fix the fact that we haven't put the score in for the WAM series, because WAM, by the way, is already through, so it's either Louis or Jiff up against him in semis later this week. But, for some reason, Photoshop is being an ass. It just won't open. I don't know what they've done recently, it's just a pile of crap. Photoshop has kind of been going, like, Adobe's kind of been going downhill for a while. Don't know if you guys noticed. I know a lot of creators that have started to step away from their video editing, for example. And yeah, thank you, Scarecrow. What is the point? Like, why does it matter if it's live? It literally even says in the title live. Angry man shakes his fist. Yeah, remember, guys, with the KPMMs, we are live Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. It's always a mixture of recorded and live games. So, Louis. Looking at the macro, it seems like Pro Scouts. Jiff. The double camel. Looking at the wood gathering. Yeah, there we go. Stable's already being dropped in. So, with stables being dropped, we will get at least 1 Desert Raider, maybe 2. Not a bad idea to just kind of intercept Pro Scouts. Louis MT does, of course, queue up the PS first, because it's going to take a long time. Then I'm expecting 1 Knight, maybe, on the opener, but that could vary here. Against most civs, you will go for a Knight opener, but against Ayyubids, a little bit different. Because Ayyubids, like, the anticipation is that they could just open Desert Raider, and it's not worth it. So instead, if Louis wants to react to that element, it might be better just to go Horseman. Because Horsemen are a much more cost-efficient clearer of Desert Raiders than Knights. Does mean you have no way of healing, but if you got a few Horsemen, you can easily run down a Desert Raider. Because the idea here is you're worried about Desert Raiders being up on your side of the map, which gives you enough time to chase them down. And Jiff. Is there a world in which he just does the classic de fromage and it's just mass Desert Raiders? Nah. We're not back at that, are we? I thought, as a civilization, as humans, we moved on from that. We may have. He hasn't queued up 1 yet. He's still gathering a lot of gold, so I think this is going to be now a fast castle timing. Yeah, so adds in 2 horsemen. Interesting to go for the ponies, actually. Maybe he's worried about Knight Archer, which is the normal composition Louis and most French players would be looking for here. Back hasn't revealed exactly what he's got so far, which is bad for Jiff because now going the Horseman feels a bit redundant. The problem with the Horseman anyway is, like, until you see archers, why do you need them? I guess it's nice to try and intercept pro scouts, but my thought here is, you know, if you go across the field and you see archers, your Desert Raiders may not be able to do too much, but you can at least run away. I think for Jiff, he values the idea that he won't need to retreat and reset. He can just keep blocking pro scouts because it just came in. Desert Raiders jump in. Louis. No, the pathing. The pathing's cursed. Then this is where it just gets painful. Desert Raiders, now they leak onto the gold. Horseman also showing up. That's going to be one kill. Jiff, great start to this feudal age. They're going to get better. First, the deer is at least going to get pulled through. Triple knight so far, more to come, but these guys are already injured. Meanwhile, the injuries, the boo-boos for Jiff have already been kissed better. Seriously, this matchup feels so toxic sometimes. Outpost being rushed up is his only hope. That means he has to stand his ground. A knight. Jiffy going down there, but no switch onto rage form. But it is going to be a leak through onto the workers now. Scout tanking it, absorbing the blows from the knight. Desert Raiders go deeper. They'll find the snipe on one, but now they have to retreat. Jiff, he didn't switch over to the range sooner. Still, that's 2 worker kills while he's going Castle Age. This is fantastic for Jiff. As long as he doesn't lose the Dervish. Really important he doesn't lose the Dervish. He could just pull the other Dervish back slightly to protect, because right now he's griefing. There we go. Yeah, so this guy was actually pushing this one back ever so slightly. Because the fact that, like, there's a 2-unit cycle. When you click somewhere, they're going to slightly rub against each other as they're both going to the same location. So yeah. Fixes that out. Gets away. Military wing reinforcement now on the way. And is that my boy Travis right there? What's up, Travis? Shout out to Travis from the Age of Empires 2 crew. Now, what do you do if you're Louis? Because I don't think you have an attack point anymore. You've got downloadknights.com running in the background, but your opponent has the ultimate DRM for you. DR being for Desert Raider. His Desert Raider management system is going to be pretty effective here, getting 3 Desert Raiders the moment he ages up. Not just that, gathering the additional gold to be able to afford the veterancy. Sends the Horseman forward. I like that he didn't step up the DR. It's not worth losing them. It's worth having them juiced up. Because remember, it's going to take him a minute upon arrival anyway. So probably going to be seeing Camel Lancers out of one of the stables. And the veterancy for Desert Raiders out of the other. He might have to bail on the gold temporarily. Yeah, he left that very late. So he has to body block in the end. The reason this is bad for Jiff right now, he doesn't want to fight because his dervishes are getting in position for relics. Yeah, he's being as efficient as he can about this. Because despite the fact he got 2 worker kills, remember that Louis does have faster production for villagers. So over time, he will fix the damage you've done. Louis, he just got eyeballs on. This is bad news. He's going to pull knights to go looking at the dervish. Yep, finds the first one. Second one's pulling back. A bit weird there, but Jiff doesn't know what we know, that Louis is still hanging here. He thinks he's pulled all the way to the relics. Whereas we keep giving chase. New Desert Raiders come out. Veterancy was not queued, by the way. Interesting choice. Jiff prioritized Camel Lancers over the Desert Raiders. He seems to still think there's going to be archers. The chances of that, by the way, decrease once you've aged up. Like, your opponent is less inclined to build archers once you've reached castle. At least when he's stuck in feudal. Dervish will be protected, though. Nice. No, 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 no. Run! Run, you fool! Run, you... Oh, my God. How? How did he get away with that? And now the raid in. Still no worker kills for Louis. How the hell do 6 knights go on to the gold unguarded and not get a single kill between them? Second relic might get intercepted here. Whoa, boy. Jiff, he still doesn't have veterancy queued for the Desert Raiders, by the way. It's going to be a drop on the relic, but not quick enough, so we'll lose the dervish. Louis, it's just continuous knight spam here. I think at this point, Louis' keyboard might be broken. Let's see if it tracks. W, yeah. W, but he probably manually clicked the process. I think he's maybe like got a broken keyboard. Actually, no, he's been producing villages correctly. But then if you think about it, like when it comes to, yeah, you press W and then you press S. So maybe it's like he's missing the Q, like the A, the E, and the D on his keyboard. I'm just trying to figure a reason why we're only building knights here. Basically, what Louis is trying to find is a way into the next age. Because then you can just look to upgrade these boys, get some more impact. You still raid with them as well. Like, I'm not necessarily against the idea of just French knights here for raiding purposes, but the way Jif is playing this is getting really awkward. However, are you kidding me? The timing on those desert raiders! That was a clutch save. Night raid that should have connected with an extra 2 or 3 worker kills there gets body blocked by the fresh spawn desert raiders. You cannot make this up. That's a grim affair. Louis MT. He needed a bigger lead than that. He needed more idle time forced off the back of it. Wolves are trying to work to help him, but everything else seems to be against him. Jif has got a second dervish again, so wouldn't be surprised if he pulls it to push forward with the army to heal. Because he does have some injured boys. Love that. Even tops off all the workers. Remember, he already went textiles. This is insanely efficient. Textiles plus the healing means you're always going to be difficult for these knights to raid. I want to consider pulling over this side, though. In fairness, Jif should probably be moving north now. There's 2 relics up here that he could easily grab with some assistance, but somehow without any assistance, he crept in and snatched one. Louis doesn't know about it. He sees it's missing. He's looking in all the wrong places. Great grab there by Jif. 3rd relic now on the way home. Royal Institute is coming in, though. So Louis now finding his way towards castle. Deer's still coming home, but won't be that much deer, really. Jif, he's played double pocket economy to try and mop this up. However, Jif. He doesn't know. Louis, he jumps in with the knights. Right on top of him. No camels nearby on either flank. Jif, this was going so well. All right, this is do or die. He needs kills. So march into the base. Villagers will vacate the area. Jif now down by 15. A warlord coming through. Might get him a scout. It will get him a scout. But the scout obviously drops off the deer straight away. It's now double relic in the enemy base. This is an all-in. The villagers found on the other side. This would be the hit to even it up. But he's not done. Louis is still raiding into the economy. Jif continues to chase, though. They are both running down to 0 economy. Double dervish dev in the base. It's a generous donation from Jif. What? 32 for Louis, 25 economy for Jif. But soon to be less. He found the rest of them. And Jif, he never checked the big vein. What? Where else was he gonna go? I can't believe that. Jif, he scouted it out. He never thought, hey, a French knight player might need another gold. Not even the workers will be able to live long enough to reveal it by the looks of it. But Jif now all in. Full ham Taro. He goes to the Rams. Berry gathering on the front side, so at least maybe you can guard them. It's going to be a depressing reveal. A Soul outpost and 16 workers. The damage that could have been done, but instead, Jif says to hell with it. We are all in. Do or die. It's got about a minute before Royal Bloodlines does come through. I love that he goes straight up the TC. Going for the Skull Cavalry is pointless. You give your opponent time. This way, you potentially get 15 more worker kills. Louis, will he see that? He'll find the deer workers again. TC down to half HP. And no, the cycle back to the base! It finds the Berry Boys! This might be the most chaotic game of Gorge we've cast. I'm so here for it. Villagers look to leave. It's a forced commitment. Bloodlines is not ready. Louis didn't want this fight yet. One Psycho with a sword goes chasing. The rest will look to follow. Jif, he's outnumbered now, though. He's starting to lose on the cavalry count. One Desert Raider. Oh, mate, 3 actually going to find their way out towards the goal, but they're going to get sniped down by the outpost there. Rams will turn onto the School of Cavalry. He's committing more Rams. He's all in now. This is it. This game is done in the next minute. Royal Bloodlines is complete. Louis MT may have found his saving grace here. There's just no Dervish. If Jif had a Dervish, there'd be a shot at this. But without it, it's doomed to failure. Uncomfortably close game, maybe, for Louis. I'm impressed at how close Jif got to getting that win con. It's so unfortunate. He played the feudal so well. The early castle, it started to unravel swiftly. Louis MT will once again pull it out of the bag. But the longer this series goes on, the more I question how. And what's up, Mum? Oh my god. This series is incredible. The craziest Fast Gorge game ever. Don't think I've seen it go like, what's up, my boy, back to Warcraft? Teal player is crazy. Oh, yes. So Teal is... he's the beast from the East. So, yeah, we actually have some good rep from around the world, right? But the thing with Louis is, like, Louis, he won an SJ tournament earlier this year. Hasn't been looking as good in recent months, but, I mean, he's finding his groove this week. These are wacky games. Oh, you mean the color? Mate, wait until you see the fact that we have blue and we have water maps. And then you have green on land maps. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the player. Oh my god, what a series. And we've still got at least one more game. Man, Jif, I feel like Jif deserves a game. You know, I rarely say it, but the way he's playing, I feel so bad for him. That game was incredible. It felt like he was just millimeters away from slam dunking it and getting the win. I think if he checked the gold, and he'll know it, it was really just one mistake if you think about it, like not checking the gold. He got baited off by the villagers, and by the way, absolutely, props have to go out to Louis for pulling the villagers north, not south. Because if you pull them south, it puts them in an awkward position where your opponent can leak over onto the gold. So he made it harder for him to divide between the two. But man, what a game. Third game. Let's see what the boys are going to be taking us. Draft picks coming in. The lads have been a little bit slow to actually set that up. Jean versus Chinese. Boldland? Or Dry Arabia? Feels really bad for Jif that, like, China's just left there for his opponent like this. Oh, sorry, no, Jif has China. Okay. Now that inspires a bit. And actually, that makes more sense. Louis is one of those Jean-type players. I think this is Boldland. Which is an interesting map because Jean can be quite a nuisance for a lot of civs. I feel like China can have the answers, though. Your goal is not to get bogged down in the field age. You're still looking to just rush out to the castle. I mean, that's always been the case against Jean, but even if it was French, it's still the same way. And thank you, Fatblob. Appreciate the gifted sub, mate. Thank you. Now my mum don't have to worry about the ads. And yeah, that's my boy Neo. I don't think I've ever talked to the other guys on the Back to Warcraft crew, actually. How antisocial of me. Yeah, the good old lad Back to Warcraft is actually one of the amazing creators that I rep on my agency side. So we bring him deals. We help get that bread on the table for an amazing creator. Ooh. We finally met in person earlier this year in Germany, but I was way too ill, so we didn't get a chance to hang, sadly. All right. This has to be the one, right? I don't think in the entirety of Season 2, I've ever said a player deserves a game this much. Jif has been denied twice, and that game number 2 was a heartbreaker. But this might be exactly what he needs to get on the board against the Chinese champ. China itself. That's right, he has channeled the entire power of the Chinese Civ to deal with one citizen. Surely it is not Superman in disguise. We're going to find out because Louis MT is on Jeanne d'Arc, one of his OG signature civs. In fact, this is a clash of his signature civs. China, the one that he was known for quite some time. And Jeanne, the one that he found astounding success with on his rise in the competitive scene. It's difficult. Jif, on this map though, Borderland, it's a great map for pro scouting. For those that have not seen Borderland before, the deer stacks are split very wide. Pro scouting course where you can bring the deer home to your base. Makes it very difficult for other civs to deny pro scouts. But the interesting thing about Jeanne is Jeanne just plays so far up in your face, she can essentially intercept all. The cool thing about China, however, is they are one of the most disgustingly powerful civs right now. Their production rate, their economy, there's very little downside to this civ. So if there's one that can contest the early aggro timing of Jeanne, this would be it. You have to be very careful. Normally, you don't want to overcommit to contesting the aggro of Jeanne. Usually, what China looks to do against French and Jeanne is get castle age as cleanly as possible. Actually feels paramount to do exactly that. If you lag behind, you just die. Louis. We have got the wheelbarrow start into Pro Scouts. Yeah, there's a nice thing about French and Jeanne. The weird thing, it's contradictory in some ways, because like you think if you're going Pro Scouts, you shouldn't need wheelbarrow as much because you're not moving as much. But it's still advantageous for your wood gathering, for the initial move out to gold. And the beautiful thing is that French and Jeanne can afford it because they save enough on Pro Scouts to cover the cost of wheelbarrow. Isn't that interesting? Wheelbarrow, which you can see here, would cost you 250 resources, 150 gold, 50 wood. You get it for 140-ish. And then Pro Scouts is normally 450. You only spend 250 on. So you see, you actually are getting both techs for the same price that everyone else would pay for Pro Scouts. Imperial Academy now going to be coming in. So Jif, just setting up the standard. And I'm praying that when the DLC comes out, there is something in there that fundamentally changes China. Or maybe the devs will take a different direction. One of the pieces of advice we really gave to them is like, instead of just going for a let's like alter this civ, let's nerf this civ. One big thing I was an advocate for is like, let's actually just think more with our brain on map creation. Instead of just trying to make every map as generic as possible so that like OP civ will always be OP. Let's try and create different power spikes. I think that's something I liked about Enlightened Horizon. Despite how people felt about it in the end, it was refreshing at first because it was a completely new style of gameplay to be learned. It was a different way of approaching a map, and different civs were dominant there. It wasn't just your same bread and butter of, yeah, you just pick China here and you pick Lancaster and you win. I mean, Lancaster could even lose on that map, shockingly enough. Just you wait for the OP DLC civ, which makes Lancaster look average. I honestly don't think it will be that bad. I think the Japanese civ will have some interesting power spikes, but like probably be a bit too slow at first. The one I'm not sure about is the elephant civ. I think the elephant civ will either be underwhelming or overpowered. The other one that might be interesting is the Mongol civ, because the Golden Horde is going to have unique mechanics. They said they've got that thing where you have certain units that can absorb damage for the Khan instead. So that may lead to some like Gigastat Khan Uber charging strats. A bit like if you played Team Fortress and you had a heavy plus a medic. But outside that, nah. And then what? The final one is the Byzantine variant, the Macedonians. I don't know. I haven't seen anything that looks too crazy with Macedonians. I think the one that's most at risk of being busted is the Elephanto Funtime Civ or genuinely the Golden Horde. Because the thing that I think people don't often realize, like, devs aren't infallible. They're not perfect. They don't catch everything. It's like when you're developing games, you have mechanics, dynamics, and aesthetics. And aesthetics are like the emotions we're looking to invoke. Mechanics are the systems we put in, like, you know, building units. Dynamics is how you guys use those. And dynamics is the hardest thing for a developer to anticipate. Because they perceive what they think is correct and how the game's going to be played and what you can do with them. But people always find other ways. Always. So a perfect example of this would be like currently in Battlefield 6, the ladders. The ladders have a lot of unexpected behavior interactions. I'm waiting to see if people come up with ones like, I don't know if you can drive Jeeps up them. I'd have to test that, but that would be a really cool one. So Pro Scout and Pro Scout, by the way. Louis stopped at 4, but more interesting part is that Jif also stopped at 4 scouts. Normally, China in this matchup tends to go 7, 8 scouts and spreads wide, whereas Jean and French normally only go 4. The reason is that you are expected to keep map control, so you shouldn't need to rush Pro Scouts. You want to produce units sooner so you can keep your map. Whereas China, especially against Jean, you would not expect them to focus on units as a priority because Jean is very hard to beat in small numbers. You risk feeding her a lot of XP in small numbers. Yeah, so I'm curious what Jif's thought process is. Double archery now for Louis. So he's willing to take this fight head on. I don't blame him. This is kind of the dream. If you're seeing your opponent starting to kind of master army. Don't forget that devs also need to make the DLC sell. Yeah, like every game does this with paid editions or even unpaid editions. Like Dota 2 had this for years. Like not every single hero release has been OP, but a lot of them have. And it is intentional. It shifts skins. I said this about like previously when Sultan's Ascent came out, and some people moaned about 1 2 civs there. I'm like, you're not gonna make a DLC where all the civs are crap. No one's gonna buy it. Similar to the logic of like when Jean came out, and people were like, you know, this is OP. I thought it was more overtuned than OP, but I said there's a reason for that. Jean is such a polarizing style of Age of Empires 4. It's different than what everyone had played. So if you didn't make it powerful, no one would pick it. And thus you'd have no data to decide what needs to happen next. You know what it is? Oh god, this guy get this demonetized on YouTube. It's the dealer conundrum. I could charge them full for what I'm slinging, but if I just charge them little on the initial, maybe give them a freebie, I know they'll be back. Gotta get people hooked on things first, you know? That's why so many devs believe in the free-to-play weekends. This is a big horseman mass from Jif, by the way. I don't think Lou was expecting quite that many Pokesticks. Which is crazy, actually. Like, building this much melee against melee Jean. You're giving her the best possible fight she could get. She'll get surrounded, sure, but then she'll club down. But I think this is where Louis... Maybe it's worth considering a spear switch. Sounds a bit weird, right? But against this comp, the problem you run into is your knight shouldn't be able to stand long against mass spearmen. The horseman will flood over on your archers. You just kind of need bodies. I think the worry for Louis, though, is if he opens with spearmen now for the next fight, Jif could just spam out archers. This is the beauty of China. They just have an insane ramp up in production. Love the Barbican play, though. He has got a back goal, but he wants to anchor the forward. And also, the problem is this is going to be turning into a slightly longer feudal age. Although Jean doesn't have increased villager production, what she does have is these discounts that makes her economy more efficient as it scales. Yeah, it's more mandatory against French in long feudal, because then it's more obvious how you're losing. Whereas, remember, Jean, the villagers don't come out any quicker. How's Louis so far behind in villages? I think, did he maybe go textiles? I think he skipped. No, he didn't skip any. I was about to say there's one gap here, but then I remember Jean. She converts, but oh, Jean. Is this a fight you can win? Divine Restoration already used. She's being ignored for the moment, but when the chase comes down, she should get surrounded. And what was that? A little bit of fast forward. Like 20 seconds out from live, but Jean is not about to be alive. 3 knights surely can't hold this back. The horseman get around the back. Gets a double cleave kill. but she is dead. And still a long way off of level 3. GIF music is trying to show that the music has stopped for Louis, and he may be left holding a big bag of excrement here. As GIF is getting ready for Castle Age while this pressure comes in. A few archers left alive. GIF wants to be a little bit careful. The spearman count is low on the front line. Louis in threatened. We'll just recommit. Some more archers, more knights coming. But GIF is done with his harassment. Now, he'll be backing up. And this might be sending alarm bells out for Louis that there is a tech up coming. I don't want to say it's completely obvious, but it's definitely bloody suspicious. GIF. Is he really out of food? Color me surprised, actually. He's drained. He's got... Wait, no. He's got about 800, 900 food here. Another 350 coming in. Yeah, no, he's got enough. Like, another scout here. He's got food to work with. So, interestingly, he must have just a gap when he was bringing back the deer. So, he forced on the berries, but, bro, can you please... Get back in the kitchen. All right. Oops. We'll at least have more deer coming over here. I'm pleasantly impressed with how GIF has played this. I think he played this really well. Louis now here in the tech up. What's your response? You've got Shiver on the way, but it's not even in yet, so you aren't rejuvenated on the limited knights you have. 2 of them already injured. To make matters worse, you'd have to dive a Barbican. To make matters even worse, GIF has now got those Lancers coming that's going to start making Louis wish he had gone Spears. GIF even queues up the veterancy for Spearman. Scouts are going to be discovered running the deer home. So Louis... yeah, he did see it. Okay. But Louis can't really send too many troops down there. He needs to try and harass out the gold. He knows with an age up like this, GIF needs a lot of gold to keep the pump going. The annoying thing, though, is China has other ways of getting gold. We haven't really been seeing much of it. But he can just tax his way. Yeah, he's got 595 gold here. A little bit oversight by GIF. If he starts taxing, there's no worry. There's no threat. Did end up losing 1 worker there. I think GIF just has the wrong idea here. Loses a few workers, but he has Song. He can afford those losses. If he just starts taxing now, he's in driving seat. And there we go. Yeah, taxations are starting to come through. He doesn't have Imperial examinations, though, so it's quite limited in how he's getting this back. Horseman pump continues. GIF now leading into it. Veterancy is on the way. It's crazy because, like, he should be able to afford the gold more than the food here. But he's just not using multiple taxmen to tax buildings. To get the timers ticking a bit quicker. Now, big clash. Baron the Horseman jumping in. John on the front line. Lancers are targeting her down. She's body blocked by her own army. Micro from Louis to pull away. The XP is close. He needs 100 more, though. Can the Knights hold on against this? The Spearman wave isn't here. Limited troops of them are actually being held back in reserve for whatever reason, which is allowing Louis to win the fight. What? Where are the spears? Where are the spearmen? The garrison! Oh my god, no! The spearmen in the Barbican! The potential game changer there. GIF, this has been a series of disasters. And the ultimate one comes at the end. The 8 veteran spearmen that would have made a world of difference against feudal knights were not participating through the entire fight. He picked up a bow instead, but that bow was not useful. Louis MT now able to access the 3rd Age Guildhall on the way up with 12. Jif, I mean, you can see the potential. Like, he has good plans here. I think he has good micro, good early game. But it's just these small steps missing that are hurting him the most. You know, the inefficient taxation at the back, the spearman garrisoned. He just fixes these issues. He could have had Louis on the ropes here, forcing a game number 4. That was very hard to bank against Louis. Jif has rushed the back gold with a ridiculous 31 villagers. Louis now with the age up. It's a switch into arbitrary. Knight Archer upgrades also on the way. Walls from Louis. Well, Louis has arrived. Now, this is the thing. It's why it's important to try and cast as many of the games we can. Even when it says Frio, which obviously we wouldn't know, like, this is live. But, like, let's say we looked at, like, oh, this is Frio. You know, the reason it's worth checking in is because individually these games, I mean, game 1 was a clown fiesta we loved. Game 2 was, wow, Jif almost had this in the bag. And even game 3 here, you could see the way in which Jif could win this game. You know, that's I'm impressed with how he done against Louis here. And if someone looks at this on a piece of paper and just says 3-0, they're like, oh, of course, Louis stomps him. I wouldn't call this a stomp. I think Louis had to work hard for these victories. But props to him. The hard work paid off. Little raid from Jif. Nicely done. Louis, remember, does not produce more workers. And I love that micro Jif. He pulls the aggro away because Louis wasn't looking. He's on the gold workers. Textile should minimize the losses. Will be another one getting sniped down, and Jif moves away before the Knights can commit. Second wave coming in. This is not over yet, but Louis may be about to get that blow to the jugular. He jumps around the back. There's no textiles for the Chinese workers. Jif tries to shift away. Several get trapped, and several more to go down as they don't vacate the area. They go to the wood. GG comes in. Jif, nowhere to run and hide. It will not be a reduction down to 20 workers for both in Castle this time, but Louis will this time again come out victorious. A 3-0 victory to book himself a date up against Wham in semi-finals. Holy crap. Maybe 3-0, but I'm still impressed. Props to Louis and Jif for putting on a damn good show. I'm just going to update that bracket, and then we'll hop into our next series here. Yeah, so let me update this. So 3-0 for Louis. Squeaky bomb time 3-0. And then, of course, we have the 3-0 for Wham. So the pictures are being painted quite prettily now as we get deeper. So I'm assuming that GUA is going to get a disqualification because I haven't heard or seen anything communicated. Voldemar's series is 7 p.m. today, UK time. We have got Corvinus' series coming up in about an hour. But to tell the tale of that, we should really be checking in to see what happened between Vortex and Red Darksider. So bear with me one sec. And I'm going to pull up the draft for that one. We'll have a look at those two. Alright, there we go. So reset that. Get the map draft in there. The Civ draft. This is a BO3. So winner of this will face off against Corvinus. Vortex, Red Darksider. How's the Lancaster Knights Templar split? Interesting. But remember, Knights Templar should be very good on this opening map. What do you make of the rumors on Reddit about a new title from World's Edge on UE5? It's hard to call. Like, even if there is a new Age of Empires in the work, it'll be years away, I think. You'll probably be looking at least 3 years more of AoE 4. So, oh, I just realized I didn't switch back the scene. So we now got the draft for these two lads. Have I done something wrong with the... What's happened to the UI there? UI's being very weird. Oh, I see what I done. 1 second. There we go. I got there in the end. So let's pull up the profiles. We'll watch this series, and then that should hopefully lead us nicely into the Corvinus versus either Vortex or Red Darksider. Why does Jiff never make a tower on gold? Last game also the same. I mean, he had it on his food as well, where he towered, but he towered too late. But like the gold, I think that last game wasn't too bad because he had like enough aggro units to contest. But guys, let's get into it. All right, back to sixfold crossing we go. Knights Templar for Vortex. Oh, this is kind of fun actually. We've been seeing Byzantines dominate. It does get picked for Red Darksider, but that's because Vortex gets Knights Templar. And this could be a spicy series actually, guys, because in a best of 3, while Vortex did get Knights Templar, Red Darksider also got Lancaster. Yeah, Red Darksider, props to him, man. This guy has been present throughout almost every week of KPMM, I feel like. Ranked 945th in the world right now. And, you know, I love to see this. Like, just look at the trajectory. It has been kind of a gradual rate of improvement. You can see on the side there. Yeah, and, you know, like, so what KPMM started, was it Season 7 or Season 8? I don't want to take full credit. Like, it's people's own rights to, like, improve the way they improve. But I remember talking to Red Darksider in person at the Garrison event earlier this year. And I asked him straight up, I was like, do you feel like your gameplay has improved by playing in the KPMMs? And he said yes. You know, despite the fact he would go up against very, very dominant opponents that would make it look stompy, he still understood and was taking lessons away, which is key. And I think the key thing is, like, you can't focus too much. Let's say a game against Vortex here goes 30 minutes for him. It'll probably be over, like, the critical mistakes that he made that matter are going to be happening in the first 10, 15. And if you focus on that, he'll improve. And shout out to him because, you know, he has been focusing. And yes, so, like, so I was talking to Caillou about this. Like, the problem is, like, so Caillou actually made the original Hourglass map as well. I think he just needs to accept that it was the wrong name. Rename or purge that map. This is the true Hourglass. And we're going to keep calling it until it takes over. Yes, if you're looking for this one, it's called Sixfold Crossing on the mod section. But Vortex, it's going to be a Dark Age rush. I mean, we're playing against Byzantines. You got to give them a little bit of fierce fire. And Red Darksider was not expecting this, guys. Look, he's on stone. He's not on berries. He thought this was a freebie opening. Whew, he's going to learn the hard way, though. Spearman about to reveal. He has got 5 on gold, though. Yeah, Red Darksider, he did scout it out by the looks of it. But still, he already set up in a way that suggests this was never meant to happen. It's so easy to forget that Knights Templar are willing to do this, by the way. Remember, they gather wood quicker, and gathering wood gives them some food. So they're an impressive sieve for Dark Age rushes, actually. Because it means they can afford the racks cost without it hemorrhaging on their economy, or burdening it too hard. And then they pad the cost of, like, adding in extra spears by chopping the trees because they're getting food for doing so. And never, ever underestimate the importance of not needing to walk back every 10 wood to drop off here. You just get a lot more fluidity to your economy and no downtime. So yeah, very powerful play for them. And if it turns into an outpost rush after that, well, you're happy with that too. Or just a docks, because Vortex has gone for the fish. Reminder, folks, there are 5 fish on this map in the center. And he says to hell with it. Ground winery anyway. You can open archers to clear the way. In fairness, it's a really good spawn. Deer and berries on top of each other. If you just anchor this area, you have a lot to work with. And I wonder, maybe, do we have something? That actually is not too bad. He got Sipahi on the trade post. So it won't be good against Chevalier. Obviously not good against the opening spears. But if your opponent goes Javelin or Lombos here... Sorry, not Javelin. Archer Mass, rather, which Knights Templar are going to do. You can just wipe it out. And I do dig Sipahi over Javelins as an anti-ranged answer. Because it gives you a capacity to raid the opponent's base. My brain, for a second there, I thought I was watching a Byzantine mirror. I don't know why. Okay, and it's going to be Kingdom of France. I think because it's Kingdom of France, and because most players getting into a game against Knights Templar would expect Kingdom of France, we're probably looking at Lombo for Byzantines. Reason being, Chevalier, the unit that you get by going Kingdom of France, they don't have as much armor, so Lombos are more impactful against them. In competitive, we don't see 2TC KT. No, it's not where their advantage is. So when Knights Templar False got added to the game, that's what people played around. And it was deceptive. It was kind of an anchor. It was a bait of like their style of play. But I think also the thing you have to remember is whenever new civs get introduced to the game, I feel like a lot of the time people try and find 2TC meta justifications. A part of it, you know, is to do with the fact that you don't really know what their economy is fully capable of. So padding your economy is a safety band. You know, like if you don't think you're a really good swimmer, you're going to wear some armbands or you're going to wear a float or whatever. And that's what 2TC is with a lot of civs. It's the safety net. If you think about the amount of players at lower rank that would do it for ages, and lots that still do. But, you know, if the map has fishing, you'd rather go for that. And 2TC is more of an earned play. It's very hard to just do 2TC these days and not die for it. There's a few civs that can, but Knights Templar isn't really the one I immediately think of. I think it's also problematic because like Knights Templar's boon is going into bow play. And if you stop for 2TC, you heavily delay your bow timing. Pilgrims. Oh, dude. He's just getting away with a full distance. That's cheeky by Vortex, but I love it. At this point in the game, your opponent's not going to have enough units to deny the Pilgrim. So he just sends it as deep as he can. Now we have an archer ship on the way. Fishing boat count is also good for Vortex, up at 4 and spread. We'll get harassed here, but ultimately not enough firepower to get the kill. Red has been stuck on archers, guys. This is like just playing a worse Knights Templar right now. Much worse Knights Templar. Meanwhile, a good Knights Templar. Chevalier counts ramping up. Red Darksider is going to be going to Limitano, but now this enables Knights Templar to do what they want to. Archers. This is what makes the world go round for this civ. This is what makes them feel full and unstoppable. This is what is going to be the big problem for Red. If you can only access one buried batch, you know, what are you going to be able to get here? Limitane plus javelins seems likely, but you know, you can only get maybe 10 maximum unless you can get some more map control. Sipahi wouldn't change too much either, I don't think. Like, Sipahi aren't bad into Chevalier, actually. The problem is, you need similar numbers. And you would not be able to achieve similar numbers. You'd be able to get your hands on a few Sipahi. You know, 3, then another 3, so maximum 6. Again. Love the fact he's bringing the scout with, just for the vision, but it also ensures, and that was a beautiful charge. It also ensures you get them low enough. What happened there, guys? He got down to 21 for the finishing touch and done a min-range charge. So that means that Vortex ran on top of the villager, clubbed him twice, and then goes for the charge. Does end up losing the scout at the end, but no big deal because he has gone for a stables build. So you can just fix that. Seriously, Vortex, he's always been one of the best at doing this. The minimum range charges. The minimum range charge skill is definitely worth learning, guys. It's a behavior that allows you to charge into units when you are essentially less than the distance between this villager and this house. And the reason that's so important is if you learn how to do that well, you can actually charge into spearmen before they brace. It's crazy. I had someone suggest to me that Archer Master KT is stronger than building Chevys. Usually you want a 2-unit comp. Like, it's desirable here because if you build only 1 unit type, the idea is like he could just build 1 unit type and counter me. For example, if Vortex only built archers, what's to stop Byzantines from only building horsemen and javelins? Even if it was just horsemen with some sits, that would be good enough. Archers is definitely the most efficient unit. Because similar to what we were talking about on the food and wood balancing for like the racks opening, it's even better with archers. Because you're chopping a lot of wood, but you're also getting a trickle of food, as you can see up here, for all that wood cutting. Yeah, it's quite interesting for that reason. You know, I think the devs made a very intentional choice to make this Civ lean towards archers, probably out of a worry that most people, when they think about Knights Templar, they think about heavily armored knights. So people's default behavior would have been just to build the knights. So it almost feels like it was this extra little detail added in to not force, but encourage archer participation. Okay, Red, if we're going to defend this, we need blacksmiths ASAP. He does not have any blacksmith decks. This is pretty bad. Can't access the forward gold. He's delayed getting onto the back. I mean, he has got level 5 cistern, which is great if it wasn't for the fact you lost 5 workers already and your opponent has fishing. And I think Red is falling victim to the casual experience when you're against good feudal play and you aren't up to scratch on defensive. You know, right now it seems Red is more focused on bulking. What he should be focused on is techs. Stilled Arrow in particular, if you're worried about your opponent diving in soon, is valuable. Undermesh incredible here as well when you see that you're up against Knights Templar who always play archers. He doesn't have any of those techs. He still isn't even gathering gold, and while he doesn't gather gold, Vortex is getting ready with all this gold to go to age 3. Against this comp, I mean, you can do whatever you want. You know it's not a bad idea just to get better economy. Would make sense as well now that he's setting up Sanctuary. Knights Templar is pretty spooky on this map, even without the detail of the fishing. If you think about the nature of a fortress drop, because both sacred sites are linear, if you just fortress drop on your opponent's side, you block everything. Wait. Oh, that's sick! Yo, Vortex is cooking. Kingdom of Castile actually makes sense just for the aura. I don't care about the terrible Genitors. They're a bad unit. Like, they still need their attack point updated. But the AoE healing and damage on the Sacred Site. Remember, this turns Sacred Sites into Crotais. And the reason this is really smart by Vortex is look at the nature of the map. It's a push and pull. So half of the area that you guys should fight over is going to give you the buff. That's really cool. Checkout completes. I don't think the AoE is crazily big from what I remember, though. Actually, no, it's pretty good. Yeah, oh my god, yeah, it's really good. So, guys, the AoE is this big. It is full Kurotai range. So, rejuvenation coming through. And this means if Vortex is pushed back in a fight, he's going to have a huge advantage. Even bigger one coming in with the veterancies. Fishing boats are... Oh, yeah, he blocked himself for dot. So they're going to go the long way around. But Chevy's already got upgraded. Archie need a bit more time. He's baiting him out. Red, don't take the bait! Do not take the bait! He walks forward! The buff's already in. Chevalier increased damage. Archers increased damage. Veterancy just a matter of moments away. Red Darksider now with the shield wall up, chasing. But chasing slow. And I love that. Divides him. Red Darksider goes around the other side of the Sacred Site. Means that the Chevalier can re-engage. Sipahi count not very high here, as you would not expect. The Byzantines. The archer ship to assist. And Red realizes what's happened here. He took the bait. It was a mistake. Vortex now gets to run him down. Red Darksider had about a 20 military lead at the start of this fight. But now neck and neck. Quality difference is going to matter so much here. Game number 1 looks like it's about to be Vortex as he can win this fight. Red is going to rotate around the back. Now, hold on. This is actually pretty good, but a simple micro move by Vortex just shuffles past, turns to the Chevalier, and crumples the hopes of Red Darksider in game 1. Oh my god. Castile won. Do you guys realize what just happened here? The one reason that the devs clearly have not nerfed Knights Templar was because Castile sucks. Now what? Look at that. There's even Genital. The reason he's winning. The only reason. What an OP unit. Even when there's Limitane here. These guys are so bad. I think the Chevy had a bigger part to play in that. They do 6 damage only. Yes, but they have a lot of bonus damage and they only cost 120. So they would be a decent unit. The problem is their attack speed is really, really bad. Their attack point, rather, is really, really bad. So you feel like when you try to start step micro them, they just don't move. And that's why most pro players refuse to use them. It's just like, compared to all the other archer units, like the muscle memory, the mobility, whatever, it's like completely off. That unit would be awesome if they battle. I like that. You aren't wrong, but that I do love it when statements like that get made, because it's like the equivocal of me going, I could lift a car if I had more muscle. Right? Like, I could buy a mansion if I had more money. You know? I'd get more proposals if I looked better. You know? Oh dear. Then again, you get like, you know, it's sometimes it's like I was about to go like some like I'd be a hairstylist if I had more hair sort of thing. But then I realized that you guys ever noticed like that big contradiction? That's one of my favorite ones is with hairstylists. Is like sometimes the best hairstylists are the bald ones. If you guys haven't noticed that, it's almost like, you know, they done something catastrophic with their hair, and it helped them figure out how to optimize hair. Or they just appreciate it so much more because they don't have it. Speaking of a man who doesn't have much hair, it is, of course, Vortex. Returning here for game number 2, Cliffside, as the Malians, and Red Darksider. It is going to be that House of Lanny pick, the Lancastrians, to try and get him back on track to compete in this series. A powerful pick. We already saw the Knights Templar coming out and winning. Is it just going to be the rinse and repeat experience of, oh, yeah, new civ's broken, Lamau? Let's find out. Your barber's bald and you trust him. This is the thing I'm saying. Like, I don't know. It's something like, it's something about bald hairdressers. They've done something. Like, something's happened with their head. Like, it's either they experimented so much and they were like, okay, now I just need to wipe the canvas clean. So, like, okay. Or it's like they lost what was precious to them. They respect and appreciate the importance of that preciousness, and they want to make sure your preciousness is protected rightly. Now, my preciousness at the moment is these home cards. It's like opening play. It's going to be a Dark Age rush against an outpost that's not going to whiff. So I'm just busy at the moment looking at these. Guys, you seen these? Exclamation mark hero, check them out. Because I think Red Darksider might need an angel to save him from this demon. Malians for Vortex. With the outpost already being set up with the mill, I just don't know what you're going to be able to get out of this spear play. Upside, at least for Red Darksider, is, you know, building 2 spearmen is not a bad trade for him. So adding in a Rax when you want a Rax eventually anyway, and then adding in 2 spears. If you want the Rax eventually anyway, let's call this what it is. It's 160 resource. Meanwhile, your opponent has had to spend idle time of a minute building the outpost. 100 wood as well. And he has sacrificed some of his passive income by building less houses. So it's not bad. The Angel's range now? If only. I'll tell you what, though. I was just checking some of these cards. I think the Angel has the highest movement speed alongside Bone Dragon, which you'd expect. Actually, no. I'd expect Cavaliers. Oh, they're at 4. The only thing I'm curious, actually. I think this Heroes of Might and Magic trading card game is going to have a lot of expansions coming, by the way, on top of the already expansions. The reason is, you guys, like any Hom fans would have noticed this. It's not an Archangel, right? It's not a Marksman. It's like Angel and it's like an Archer. So they've intentionally given you the unupgraded forms. So I wonder if down the line there's this plan to add in a whole new layer to it. I'm excited for this card game, though. It's been a while since I felt excited for a card game. I feel like a lot of them I just don't notice or I'm not familiar with. If you guys haven't been clicking that link, make sure you do. Because I want to get him to come back again. So XMH Hero is that baby. And what's up, Multimate? Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate you. You don't know if you want the underdog to win or Lancaster to lose. This is the difficulty. Why couldn't we just kept this simple? It would have been so simple if Vortex could have just lost with Knights Templar. Because then we could have been like, Red Darksider needs to lose because he's playing that Civ. So Mansa on the way. Abiv King's coming in. He's going for an outpost rush still. In fairness to him, not a bad idea, actually. Look at the golds. This is the secondary gold for Vortex. My only issue is, does this feel a bit slow? He did intentionally go wide. There shouldn't be a worker pull. Vortex only has 3 over near the tower. That's not really enough to threaten here with 2 spearmen. Because remember, you don't have arrow slits. So if you walk the villagers over here, there's no one garrisoned to actually threaten the spears. To make matters worse, if you try to chase this Lancastrian villager down, he will run away shooting a burn. Oh my god, there it is. He pulls the rest. Okay, this will be enough to deny the outpost. I'd open my stupid mouth. I thought Vortex might just let it be. Deal with it in H2. In fairness, like, why would you let it be? You know you want a second pit mine. Forces denial twice. This is short now. I don't think Red can go again. Vortex already has the wood for an archery range. Yeah, he goes stables. I guess, well, it's only 2 spearmen, so you can just go warrior scouts instead and poke harass. Technically. That also means your current existing scout can be very useful at hunting down the worker. We'll see. He does see this, by the way. Red, I don't know if he was trying to hide this or if this is just a forfeiture tower and he knew it would be in range. But he is seen. Vortex, it's going to be shifts out again. Ah, there's no brakes on the despair train here. No, he's going to jump on in. It's another cancel. The scout has been upgraded. Now hits for 7 damage each strike. So capable of running that worker down. Red, what's going on here? He goes for the worker kill instead of the scout. Which is kind of wild, actually, guys. That means you can now lose your worker. If you at least go for the scout, he can't kill your worker. Vortex. He's thinking about it. Yeah. Good choice, Red. The boar. The boar would have been the problem there. If the spearman comes nearby, you aggro the boar, then rotate around the tree line to kill. But the second scout is already here. So that's going to be -1, just not the way that Red was hoping for. Upside for Red, he does at least have manners coming in. First one's being built, second one being prepped. It's going to be stables. Wait, an extra racks? I mean, in fairness, it's a sofa opening, so the racks definitely make sense. I don't know if you get 2 over just getting an extra mana down sooner, though. That would be my thought. Cow Ranch now coming in, so Vortex starting to inflate on that front. I'm trying to figure out, like, what can Red do to break him? Because normally, I actually quite rate House of Lancaster in this matchup for the all-in tempo with mass lords and, like, Hobbler spears. But I think too much time was probably wasted on that failed outpost. So it's not as clean right now. Like, Vortex has done something a bit funky with his build opening stables too. It's very weird to see this. When your opponent opens racks, you wouldn't be expected to open stables. But if you can make it work, it gives you map control, which is what's happened. Yeah, the fact that he's already getting Sofa out like this. I mean, Sofa are very threatening, remember. They hit for 17 damage. A unit that really does start to feel like a heavy cavalry unit these days. Another nice thing is if this eventually just turns into a Let's Go Castle instead, you now already have a good army to upgrade. Second stables now. Has Red even seen a reason to go second stables? No, he actually hasn't seen the archers. He's just kind of assuming they're going to be there because he's building spears. The comical part is, like, what would have stopped Red? Like, what would have stopped Vortex from just building his own spears? He could have just built his own spears, or he could have built Musafadi. Both work because Musafadi are cheaper than spearmen, and then Donzos, although more expensive, have a ranged attack, but they also happen to have melee armor. So yeah, I would have preferred Red to try and at least get a scout out to see things. It's just so difficult when you're up against cavalry. The risk of losing your scout's pretty high. Other concerning part here is that Red Darksider has not been inflating the Lord count. Maybe he's worried that Musafadi would be coming, but I don't think so. Like, if you were worried about Musa, you wouldn't have added in a second stables at all. Yeesh. What did I just say? Could make this terrible for Red. Vortex now going Donzos. Is Red looking for the switch into archers here? It's what most Lancaster players are looking for their 4th or 5th production building. But with 4 production buildings in and no signs of range. Playing an English Civ. Playing the Agincourt Civ and not having range units. Just let that process for a second. Let that brew. Red Darksider is going to be able to find a worker kill. No damage taken, so okay, that's good. As in, no damage you can't heal. Like, losses are the problem here. You can heal up. Vortex is going to go for a counter raid, though. They've got to get in currently. The Vortex, he's really not far off of what he needs to go castle. He's already up to 14 cow. Yeah, this many spears are not going to win this. These are heavy cav. Kills one of the scouts. That might be all he gets, though. Gets baited. I love that. He saw that Red Darksider was target firing one of the cavalry units. Because you have to. If you A-click and they do different targets, you don't really clear with that small force. So Vortex used it against him. Great little bit of micro there. And you cannot switch off for a second against Vortex. He doesn't allow for it. Man's a bully. Upsides of Red, he does at least have 3 manas. Downloadsmorespears.com is not helping him anymore, though. I know why he's doing it. The problem is he just lost a fight to cavalry, so your instinct is, we need more spears. But what's happening now is you're just getting suckered into a more and more one-dimensional comp. I even had to say it twice, so more and more. Problems with A-move, Mangonels favor Palisades. I think people will A-move less with Mangoes, though. Like, with Spears, stuff like that, a lot of the time you would just... Most people would instinctually A-move. But it can be really bad. Like, it's not too bad when you've got mass, because it's whatever, but when you're talking about, you know, a fight with between 6, 7, 8 units, that's when target firing can make more sense. When it gets bigger than that, with melee, it gets messy. Because you saw there on such a small scale, Vortex is just baiting by pulling away. But it's much easier to just predict and pull away when you can see what's being target fired. And even then, you run into the issue of, like, you know, while target firing can be good, if you don't react quickly and your opponent, like, even if your opponent isn't pulling away, sometimes your units just scramble over each other to hit it. So it is very much a situational choice, not always a go-to. But the highest level we see all the time. Like, it's actually pretty impressive when you watch the micro between two top players in Dark Age. You know, with the Spearman clash, where once upon a time it was just boring, brain dead, spear clash, A-click, A-click. Nowadays, you got to the point where people are like, oh yeah, pull that spear back. Oh yeah, now re-engage those spears there. Move them across to block out, stab. People got a lot better at understanding as well the attack speed of melee units and how to leverage that for movement in between. They were always understanding that you had to A-click, move, A-click, move. Because there's no point waiting for another attack for the attack speed difference. But the way they've started to use it positionally has been better. And oh my dick. I look away for a second. Vortex gets the dive in, takes the worker lead clearly. Red needs a response now. Because we are close to Fulani activation. The problem is, the Spearman army is completely out of position. Hey guys, like this type of strategy, you need to be up in your opponent's face right now. Grab Fulani. Now on the way. Red. He's been taken for a ride here. After the bad experiences he's had against the handful of Sofa, he's just overreacting with the spear size now. Yeoman switch is coming in. It feels like Red was expecting Feudal Age to last maybe another 2 minutes here. He's in for a rude awakening. Vortex, I mean, I guess you just double down on archers. You could technically just go Springolds. Springolds are really good on Cliffside because of the choke points. And you are up against 33 Spearmen. Third pit mine now coming up. Popular are going to be a little bit annoying at the backside, but there you go. Triple veteran CQ'd. Vortex is Kushki. Red, nice little wall. Be a big win to get these Sofa kills. Short pose even coming out. But no! He left the gap! Does Sofa get out? Oh, that worked. And for nothing, I think he got, was it three Sofa kills maybe? There's a scout and a Sofa. Okay, so 2 Sofas and a scout. The problem here is like Red, he needs to rush an age up, so White Tower should be his target point. Probably on this east side, actually. A White Tower here is big. The challenge is, will you be allowed to place it? Vortex is posturing. His army might not be as big on size, but the quality is irrefutable here. Red. Wait, did he recommit? Or was that just the gap on getting back towards deer? I feel like we should have been closer than this. He needs way too much time here. Vortex is going to come on in. Full upgrade galore. Popular sizing. Not great. Most of them are actually on the flank here, so he doesn't have anti-range to the defense. Just mass spearmen into mass archers, it feels like. I think we're starting the Donzos. Donzos that just already were going to beat Spear 1-1 in the feudal. Definitely going to win in the castle. Vortex takes the lead on military. Red. His lords are being ignored, but that's just because the spears are being erased. It's an A-click to victory. It's going to be a 2-0. Vortex. Red Darksider needed another 30 seconds for the age up. The castle age is not ready. He's still spending gold. Raids on the backside. I think he found 1 worker kill. 2. Okay, he got 2 on the back. The damage that's about to be done here is going to be much higher. A dive comes in. Yeoman forced to be wiped. And GG gets called. Curtains closed. A 2-0 victory. And that means, folks, we are going to be having Vortex versus Corvinus coming up in just a few minutes. Commiserations, Mr. Red Darksider. Not able to thread the needle against one of Age of Empires 4's finest. 1 second, just double checking something. Just trying to update my file sentence. So we are going to have those last playing in 5 minutes. So bear me one sec. Why am I not showing time and length here? What? There we go. Alright, so the boys should be drafting momentarily. You ignored my message or didn't see it yesterday. Are you watching House of Guinness? Oh, sorry, I must have missed it yesterday. No. Can't say I am. I didn't bother with House of Gucci or whatever either. Honestly, like, I have limited time for TV shows. I'm very much in the gaming instead. So I only have so much time to clear things. Like, I only recently caught up on Demon Slayer for the TV series. Looks so much like the main actor. Okay, who's the main actor in House of Guinness? This guy? Really? That looks like a bit of a stretch. Like, am I being racially profiled? Like, the only thing we got in, the true things comparatives were white and have dark hair. He has a moustache on the show. Okay. But like, but I don't have a moustache. I got a full beard. Like, dude, like, so the ones that, like, basically have been agreed upon, people go for this a lot. At least I like to hope they think of me in this phase of Colin Farrell and not so much this phase. And in fairness, like, I can see where they're going with the Colin Farrell. The other one is this. Which I also get. With a beard, of course. Dan Levy. Wait, really? That guy? Nah. Like, once again, I'm like, white guy and wears glasses. Is the one I'm seeing here. I don't know about that one. No, Scarecrow. He's not. I think he's responding to Richard Hammond, not this one. See, he looks like David Williams there. Maybe slightly from that angle. I think it's just because this guy has long hair and wears bold glasses is what's like leading to that point. Like Richard Hammond with a beard. Maybe Dan Levy with a beard, but I don't see any like beard ones. And then like the Colin Farrell one. I can kind of see where they're coming from. I've literally had Colin Farrell from a photographer as they've been taking photos. Me and him have got big foreheads. Alright, anyway. I wouldn't call a goatee and a chin strap a full beard. I mean, dude, I can literally have it attached around. I just choose not to. I don't know if this isn't a chin strap, right? I don't know. So like you're just nitpicking a beard then. That's like you meet the criteria, almost all the criteria, and because like you don't have what like this tiny piece here, because I just choose to shave it, it's not a beard. Pre-beardist, bro. Like, you know, you just comboed multiple pieces. You went like, oh yeah, you got a goatee and then you got a chin strap. And it's like, well, yeah, so you're compiling multiple pieces. At that point, you wouldn't call it a goatee and a chin strap. You call it a beard. You know? That's like, hey, look at that murder victim. There's only the arm, right? Whereas like, otherwise, they still got the arm and they've still got like the head and the chest. We're just probably going to call that a body. You know, like, oh, the body's over there. You know, like, what's with the nitpick? All right, boys should be ready to go anyway. So let's see, draft underway. Yeah, map draft. Let's get ready for the first game between Corv and Vortex. Second. Just want to send out. Oh, I haven't added the names, have I? So Vortex there, Corvinus, just updating everything. Oh, all right. Where are we at? What are we arguing on? You mean head beard means cheeks? You shave them so it's a chin strap. I mean that just sounds like an unshaven beard. To be honest with you, most people would attribute a beard to be like, you know, goes all the way along the face, but it doesn't need to be full. So you can maybe argue because I cut this, but like most people just still call that a beard. Oh no, what does Emma want? Is my son sleeping? Okay. Gotta be really quiet, chat. Ezra's not feeling well. Shh. Alright, draft underway though. What we got coming through? So Vortex. One sec. Just like OCDing the placement of things here. By the way, guys, what we should have today is we'll look to have this series. Then we should have Voldemar versus Tiger. Wham and Louis, I believe, is going to probably not happen today, but we'll see. I'm certain, though, that like the top semifinals is probably going to be on Thursday. Because Dumu's probably going to get a default against GUA, and Voldemar versus Tiger isn't until 7 p.m. my time when Dumu will be sleeping. So they'll have to play their quarterfinals on Wednesday. At that point, I'll be like, well, semifinals can play on the Thursday then. Oh. By the way, guys, reminder while we wait for the boys to get into lobby. When you see those links pop up, be sure to check them out. Gotta talk about our sponsors. Reminder, we are doing the Heroes of Might and Magic trading card game campaign. If you guys want to check that out, !Heroes, go across there. They have got early pledges now where you can save some money on getting your hands on some amazing cards. And then on top of that, always be sure to check out PC Specialists, who are with us, sponsoring us throughout all of 2025. That's how much they believe in you guys. Christmas is the perfect time to treat yourself to a PC. The kids, they don't need toys. Give them rocks. Give them boxes. You know what? Like, I could probably have went and bought a new PC, and my son would be happy playing with a PC box. So why don't you use my genius there and treat yourself this Christmas with a PC from PC Specialist. But yeah, !PCS for that. And if you use code PIGEON, you will get 40 quid off. Actually, I need to double check that. I think it's Pigeon 40 now. So let me double check that. It should be Pigeon 40. So I'll update the Nightbot command because it's drunk. Let's have a look. Promo code Pigeon. Yeah, it's Pigeon 40 now, chat. So it's been updated. Nice. All right, let me update that command then. That timer is a bit drunk. Perfect. Yeah, I'm hoping we're going to have a lot more signups next week as well, by the way. I think our signups this week were a little bit light. Because some people wanted to break with the end of like the ST tournament. Other people, of course, were competing and weren't going to play. Anatan, for example, would normally be playing. But he was hyper-fixated on that weekend. Same with... Well, Vortex did sign up this week. Like, that was the weird thing. Anatan technically could have signed up, played his round of 32, but maybe he just felt like he needed a break afterwards. But considering how light the week was on signups, we still have quite a few known names. I mean, the quality of quarterfinals isn't too bad here. You know, Dimu versus possibly Voldemar, unless Tiger's got some flex to play there. Louis versus Jiff. If you guys didn't catch that, those are the games of the day so far. Game number 1 in particular. Oh, you're always looking for the brilliant showcase of a new map, and that might be the one. Like, it was so good. So good. All right, but looks like the boys are in game. Let's get ready to go. Oh. It's HRE game 1. How interesting. It's time to find out if map creator buff is a real thing. We are about to enter a best of 5 featuring Corvinus and Vortex. Vortex on paper the favored, but Corvinus made this map. Not just that. He's got Knights Templar. One and all. Welcome back to the channel. It is time for Sixfold Crossing, created by the minds of Corvinus and Kaivaryu. We are indeed live into this series, which means we need to get some predictions up on screen. The next person who asked that, I'm going to beat with a stick. HRE for Vortex is an interesting one, though. I feel like this is his anchored solution to a lot of quirky or different maps all the time. Robust Civ and one that can be reliable. But Knights Templar makes a lot of sense here. We're talking about a map where you've got fishing available. But what's key here is Corvinus needs to resist the temptation. He can't be Schmeagol here. He needs to be more of a Sam than a Schmeagol or a Frodo. Because if you go for fishing, you will die to HRE. Oh yeah, it's not that macabre. It's like, we keep having this discussion about, like, if people haven't seen the game, it shouldn't even matter if it's live. Other than for the Gambaholics. A lot of people, like, you know, if it's from a recording, they'll turn their nose up at it. I'm like, if you haven't seen the game, you could be missing something epic anyway. So, Corv, he has resisted temptation. It will just be a fast age up. Vortex with the spin and play. A little bit awkward now, especially if Corvinus goes into the Hospitalaire instead of the French. Gamba is why you're asking. I knew it, you filthy Gamba. 200k birdseed? Good lord. All right, you know what you do? You bang that all on Corvinus. Because it's, you know, it's Knights Templar. How could they not win, Kappa? It's tricky. Corv has been brewing in the pot of what he thinks works on this map, but, you know, similar to when we talk about game developers, like, not even if you just made the map, doesn't mean you know everything that works inside and out. Vortex did stop a free spinman. Nice thing about this for Corvinus, it already gives him a reason to build archers, and if you've played Knights Templar, you know one thing for sure. You are always looking for a reason to build archers. The dream. He has at least harassed him off the goal, but it's not going to matter. It is indeed Hospitalaire. So reminder, folks, the Hospitalaire, it is going to give you extra movement speed and health on your workers. It is also going to increase the sourceable healing as well as give you mini wheelbarrow. The healing, not so important. Now, it can be important later when you go into castle if you want to build into your knights, because then it allows you to heal them up, rejuvenate them much quicker. The very big ones, the most important ones by far, the generic, always useful one, movement speed. The health is kind of crazy though, because it means that your villages are as tanky as Order of the Dragon villages. You should compete in S-tier tournaments? I mean, that's what Avali tried. He basically just kept making the maps, and he's like, aha, I created these, I know best. We don't talk about the results. Arkan Chapel now coming through. Interesting. Vortex, he had to choose. He couldn't get both the gold and the deer, although I maybe refute that. I think if you pulled this back one, and then you shove the deer in slightly, you could have dropped a mill here and buffed deer as well as gold, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe he just didn't get the tape measure out. I mean, it's very hard to get the tape measure in that moment. You know, for us, it's easy. We're spectating, we're casting. The early game is vibing real slow. We're just looking and like, yeah, just let me just measure the distance. Yeah, we could have. But for him, he's got different things to do. You know, he's setting up the dock in the center. He's still harassing with the spearman. Body block's coming through, which is using a lot of his APM. And it is sick, Vortex. I don't think it's going to be good enough, though. No, Corvinus will bank the goods. But that was impressive how close that was. With Dark Age Spearman as well. And guys, that is not easy to do because remember, the Hospitalaire, the extra health, movement speed, they both affect Pilgrims. If that had been a Chevalier opening, the French opening, he probably would have lost that Pilgrim. Spearman now going to get chased away with the archers. Tech up complete. Vortex looking for the archer ship, and this is a punt. Corvinus, the timing doesn't align. No, he only has 5 seconds. Danger's about to come out, even with the extra HP against a galley. This should not work. No, and the villagers, they have to scramble away. Outpost incomplete. Archers will dive in looking for the worker kill, which is more realistic here. Yeah, okay, so this archer will be able to chase this, surely. The scout's clubbing him low, so that will be a worker kill, because remember, the galleys are terrible at shooting at units running away from them. Does get a worker kill, which pads the issue of all that walking, in fairness. And wait, is this 2TC? Are we getting 2TC? Because there's two possibilities. You're either 2TC or you're Fortress Drop. And if you're Fortress Drop, you are drunk and we are cutting you off at the bar. I don't know if you can get this quick enough, though. The galley's coming in as well. Oh my god, it's all going wrong. The extra health may be the clutcher here. But it looks like... No, he's clutching at Pulse! The RNG of those shots! A double kill. Corvinus now down by 6. He does not have enough stone to build a second town center. Oh, man. Vortex is about to deep fry this bird's ass. Has to buy the stone in the end. I've heard of deep fried chicken, but we might be able to get deep fried raven here if Corvinus is not very careful. Good spawn for this, though. Gets the gold, the deer, and the wood. But a lot of catching up to do. Aachen for your opponent. A 7-worker lead. Some of that, of course, fishing, but still feeling oh so good for Vortex. And this map is called Sixfold Crossing on the mod store. But I've threatened Cavallo already. He's going to have to rename it Hourglass, because this is Hourglass. That's true. We should call it Hourglass _2. It's like Dust 2. Caillou's not escaping this. We're forcing his hands. You know what the depressing part for him is? He created the original Hourglass. So he's going to have to kill his map so that his new child can live. The deepest and darkest choice. And I'm deeply happy about it. So Vortex Fast Castle. Are we getting Burgrave? Burgrave is very good for punching 2TC. As long as you have the food for it, and in fairness, he does. Yeah, he's not going to exhaust the deer too fast. He's got the fishing on top. Regnitz, yeah, Regnitz does just feel like a free win, though. I think from Vortex's POV, there's no rush to end this game now. He's in a very good position. Yes, he knows it's 2TC. Yes, you probably could have just killed your opponent gradually with the men-at-arm spam. But when you have this much map control for free, and you know you're going to keep it because it's 2TC and your opponent doesn't have Chevalier, because he didn't choose French Commandery, it makes a lot of sense just to go for your bread. Corv about to get the bad news. I don't know, does he see this as bad news or good news? It's good and bad news. Look at that, positive spin. So, yes, your opponent's going Regnants, and he can try to hoover up all the relics. But it means you now know that and can try to intercept. Vortex does not have many units. And by many, I mean he has a single spearman and an archer ship. So you could add in a few horsemen to try and deny. This is painful, though. Please. Yes, they might be inaccurate, but not when they're that close. Two TCKT isn't that bad. You can offset a lot of the food cost by chopping wood. Sure, but saying it's good is a stretch. As a default choice, it's very rarely done over aggro, because remember what we talked about. The difference with 2 TC at the highest level these days is with most civs it has to be earned, and has been that way for a while. Even the English King 2 TC build, if you think about it, it's earned. The King pressures and forces reactions that earn you the play. Going it naked, not so good. Going it from behind is playing catch-up, not getting ahead. Corv, Angevin Empire now on the way. Now, what's cool about this, guys, is the Angevin Empire, if you guys remember, it has something subtle in it. If you have a look here. Okay, for some reason it doesn't show here. There is an effect when in range of docks and forts with this choice that increases the health of the spearmen. You guys know that? It's like weird that it's not listed there, actually. But it means that when you're fighting near them, you can just buff yourself up. Because like what it says is like fortress and docks gain 30% health. But it gives, I think it's 15% more health to spearmen nearby. So if you dock drop and move up with them, you can actually get more chunky spearmen. Oof. Corv getting chunked down here. Vortex gets a break in. There's no spearman. There's one knight versus a TC. 4 ranged armor. He doesn't die too quick either, but isn't going to hang around to allow for it. Easy now. He's straight up into crossbows, but the problem now for Corvinus, clock's not on his side. What's to stop Vortex just fast imping? At which point your 2 TC is irrelevant. Look at the eco. It looks like Vortex is going for a fast imp. Love the way he used the central dock to garrison the first relic, just for efficiency's sake. Now 2 more on the way home. Soon to be the 3rd as well. Third final one that hasn't been banked already. So 5 relic game for HRE. Not just realistic, but almost inevitable. You wish there were more creative 2v2 maps? Yeah, but like the incentives aren't there for map creators to do that because there's not many 2v2 tournaments. So if you're a map creator, you know, people can't really play your map unless they go and do custom games. Most team players are just gonna like queue on the ladder, right? Now you might go, okay, KP, but this is on you and the tournament organizers. Change across, make team tournaments. I've been over why I won't do it. So I'd love to be in a position where I could help get the maps to where they need to be. But the problem is you need to obviously set up that map pool. That's fine. The bigger problem is I don't want to deal with the technical hoo-ha. No one does. It's a nightmare. I remember talking to Lidicor about this a few years back. Remember Lidicor, he ran, like, on launch, he ran one of the bigger team tournaments that happened. He hated it. Like, the thing he hated about it was the risk of a crash, right? Because you did a 3v3 tournament, so you could just have someone crash. The probability of, like, a crash occurring was 3 times higher, technically, than a 1v1. That's a disaster as a tournament organizer. So, yeah. Maybe when we get a reconnect tool, we can, like, explore it. For the time being, to encourage, like, more team people to be involved in the modding section or whatever, I would say you need to go in the direction of, like, add in a bunch of cool modes. Survival modes, different modes. You had, like, that one where, like, what, you just keep spamming one unit from your base. That's different, and it gets people to play in that environment. Anyway, Sprills coming in from Corvinus is a pretty cool idea here. If it wasn't for the fact that Vortex hasn't added in much melee. What surprises me is that Vortex didn't just read, though. I thought he just rushed an A-drop off the back of this. He put it all back into military. Yeah, so he's showing a lot of respect to the spearmen. I mean, what was Corvinus expecting? I guess from Corvinus' POV, when he goes Angevin Spears, it makes way too much sense for Vortex to go for the Men-at-Arms. But he's resisting. Spearmen are going to march in. Looking for the burn down. Springle ship is going to be produced, but that's going to be rough against the Springles on land. Knights are trying to deal with that though. Springles will go for their shots against crossbows. It's not a bad exchange for them. It's just not the bonus damage coming to the equation. A heavy spearman line. It's still enough crossbowmen to insta-snipe them one by one. Knights now with the jump in. Springle ship comes out as well. The villagers for some reason are here for the party. But it is going to be a bloody masquerade for Corvinus. Siege gets taken out. Melee mass gets taken out. Everything gets taken out back and shot here. Expensive loss for Corv. Really not much gained out of that. He may be 2 TC, but he has other issues to answer. Farms are coming in, yes, but Vortex is already looking a lot more healthy. 13 farms, Ahan farms online compared to just soon to be 8, maybe 9. Vortex. Now crossbow mass, problematic. Corvinus steers now into the mangonel to try and make him feel safe. Now this is getting tough. I mean, we have like interesting ideas that we've wanted to pitch in the past of like tournaments we want to do. We talk about the Creator Cup a lot. That I'd love to do, but there's also, you know, another one that I was like theory crafted before was a tournament where you have a bidding system. You know, you have a budget that you can use to buy picks and bans in a series, but you only get so much money reallocation per day and whatnot. So you have to be very strategic, and things get really wild as the tournament goes on because every day we'd have someone who would take the pick rates and ban rates of civs and either inflate or deflate the cost of those civs. But that once again requires like good funding to get everyone on board because it's kind of a cluster duck to get your brain around. And then I would have to have someone doing the maths on the back end each day. So extra staffing. Like, yeah, there's loads of different like ideas. Like if I had the money tomorrow, trust me, I'd be doing a lot of funky creative things with Age of Empires. That's why we've got to keep growing, guys. Race for that #1 spot. If we get there, boom. All of a sudden, Creator Cup twice a year. Fortress drop now coming in from Corv. Could this get him back in the game? It's not good for the Pilgrim situation. He can't reach a site. He can't even try right now. Double Sacred Site locked in by Vortex. I love the fact now that he recommitted. I mean, it looked like Imperial would have been free. But it's just constricted Corvinus. Knights now with a dive in. Mangonel Snipe's going to be there. Second one gets blocked by his own Spearman. A double kill there. The villagers trying to rush up the infrastructure, but the crossbowmen are sniping them down. Angevin Spears jump in to try and make it messy. Vortex still sniping a lot of the workers, though. Corvinus only a handful left working at, I think, 7. Pulls more. So it's going to be about 15 working, 22 actually in total. So castle drop is successful. But this hasn't got him anywhere else. It's just stopped Vortex getting into his base. The Sacred Site timer is still ticking. More outposts being set up. Vortex now also getting trebuchets, which is going to become a burden on Corvinus' economy. Now, Corv did get another benefit from this, guys. Look at those spearmen. They're a little bit more chunky now. Now, this is what I was talking about with the Angevin Spears. They get more HP when they are near fortresses and docks. So that's going to make him a bit more bulky for these engagements. We are getting mangoes in the meantime. A good answer to the crossbows. A little bit difficult against HRE crossbows because they move fast. I just realized we need more African civs in the game so that when I say move faster, we can make move faster jokes. What's up, Aaron Paul? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, bud. Like, hey, guys, why do you think Sofa are broken in Imperial Age? Because they make you all move faster. I'll see myself out. Double trap. Corvinus is in quite the pickle here. He's not ready to break out. He doesn't have the stone to repair this. Got a mistake of execution. It's buying time for him to get into siege, but Vortex, look at the answer to that siege in the Horseman. He's got a lot of ponies coming, actually. Could have easily just chosen Imp instead, but he's committed to the Sacred Site win condition now. Is there a better plan for KT here? H1 spears and a feudal all-in, maybe? Meh. You don't win a spear off against HRE there, right? Not unless you outplay him. And it's very hard to outplay HRE spears. For a start, in the Dark Age, they've got a buffed economy already. But the other thing is their spearmen are already faster. So they can move away from bad fights. And they can chase you when you take a bad trade. I think for Corv, like, the idea is intriguing to try and deny the boat play. He was just a little bit too late on his outpost timing. That's what screwed him. Now Mango's wheeling up. But he's in for a rude awakening. Corvinus does at least see the ponies. Backs off early. Spearmen are going to jump out. Heavily outnumbered, though. And when the fortress goes down, they're going to lose that extra HP buff. Extra 20 HP is going to be missing. He's trying to get a Spearman wave that will hold off better against the crossbow, but the Mango's already getting sniped. Only one remains. Nothing remains of the Templar here, though. We found the holiest order, and it is indeed the HRE. Wee little bit of a stomping in there. Yeah, clean execution by Vortex. I don't know if I really call that an uploadable game. Felt like he was in control from a very early point. I like the ideas that Vortex was cooking with, though. Like, there's some really good things in there he attempted. Civ advantage versus skill advantage makes it more even. I don't think it's like as clear of a Civ advantage as people think with Knights Templar there, though, against HRE. If this was like a standard fishing map, then yes. But it's not a standard fishing map. It's much riskier than that because it's central fish. It's like saying that, you know, Knights Templar versus HRE and Cauldron. Are you going to favor KT there, or are you going to favor HRE? Or like English versus Knights Templar is a better one, actually. Are you going to favor English there or Knights Templar? English can deny your fishing play entirely on that map. So like that different dynamics. If that had been docks near your base, then I think you say, yeah, whatever, Knights Templar get fishing online so quickly, they don't care. It takes so much longer with that style of map. The Sacred Sites are no good for pilgrims. The Sacred Sites are good for pilgrims, but you have to have map control. That's why I'd say there. So opening is crucial there. For Knights Templar to be OP or look good there, like, they need to have good pressure control. And sorry, I was on BO3. This is BO5, by the way. So we've got at least 2 more games. But the picks are coming in. Let's have a look at see where the boys have gone. Delhi versus Rus. So Gorge? I would assume Gorge with those picks. Let me double check that map selection. Yeah. Gorge would make sense. There's an off chance that we're looking at maybe a cliffside game, but I feel like Rus. Actually, no. Is this a Rus pick for Corvinus makes less sense. If it was Rus for Vortex, I would actually expect cliffside. It's Gorge. I know my maps. I know my boys. Let's flip this, get ready to go. The last time I remember watching this player involved in a Delhi game, it was him castle rushing his opponent's base. Shoe on the other foot, though, as this time around it's Vortex of the Delhi. Corvinus could feel that punishment with the Rus pick, if we get that far. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Rus for Corvinus in game number 2. A very powerful pick here on Gorge. I actually think that this is one of the maps where Rus have kept a lot of their value. And the reason is these double scout openers. Look at the split on the map. This is crafty. This is beautiful. When you play Roost on this map, it's very easy to get 75% of the sheep because you can intercept your opponent. Vortex had the cool idea of cutting deeper to not be seen. But now when he runs back, he's going to be cut off and miss out. Like, if anything, actually, like, it might have been worth Vortex gambling going to the other side of the map. But it would have been a long rotation as he would have had to have avoided the TC all the way around. This is impressive. You know, if you were talking Lepony or Dry Arabia, yes, Roost would get a sheep advantage, but actually, Delhi would be a lot more competitive on those maps with their sheep timing, because one of their big edges is these Muslim civs, because they eat the berries at the start, they don't have to come home with their sheep. So the scout stays out longer, they get more sheep. This map, though, due to the linearity, it's very hard to snatch anything away. So Vortex, it's going to be 12 sheep. Corvinus already up at 13. But now I think there was nothing left here. There should be like another 5 sheep down here. So 2, 4. Maybe that's it. Yeah, you see why Roost gets a very organic advantage here, though. Where they might be disadvantaged, though, is this map is phenomenal for Delhi due to sacred sites. Yeah, it used to be a bit touch and go. If you guys remember, there used to be, I think even Standard Gorge rather stopped doing this now. You had this off chance of the spawn split having a sacred site really close to each player's base. And that was kind of bad for Delhi. In the Tower of Victory meta, it wasn't too bad. But the Dome of Faith meta, which is more tempo-based, you kind of lost a step. But you don't ever have to worry about that here because of the balance. Like, I'm pretty sure EGC Gorge is impossible for it to spawn in a straight line on the minimap. As in diagonally. It always spawns... Actually, this is diagonal, isn't it? Instead of it spawning vertical, it always spawns diagonally. All right, predictions up. Get those predictions in. Wait, what? If at first you don't 2TC, 2TC again? No, this isn't 2TC. He's not doing it on the stone. Is this super fast castle? What is Corvinus up to? What a wild game this is about to be. I mean, you kind of come to expect that. When you get into Corvinus games, it's very rarely a linear experience. He's kind of renowned for being different off the cuff. Okay, this is cool. I'm curious to see how he's going to play this one out. When was the last time we saw a good Kremlin build? I feel like it's been a while since we last saw it work. So I think we're 30 seconds out from live. Stable's coming in from Vortex. And Corv. Yay. He's just a deer shove. Vortex. I didn't see it. Yo, is deer shoving back? This shouldn't be. It's very hard to do this now. Remember, they over doubled the wait time between deer moving when you try to push them, which pretty much killed deer shoving, as most players, when they see it, they're just able to kill the deer off before you get them in. But here's the difference. Vortex didn't see it. Scouts now going to aggro over. Vortex is going to come in to try and lane the deer. Triple scout following him. He will shoot them down, but I mean, this is pretty close to the Kremlin. Maybe not close enough. Corv will look to cut off the scout. If you can get just one more hit, that will be a kill. As in from the back, because his side is guaranteed. He needs a body block, sort of, though. And, ooh, Vortex. Are you kidding me? I don't know. I think he's going to turn a little and get hit. There you go. That gives over 2 sheep as well. So Vortex with 13 sheep. Corvinus with 14. He's just going to lane the deer now. I guess he's going to anchor his economy here. Walling this is pretty difficult, though. But that was cool, man. Oh, sorry, no, he did Pro Scout. I was so distracted by that. So it was Pro Scouts after all. Just with Kremlin. How peculiar. I don't know, like, chat, check with me, because I was so distracted by the amazing deer shove. He did have it queued when he was deer shoving, right? I think he did. Because what I was wondering is, if he could have just got the 1 deer stat back, does he just completely ignore Pro Scouts? By using patrol, he beat the direction nerf of deer. Maybe? It's not that. It's more the placement. So he had 3 scouts. If you have 3 scouts, you create a concave. That's always been the most efficient way of shoving deer. Before the deer nerf, you could technically deer shove with 1 or 2. But after the deer nerf, because of the sporadic behavior, it became much, much harder. You can still deer shove quite reliably with 3. It's just you have to wait a very long time. Because remember, if you have 3, like I have the deer here, I just funnel them in, and then I create a V. And that way, I'm pushing them in one direction guaranteed due to the aggro patterns. Okay, dude. I am in the past. What is going on? The year is 2021. Actually, no, this is like 2022 meta, maybe. At release, it was Golden Gate, wasn't it? But we have Kremlin into Abbey of Trinity. And then we're doing what? Sky Tower? Corvinus. Always looking to be different. The eccentric pro gamer. I can respect it. I feel the same a lot of the time. You know, boring doing what everyone else is doing. Do something different. To rush castle with pro scouts when 3 sacred sites are captured, though, is quite the ballsy statement. Could be one that gets him killed. Tries to grab the deer on the side. Will not get far with it, though. Vortex is doing a good job of staving off extra food sources coming in, so it's pro scouts for 1 deer stack. Corvinus now just queuing up the warrior monks. It is going to be archery range alongside it, plus the racks as well. Okay, so spear horse archer here. In fairness, Abbey of Trinity has some pretty cool text in it that gets ignored. So one really big one is the fervor, which gives you more range on the monk buff when they attack, and also increases the damage increase by 50%. So you, instead of getting +2 on all units, you get +3. The other really cool thing that's quite often slept on here is for tempo, this is phenomenal. You only pay 120 resources for your monks instead of 240 resources. Does he have a hard time against warrior monks? Yeah, but you should be able to pump out a lot more Ghazi, unless Corvinus does like a triple monastery drop, which initially is very expensive, because the monasteries cost 200 woody. Yeah, like, the cost, sure. 120 versus a 140 cost. Warrior monks take a dump on Ghazi. Because they only have 1 less damage, but they have a lot more health. It's a bit more even when they get veterancy, though. But yeah, like, there's slightly quicker attack speed on these guys. Sadly, they can't buff themselves is the problem, though. And yes, all warrior monks are discounted. About 3 major patches ago, I think it was, they changed the Abbey of Trinity so that instead of it just being discounted on it, it now discounts the cost of warrior monks from all buildings. So if you build 5 monasteries, all the warrior monks are going to be 50% off. Exactly. It shouldn't even say that. Okay, it doesn't say that. It should say that. They made this change, I think, last year. And it hasn't really been seen much because the high trade house has still been way too good. Speaking of houses, House of Learning from Vortex. Just the usual, nothing crazy here. No return to combat of defenders. Triple Sacred Site timer now down to 7 minutes. Oh, he's going for the Men-at-Arms wave. I mean, this is pretty effective. This strategy is pretty much what he done against Lash. Earlier this week, he had that best of 3 that he won on Golden Heights by going mass warrior monk, mass Men-at-Arms. It's super effective for the buff up. And that's what he's targeting. There you go. Fervor just got queued, so it is going to be the increased range as well as damage. So he's going to buff all the army easily. And this is a cool army to buff. Archers plus Men-at-Arms. So archers will get +3 bonus damage, as will the Men-at-Arms. And the armor on these Men-at-Arms is like half of what you get from Armorclad with that buff. This is a cool strat. We've got crossbows added in as well. That's a good idea. Because as cool as this strat is from Corvinus, against this Civ, it has a critical weakness. elephants. We don't have any yet, but if Vortex just adds in 2 elephants, men-at-arms, archers, warrior monks, losers. So I like that he's padding himself, and it's going to be useful against lancers anyway. He runs this comp in FFAs all the time. I mean, sure, but a lot of people run, you know, Ottoman's 20 Great Bombard in free-for-all all the time. They don't then go and do... Actually, they probably do. They 1v1s and lose. So the question is whether this free-for-all strat can work outside of that environment. Corvinus gets the buff. Look at that. 11 damage on archers. Men-at-arms, 15 damage. Guys, this is honed blades. This is just honed blades with 1 touch. Now, what he needs is duration. That's now kicking in. Divine Light adds another 10 seconds into the buff duration. Time definitely not on Corvinus' side, though. The Sacred Site timing down to 5 minutes. He also did lose the Relic game. Vortex with a triple Relic grab due to the map control. Yeah, that's pretty depressing as well. You went fast castle with Abbey of Trinity and you lost the Relic game. That's not a good look. In fact, last time we saw Corvinus do the strat, I believe he got 4 of the 5 relics on Golden Heights. Definitely a bit of a rough one for him. Vortex. His army's getting ready to go in, but good luck. Remember the Kremlin, it has all the upgrades, which includes Castle Watch. Castle Watch, remember, is the one that gives more... Oh, sorry, no. Is it Castle Watch the one with more vision? Yes, and Castle Turret's the one with more damage. So he's got a 50% increased vision on the building. Hence how he sees everything. Yeah, so those raids are just not going to connect. Such an underrated tech. We used to see it all the time for Rus when they would set up wooden fortresses and just use it for map control. It only costs, I think it was 50 stone. Castle Turrets is pretty good as well. Only 75 stone. But wait, he pulled the gremlins. Oh no, dude, he got baited! He pulled them for the defense, but Vortex didn't go in. But... Wait. Warrior Monks plus Gremlins? Remember, they changed Gremlins. They no longer expire. They just lose HP over time. If you mass healer, boys, this is no longer a liability. It's just a cheap army. Yeah, levies the militia, so 55 food, so you end up spending, what, 27.5 food for a mini spearman. Oh, that's sick. That's actually sick. Have we found a way to make gremlins work? Maybe. Archie is sniping them down now. Corvinus charging in. The buff activates. The militia more tanky now. Archie from the backside just trying to deal with the enemy archers so they can keep on pushing here. But maybe, just maybe, it's a little bit futile. The Sacred Site timer was reset, so Vortex doesn't have that ticking time bomb anymore. And he is outnumbered currently. A lot of his army count is scholars, a third of it in fact. So Corvinus, numbers are on his side. Gremlins, however, Gremlins not really getting as much done as he'd like. They were a good distraction. They get him a lot of map push. But now it's a push back! The cavalry in waiting! They ignore the men-at-arms! A complete bypass onto the back line. Vortex, the tempered beast, waiting for this moment. It's a mass Ghazi Lancer dive. Archers assisting as well. They're just taking out the crossbow, but not quite enough to one-hit kill. But it's not going to matter. It looks like a kill. Corvinus barely holding on at this point. The men-at-arms can now be turned and burned. And Vortex has a true military advantage, even with 20 of his military being scholars. The idea was so cool from Corvinus. The Gremlins, they were meant to be a disaster, turning into this wacky strategy of full Uber heal. Imagine this in a team environment, actually, with mass Gremlins. That would be pretty sick for a timing. Maybe like Ayyubids Dervish. And a 1v1, maybe just a little bit too much for the Warrior Monks to keep up with. Vortex Now just going to temper himself, pulls away. He's got triple Sacred Sight. He's got castle drops. Village Fortresses is on the way in. And he could easily start buying the food for Imperial Age. I mean, despite a really cool strategy for the Rus, I think this one might be over. I still can't believe that. That's not how that's meant to work. The gremlins are just meant to eventually die. Well, not die, but like be on death's door. Oh, good news is, best of 5, so if Core falls here, we still get more entertainment like this. But folks, it is starting to look like a grim tale. Palace of the Sultan now on the way. And the keep drop. Well, we've seen this. Wait, it's not quite in the base, but didn't we start this game by saying that Corvinus has a history of the castle drops into Siege? Well, shoe on the other foot. They'll play up that way again. So castle drop, Wi-Fi activation, Siege Workshop drop, and Trebs now to delete all the infrastructure. You find Corvinus better in FFA, you think? I mean, if he spends all his time in FFA, that's kind of to be expected. That is usually how that works. Cool. Just playing pocket food to pocket food. Wooden Fortress. Corvinus says, I ain't done yet. I don't know. Like, this might be one of those cut him off at the bar moments. Abbey is good. The problem is, like, the idea of these landmarks being good is they sometimes just have to be ridiculous, because otherwise people will take the safety wagon instead. You know, yeah, you could have what Abbey does here, or you could have High Trader House giving you 100 plus more gold per minute and 350 food per minute. Because remember, it keeps spawning deer for you to gather from. That's a lot safer, a lot more reliable, especially when you consider that the thing that kills most players at the pro level right now is farm transitions. It's the hardest thing to find. So for like Rus, that offsets their farm transition timing by 3-4 minutes as the game goes on. It's just too good of a landmark. The thing I said before is, like, if anything, High Trade House needs to be refought. Nice touch with Warrior Moms there. Just look at the range on the buff. Lasts a while, but not good enough to dive a keep. A bombard now in place. The siege begins. Sacred Site timer approaching the 5-minute mark. Could get an easy decap. Corvinus, this isn't exactly what I'd call sneaky. That's one way to show it. Hey, I see you. Just in case you didn't know, this is a scout. Vortex backs the army up. He's waiting for those elite decks. Archery is just 15 seconds out. And it is going to be more elephants following up, courtesy of the Palace of the Sultan. Upgrades also on the way. Armored Beast 2 minutes out. Corvinus needs this threat removed. He jumps on top of the landmark. That is going to force Vortex to respond. And the elite archer upgrade comes in at the perfect moment. Reminder, I mean, you don't have good answers to a tower elephant here. No. You have no anti-ranged, anti-cav. It's just anti-life here. Corvinus has lost all of the front line. This is over. A cool game. A cool build in theory, but it will stay cool only in our minds. In execution, it falls short of Delhi dominance. We take High Trade House over all other Castle Age landmarks from all civs. Not maybe all, but quite a few. Like, High Trade House is probably like, what, top 6, top 8 castle landmarks, maybe? That was cool for a moment with the healing, though. Back in the day, Corvinus discovered Abbas's if you queue the Abbas's spear range upgrade more. But yeah, but like that was a extreme bug that needed to be fixed, you know? I think he also learned, like, after that got revealed, sometimes it's better to be quiet about those type of things. Because in those days, updates weren't happening regularly enough. Like, it was just bad. It was toxic. It's a hard choice as well. If you're trying to be a content creator, like, you want to make content on that type of stuff because, like, all the clicks. But if you do it, now everyone's, like, looking at it. Everyone knows about it. Like, you become part of the problem. You know what I mean? That's why, like, we've discovered bugs before, and I probably could have milked 3, 4, 5, 6,000 views plus on YouTube. But, like, I know the damage it would do to ladder. So I just hold off for the betterment of the game. For better or worse. Alright. We got a sec for some push-ups, I guess. Is push-up cam in the right place? I think it got knocked around. It definitely got knocked around. So, I don't know if push-up cam... And my floor is really dirty. I've not cleared up in here in a while. Dude, I haven't even got room. I don't even know if I can do the push-ups. 1. Oh wait, it's in here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, that hurt my foot weirdly enough. Oh. Is Emma back? Because my son is awake, which is a problem. Chonky boy? Whoa! Are you fat shaming me? Fat shaming a pigeon? Oh yeah, the early days would be like, yeah, I'm posting this so the devs change it. It's like, no, it wasn't. You're just farming gold on Reddit. Alright guys, just need to quickly check if Emma's home. Because otherwise I'm going to have a guest. Okay, let's get ready to go. Get predictions up. Thank you. Oh, we need to flip the score, don't we? His creativity has not led him to victory so far, but I so badly want to see it work here. Game 3, Corvinus has Byzantines, but he has to deal with the House of Els. More like W's, they always seem to win. Vortex with House of Lancaster could end this cleanly without dropping a single game. Meanwhile, Corvinus' Byzantines is all that stands in the way. You've got S-tier Civ versus A-tier Civ. Fairness, it's barely A-tier. And what I mean by that is Byzantines aren't far off of being le S. What keyboard is KB using? Doesn't matter. Don't focus on that. We should have a new keyboard coming soon, actually. In hot pink. But yeah, Byzantines, like, I think after Lancaster gets appropriately nerfed, and hopefully China as well, Byzantines will be the next problem, for sure. Byzantines is incredibly powerful. Vortex. Early spin rush, always effective, up against Byzantines. Remember, we're going to slow this down to 2xp because we just want to get up to live. So we're like 30 seconds out. This is a horrible spawn for Corvinus. Are you kidding me? Look at it. Berries and gold like this? Oy, oy, oy. Say it ain't so. What do you do against this? You have one pull of Akratoi. If you misuse it, you're in trouble. He has been gathering the berries already, though, so we know it's a Hippodrome build. You know what's crazy? I've seen Hippodrome lose multiple times to Lancaster Hobbler. Just let that sink in. Horsemen that already have high damage and high health, getting +4 damage and still losing the Hobbler. That's scary, man. I think you have to execute this so well as Biz. Vortex has said himself that he thinks Lancaster is, like, it's just ban-worthy. And if he had more bans, he would ban it. It's the only reason he doesn't. Isn't going to be an outpost rush, but that's to be expected. Vortex, because he sees the berry being gathered, it doesn't make sense to outpost this now. And Hippodrome is on the way. So Corv, just looking to get enough oil together to get the longbow timing. In fairness, looks like he should be able to. The spearmen aren't really aggressing as much as you'd like to see here. Yeah, I think they're worried about the shift pull. Vortex is probably looking at other things as he shifts his workers around. Abbey of Kings, now on the way with 5. Wood gathering, 5 on it, so should have a good timing here. Isn't rushing the mana. He's just looking for the opening pressure. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Vortex prioritizes like a second lord here. Has to be a bit careful about it because like the horsemen can kite you out and kill your lords over time. It's not a quick kill though. Vortex. Stone now moved on to. So he didn't... Okay, so I thought he was actually going to go for timing into like a stables or something first. So he's just going to unlock his economy. Which makes sense. Byzantines haven't been inflating the system levels, so you can beat their economy with just a few in the manas. Alright, how did you guys predict? Are there any Corvinus believers today? That's not bad. Considering Vortex is 2-0 up, seeing 20% for Corvinus is respectable. Can't protect your water system levels. Biz is A, not S. I think, like, at that point, they're low A, not high A. Is a better way of thinking about it, maybe. Maybe, actually, if you're going to get systems online, then actually, like, the high B. So what I mean by that, you know, I think people's tier lists are done in a really weird way that I don't agree with. I'm a big believer that, like, oh, dude, no, come on. It's a Corvinus game. He's looking for the mercs. And look, Vortex just knows. Are you kidding me? Any other player, you don't expect this. You don't suspect it. The way you move for that, I think it's partially for the sheep, but it works out perfectly. Just spot Corvinus' craftiness. Oh, and it's an immediate re-rally. Spearman on the way up now. In fairness, Vortex needed to go here to get the remaining map coverage checked. But it just worked out perfectly when he got here. Oh, that's outrageous. But yeah, so to the point of tier list, by the way, I'm a big believer that when I look at a tier list, if your S tier isn't just the civs that should always be banned, and maybe like 1 or 2 that get banned a lot of the time, then your tier list is weird. Because like I don't think civs that are allowed through a ban phase and civs that must be banned should be in the same tier. That makes no sense. It's like you can weigh it differently. Like for example, with Knights Templar, if it's water map, they're S tier, but if not, like they're, you know, C tier. So you might put them in like A tier or something like that. You weigh in between. But you know, Lancaster and China, probably the only civs that should be in S tier. Maybe you put Byzantines in there. And then right at the top of A tier, it's like what, Japan plus maybe like Shushi. This villager though. Limitane gonna come in clutch, pushes it away. And this is all for Sipahi, remember. Because we said standard horsemen won't be good enough on their own, but this is now pretty cool. He chooses Sipahi with the Triumph option. Alternate was not better, by the way. He could have had Chugnu, which would have done nothing here. Surely Vortex wasn't expecting the cross-map mercs. I think it was just where he was scouting last, because he hadn't scouted this part. So it's kind of unfortunate for Corv. This is part of the reason why people don't gamble on these proxy plays as much, is it is a flip of the coin on whether people are looking. But I'd also say, you know, if you measure the players you would expect to do something like this with Byzantines, that playing KPMMs, it's a type of thing you probably want to keep one eye on it for from players like B, Anatand, and Corvinus. Maybe me and Micah as well if he's found a super cheesy build. So, Vortex, Hobbler, and the Yeoman coming through. Corvinus has done a good job extending out to the berries, and he's also extending his cistern levels. We're soon going up to level 3. It's a very wide level 3. Normally, people just pad this as quickly as possible to get 4. Good eyeballs on. Corvinus knows exactly what he's up against. Yeah, Vortex are a really big believer in prioritizing the maximum count of Lords. I agree as well. I think they're just way too good to pass up. Sure, they can be kited, but the whole idea is to put yourself in a position where they can't be kited. For example, staking a claim on Deer, forcing a fight, or being in your opponent's base. Nice thing about defending like this as well for Vortex, you know your opponent has to contest it. It's too good of a gathering rate not to. But by doing so, he's fighting you close to your healing. So you can now just cycle away the Lords, like he's doing there, and top them off. Makes it all the more infuriating. So what's the win con for Corvinus? I would expect him to be looking for castle. It's what most Byzantine players are doing. It makes a lot of sense here as well. I mean, of course, we should have known as well that Corvinus would be looking for the trade posts. Remember, this is the guy that created Sixfold Crossing. The map where you literally start with trade posts behind your base. And that he has consistently picked Byzantines on. Well, except from the Knights Templar choice he had earlier. Is Hole a civ that prefers having the gold in the front to having to also having forward healing? Yeah, I'd say like having your gold in the front isn't as much a negative for Lancaster because you're pushing anyway. So all that does is that puts your Lords closer to the combat and also puts your heal retrieval closer to where you are fighting. But yeah, in full entirety, you're normally going to be putting Abbey of Kings on the gold. Because of your exposed resources, it's the risky one where you might take injury. Because tree lines are very hard to dive because people concave. Like at pro level, you always see this type of concaving so that you can't be revealed. And then for food, it's underneath TC. Cool. Now I'm going for melee tech. Over melee armor, actually, is quite interesting. Melee armor is usually sought over melee tech against Lancaster because Lancaster rely a lot on spearmen and yeomen. And the yeomen in particular have low base damage. Only 7. Maybe it's about the Lords. Like, he wants more melee penetration to kill them faster. Corvinus. I like this from Vortex. The timing makes sense. 11 minutes is usually when you're thinking Byzantines are looking for Castle Age. Dive comes in. Corv, not quick on the reaction. It's going to be -3 here. Probably 4, actually. The Yeomen are quicker. Hobbler able to chase through. So 5 kills so far in this game. Puts Vortex up by 5 eco. With the manners against the level 4 Cistern, he's keeping him in check. Corvinus knows he needs to react to this soon. Armies are of a similar size, but the health bars are not. That's where the Lords come in silly here. He has more HP than Limitane on the spears. Yeoman hiding in the berries, though. Love that. Vortex just using the berries against the Byzantines to ram it down their throat. We do have a weird pause here, actually. What's happening? No! Did they get a sync error? Dude, they got a sync error! Oh, come on. That's unfortunate. I think that's going to be a remake, folks. That feels way too early to call. Like, it looks a bit... Like, Vortex is definitely advantaged. But I don't think he's advantaged enough for that to be, like, a default win. If player says he wants to give it, it is what it is. But I think Corvinus crashed. Yeah, guys. So we'll check with the players. But I assume it's going to be a re. Clash coming through. But at this point, I think a player is dropped. Like, Vortex is still microing. Corvinus is... I think it's just A-clicking. It's just auto-aggro. Because otherwise, Sapahi would probably just be jumping on this Yeoman. Yeah, there you go. It's going to be a drop. And presumably we'll get into the remake shortly. Unfortunate. Ah. Did you hear about the announcement? Of course I did. Did you not notice the tile? Imagine that happens at Red Bull World or Londinium. Then like that should be the incentive for the devs to get the funding they need. I almost feel like I don't want it to happen, but I want it to happen on like a major stage so that like the devs go, this looks really bad. How much did you need to fix this? Boom. But obviously, like, I don't want it to happen. It's like the trade-off of it would potentially light a fire underneath the funder dude's ass, but at the same time, the damage that would be done to like the look of the scene is bad. So fingers crossed, no crashes on land. But yeah, we should be getting a re. Oh, the RNG now if he doesn't get the option to get Sapahi again. Oh. Bad. Royal Albert Hall. Well, Royal Albert Hall is final day. We still don't know where 2 of the days are going to be. Expensive ass place for people traveling to stay, though. What, London? But like, the thing is, you can just get a train. Like, you can stay on the outskirts of London, get a train in. And the trains stay open very late these days, so... Like, I'm wondering if they're going to do an actual castle for the 2 before finals day. Coming to crash with me? No, you ain't. I told you guys already. I live like an hour and a half by train out of London. I'm talking about you getting a place that's like in subway range. Because my train's cut off at like 11 p.m. midnight. You'd be stuck if it goes late. Alright, we're just waiting for the remake. In fact, just gonna get conf. But I'm pretty sure it's a re. Did Corvinus, like, he's not even online anymore. I think his internet cut out. Did he, like, default? Did you give the L over? Here, let me check.
Bueno, pues pronto vamos a echar alguna de 1 contra 1. Luego, si queréis, al final jugamos Free for All si hay gente. Que hace ya siglos, que no jugamos en Free for All. Voy a cambiar de cuenta, ¿no? Vamos con la otra que la tenemos más cerca del top 1 y vamos a intentar pushear ahí al top 1.
I think Cole forfeited.
La tengo top 4. A 53 del top 1.
I'm trying not to go too loud because of the music.
Corvinus forfeited.
Okay, Core forfeited. That's really unfortunate. Okay, so GG's. It is going to be a 3-0. I thought Core would go for the re. That's really unfortunate. As a programmer, I insist the location of every element on the map is recorded on servers or replay. Pause wouldn't be possible. On desync, rewind 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever minutes it stay. But that's not like... As a programmer, like, have you ever done game development and understand how RTSs are made? Most RTSs are made with like peer-to-peer lockstep. So that's like you play the moves out on each system. Because if you don't do that, you can get desync. So the way that works is essentially like they're building a backlog of moves. That's why you don't have like rejoin in older RTSs, because you'd have to download all the moves, which is definitely a problem in the early days. You don't necessarily need to store as much of the data anymore, but like the way AoE 4 has been designed, I think it does. So like AoE 4, the moves are stored in like I think the way they've stored them to keep them low on space for replays, it's not possible to interject yourself into the replay again. But have you guys ever noticed how when you go 8 times speed on a replay, it doesn't go at 8 times speed? That's because it's not a recording. What's happening is that you are re-simulating the game's moves right? Like you basically have a log stored of all the things that happen, and it's playing out again on your machine. The interesting thing about that is the game engine itself is even limited. Like, I have a PC easily good enough to do the AX speed. I hold my frame rate fine. It should be putting me down to 30 frames from trying to go that fast, but it doesn't. It'll hold like 140 frames and will still like clearly not be AX speed. So like, there's really big limitations on the game engine side from stopping these type of implementations. And you have to go back to the heart of it. You have to add all this crap in again to get that. What I mean by that is like we're not talking surface level engine changes. We're talking like remaking some of the core systems. And if they haven't set it up in hindsight, like to begin with, in a way that like it is able to handle X, Y, Z problems, right? Then like you ever hear those things where people are like, this game would be great if it has multiplayer. And like the devs try to explain to you like, well, we're going to have to add netcode. And that's basically going back in and that's rebuilding engine from ground up. I've made games with netcode, and I can attest to that. Because like the behaviors you're doing, you have to add in an entire like reference system to send data across to other people. But you don't want to send them every piece of data because that would be ridiculous, right? So you want to send them key pieces of data. So like I've done this with an FPS, and the amount of extra things you add in compared to just making an FPS and point and shoot is like a whole other layer to the cake. Even if you modularize it within that code you've got, it needs to be able to reference and access the net code based pieces. So yeah, it's like deep engine changes is like a ridiculous overload of extra work. And the thing you have to keep in mind is like, even if the developers were willing to do this, they have to convince their boss's boss's boss to do it. They have to convince their boss's boss's boss to allocate resources to do it. And their boss's boss's boss is going to go, what is the upside of doing this? If we make this change, what do we get? Right? If we make this change, what is the monetary gain? And I know someone's going, well, like people will stop playing the game if the game sucks and doesn't have this thing. But the actuality, it's like not often the way it plays out. Like people will still play the game. So compare that to, for example, going and pitching a new DLC with a clear price on it. Well, devs are going to back, like, you know, the higher up is going to approve that because like, oh, nice. This is actual money that will sell through for. So usually for devs, the challenge is to create all this new content and then essentially like money launder part of the budget into fixing problems. So a perfect example of this with Knights of Cross and Rose, if you guys remember, is we had the attack animation improved on Horsemen. That was justifiable for Winston and the crew because they were creating a different type of attack speed anyway with the Hoblast. They were already kind of looking at Horsemen. But you know, same with like introducing points of interest, experimenting with that new thing is justified because those are maps you're adding into the DLC, etc. So like this is always a challenge that the devs have because there's a budget that goes towards maintenance and like fine tuning, but it often doesn't allow complete reworks of systems. It often doesn't allow you to completely like rework civs. Like that's another thing. Like Jeanne d'Arc, technically getting that in is very difficult on a free patch. But even if you make it free, you can do it, but you have to basically make it part of a bigger project. It's like adding Jeanne d'Arc in alongside a DLC, like reworking Jeanne d'Arc alongside DLC makes sense because you can justify that to your overlords. That was just part of the wider thing that's now going to make you $1 million or whatever. Do I buy gold? Nah. Yeah, I can't afford gold. Not enough of you guys subscribe. Like, look at it. Look. You just asked me if I buy gold? Farman, you don't even have a sub icon next to your name. What's that? You possibly saw snapshots at set intervals? Possibly, but like what you're envisioning doesn't work that way. So like you're envisioning a snapshot system kind of like what you see in Call of Duty or Battlefield, where like what it does there is it takes the last few frames of you and stores it locally and on the server and then disperses that to the player. So like the way the interpolation works in FPS development, for example, is I will be here on my system, but I'm trailing behind on the server here. And what we'll do is we'll calculate, like, so based on your ping, my ping, the server will calculate the discrepancy to choose based on the millisecond ping where I would be realistically in the other player's game when he receives the data. So that's why, for example, I'll be here, server will hold me here, but to the player receiving the data, I might be here. So that's his track point. So his gauge point of like where it's allowable for kills is like between these two like snapshots of me, right? So that's great for games like FPSs, sports games, whatever. But the issue with RTSs is you're not just dealing with an entity that one player controls, you're dealing with hundreds of units. And when you have hundreds of units, you can't just say, well, you've got this unit here, and this unit here, and this unit here. Like, keeping those snapshots of all those units buffered constantly is a lot of extra overhead. So what usually is more efficient is just to basically say, well, the unit is here, and I'm going to tell you that it's now, like, it's ordered to move here. And the reason it's important it does that way is so that, like, if we are, like, in lockstep on things happening on the two entities, is we can essentially say, okay, if all our units are definitely in the same place and we pathfind, we should, anyway, this is like, depends on how good your pathfinding is and to avoid desync, always go the same way, same place. But if we're only storing snapshots every once in a while, what can happen is, let's say, you know, like, I want to move to point A here, but I start here. If we only track, like, if we only send, like, every once in a while that, oh, yeah, you should be, like, here or here or here. Like, every once in a while I'm saying where the unit is and updating its location. If it goes slightly off course, that's called desync. So that now, like, let's say in both scenarios, both simulations, on your version of the game and mine, point A is where we will end up. The problem is, if another unit rubs against me and pushes me off course, I'm now on, like, it's a drift. And that drift gets wider and wider. That's where desync happens. So what you end up with is, like, across 5 minutes, what was a millimeter difference becomes 5 centimeters difference. And then another 10 minutes, it becomes 20 centimeters difference. And then all of a sudden, like, that unit could have been rubbing up against another bunch of units, which then pushes us further off. So this is why devs done peer-to-peer lockstep, where you would make a move, it would then send the command across to the other player's PC that would then make that exact same move the exact same time, was the idea. And that's why, like, they used to have this in FPSs. So if you guys ever played, like, OG Quake, Quake had this. OG Quake, if you talk to people about it, whoever played it back then, your aim and your movement felt spongy. Because what was happening is you would be like, I'm gonna aim left, and the server would go, aiming left, let me, wait, dude, like, you're gonna wait, make sure you're aiming left, right? And then it would, like, send it back to the other player and send it back to you that you would move left, sort of thing. So like, that's why we moved to interpolation, because in FPSs, you can feel that, and it's bad. So nowadays, you have the freedom on your client of moving around, but then for engagement points, like someone shooting you or whatever, the server is still king of what you're doing. But, like, we have seen RTSs moving away from peer-to-peer lockstep. Like, in theory, with the current tech and bandwidths, it shouldn't be impossible for us to have systems that say, like, this is where you are regularly. The issue that a lot of developers freak out about is as you scale that, this is where you are, it's like the steering off ship bullcrap again. It's like, because, like, what can happen there is, like, maybe the tick rate isn't good enough, the frame rate isn't good enough, whatever. Like, there's a performance hit. It's the same thing with, for example, if you look at a lot of things, we talked about check radiuses for, like, scouts retrieving sheep, or sacred site checkers. You guys remember there's a bug where if a player is capturing a sacred site and a guy goes on to decap it, and then the guy steps on and steps off again, I think it resumes the timer, even though the person's still decapping. That's because, like, in terms of when it checks, like, it would be very inefficient for a developer to have the sacred site check if it should be counting or not every second. So what it does instead is, it's like, I'm pretty sure the way they coded it, without looking, I would anticipate it's this way, is that when a unit goes onto the sacred site, it sends a check on whether the timer should count down or not. But somewhere in there, the way they've programmed it, it's like, it's not returning the yes/no if, like, technically the decap has already started, which causes that situation. Like, we had a game with Voldemar, he lost in a tournament series because he was being, the countdown continued against him, even though he was decapturing the sacred site. And that's because, from an efficiency standpoint, it shouldn't be checking every second whether it should be counting down or not. It should be checking based on activation points. Does that make sense? So, like, the reason I bring that up is, like, at the end of the day, when you're developing, whether it's netcode, whether it's just standard mechanic systems, whatever it is. Your goal as a good programmer is to minimize your overhead. Anyone can make an if statement call that checks on whether it should be active 20 times a second. Good programmers will find a way for that if statement call to only be checked when certain parameters are met. I'd back KP to learn sign language for the Twitch grind. What was that? What? Not feasible to send every tick, and I'm aware that only actions are transmitted over the network state, blah, blah, blah. Like, the point is, the way they've set up the replay system was clearly a condensed system to be optimal for just watching your replays. It wasn't an esportified replay system. Nothing, like, I think what sometimes people don't realize about Age of Empires 4 is absolutely nothing about the way the game was designed was meant to be esports. Nothing. Like, I'm surprised we had a replay function. None of it. Wild True check. Yeah, dude, like, don't get me started. Like, yeah. So what Boy just put in there is a quick way to watch all of your frame rate drain. Wilds are, oh my god, Wilds are like one of the biggest trap points for new developers that I can think of, actually. I avoided it. I was a big believer in if and else's from the get-go. But holy crap, like, so that, for those who don't know, like, while is the type of thing you probably use to just initiate the entire program. But like, they should be very few and far between. Same with, if you ever become a developer, static variables. So ones that can be referenced anywhere in your code. Jesus Christ, keep them to a minimum. Because especially if you ever work on a team of developers, they don't know necessarily what you've put in your code at all times. So like, the worst ones are when it's the most generic thing ever. It's like, you know, your static variable is called gun. Like, that could, anyone could have gun in a different like file, and now it's every time you try to reference it, you're just pulling in the wrong variable version. So like, for those who don't know, like, a good policy with a lot of programming, especially in game development, is modularity is king. You want to modularize your code as much as possible so that if something was wrong with it, we could pull it out and it wouldn't break the game. Sometimes modularity is overdone these days, where developers take it to the ridiculous, visceral extreme for no reason other than, look, my code is separate. But yeah. All right, yeah, we've noted out about this a lot. I don't know. Like, I think maybe it's kind of interesting. Like, keep in mind, I'm also, like, I'm rusty on, like, going deep in this type of stuff. But, like, this was my dissertation. This is my speciality. I've done pathfinding networking solutions at university. So, like, I know some things on the matter. But, yeah, like, if we got someone in chat who's been doing it 15 years, they'll definitely be able to tell you more than me. But, like, I have enough to have a good conversation about these things. But, yeah, that's going to be Vortex 3.3.0, so let me update that. I'm also out of practice now that I think about it. I haven't coded in 7 years at all. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd still be able to code circles around pirate software, but whoa, shots fired. Clients and or servers can write serialize the changes every 5 minutes of every model and queued commands nearly instantly with no overhead. It depends on the engine though. Like, you're speculating like engine there, no? Like, have you... Without having access to the backend, I don't know how they've coded it. I'm speculating, like, and telling you how, like, RTS has been coded for years. I'm not saying it's the right way, but, like, by that same lieu, C++ being used for game development isn't necessarily the right way. It's just, it was done that way because it's habitual. Like, you're not wrong in that you can set up games to not have the problems like you just highlight there. But I don't know if Age of Empires 4 was set up that way. So I'm going based on, like, historical data of how people make RTSs. It wouldn't surprise me if they have that problem. Could they change it and fix it? Yes. But if they set it up originally to not, like, have that kind of, like, stopgap solution or an easy fix, it's going to require a deep dive that they just won't get the budget for easily. After every weekend, it feels like you haven't coded for 7 years. Yeah, but you're probably being, like, overworked. Most programmers are highly overworked. Like, seriously overworked. Because, like, what was it? You actually get, like, 3, maybe 4 hours of good coding per day as a programmer. The rest is a mush. Like 5 maybe for some. Some people like, I can do 10 hours easily. But like the quality of your 10 hours is dog crap compared to the quality of your 5. But like for some reason, the software development industry has convinced programmers that they should, and the whole model needs them to code that long. In the end, like what usually ends up happening is you code really well for like 5 hours. You code really badly for the remaining 3 hours. And then you come in the next day and your good coding time starts being spent fixing your bad coding from before. One language can do what other languages can do. Oh, you know, I'm talking like, so what I'm talking about with C++ being overused, I'm talking that as like habitual behaviors. Same with old, like pathfinding solutions being used in RTS is probably a lot longer than they should have. The other thing you have to keep in mind is like software dev, a lot of software dev is driven by dinosaurs. Like you have people who have coded a way that they like to code for 15 plus years. And the new kid comes in and he's very smart and he actually has a good idea about like X or Y solution. But the dinosaur doesn't want to switch because, like, I mean, they use the justification of it would take time to learn the new system for the whole team. Actuality is a lot of it is actually the dinosaur doesn't want to update because he likes his way. It's kind of, I remember that, like, experiencing that in my development career. And it reminded me a lot of, like, you know, when someone says that, like, let's say there's an easy way of doing something now, but they still make you do the crappy, inefficient way. And the argument, the statement you get from them is like, this is how I had to do it, so this is how you'll do it. Like, we've all had that at some point in life, right? Like in school or whatever, from our parents. And I was a snarky kid very early in life. My reaction to that was always, my great-great-granddad used to crap into a bucket and throw it into the street. Should we still do that? I still use that one a lot because I think it's a really good one. I had a quote about C++. Most programmers should simply learn to not program in C at all. Yeah. Like, I'd say it's easier to just start off learning, like, learning in different directions and learning broad stroke practices, and then you learn specialist. You know? Like, I learned how to make products. I learned how to make games. So when I had to go across and learn boring-ass SharePoint and C# in a different environment than what I was using, I picked it up pretty quickly. I didn't even know what object-oriented programming was, but I was doing it, was the funny thing. Slowly turn into that dinosaur year by year. Yeah, like, you just become stubborn. You know? There's, like, better ways to do it. Like, right, I was saying earlier in the stream, you know, what I need to find whatever it is, the way that I can basically... So I have a bunch of tabs and everything open on my screens. But when I click one, it pulls everything to the front. And I was saying earlier this stream, I wonder if there's something, there must be something where you click a button or press a shortcut, and it just, like, puts everything in the order you had it in. I need to find that. Because right now I'm doing the dinosaur way of, oh, let me re-click the order of the tabs of, like, my different apps to have them overlaid correctly. SharePoint equal where developers go to die? Yeah, but you make a living. A really good living. Like, I was on probably 1.6, 1.7x what a game developer would have been for doing a very boring job. Alright. Let's find some more games to cast. I'm still waiting to hear back on the state of the Demu series. I don't know if GUA is going to be available or not. So, let's get some fun games to cast in the meantime. Because we might have, guys, what we might have is Demu versus GUA, which should be really cool. We do have Voldemar versus Tiger in about T-minus 2.5 hours. So we'll have some fun games to cast in the meantime, and then hopefully more goodies to follow up. Let me have a look here. Wham was on last night? Who was he up against? Man, sort of not being on in 2 weeks of Sag. Very much missed. Numadon, who was he facing? Some crackety games, maybe? Do they have any interesting ones? Nah, looks like stompy matchups. I think, like, Marine Lord hit on in his interview, right? There's a lot of matchups that just feel like linear right now. Like, you just lose them, which is kind of sad. We definitely needed a balance patch for a while. It's very hard to tell if like the numbers are showing it in terms of people just being bored of the game, if they're just waiting for the DLC, or the other problem is like because Twitch changed their system recently, it could also just be that like actually more people are watching Age of Empires, but they're just not being tracked, which is freaking dirty as well. There is an Order of the Dragon Sushi game that could be interesting. Anything else we've got here? Scarlet hasn't been online for 6 days. Johan was online 2 days. Oh god, it's more English games. We're not going to do that. We have self-respect. Well, I like to believe I have self-respect. Whether I do or not is different. But let's see. I think we go for a crackety game. Crackety game would be a cracking game, wouldn't it? Fredius Maximus, first of his name. Let's get a fun one going between him and Chuck Francis. I haven't seen Chuck in a while. You guys remember Chuck Francis? He was pretty good, actually. I don't know if he's just been taking a break. Imbalance when Marine says should be 3 to 4 bans per tournament. Like, I'm probably going to introduce that, actually. Even before the DLC, I might do that. Because we were talking about this earlier, like, technically, like, best of 5s and best of 3, best of 5, best of 7s can all function with that system. I could allow players to have 3 bans straight away, and then 1 after a pick, and we'd still be fine. Because, like, right now, they're banning free civs anyway. Yeah, I might do that. Sucks for people that like watching Lancaster, but... Alright. It's time for some Legends from the Ladder. We need more Frenchmen contesting that #1 spot. So it's good to see Chuck Francis back on the grind. We've featured this guy before, and he's actually pretty good at the game. He's even been in some KPMMs. But he's against Crackety, pro caster. And it is going to be a... Oh, no. I didn't check the civs. Guys, the last time I watched Crackety play Sushi, my brain almost exploded. And I don't know if it's because of genius or brain cell loss. Either way, we're here for it. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's even the same map. Oh, my dear God. For those that don't know the game I'm referencing, there was a particular House of Lancaster versus Sushi game that might just be the clown fiesta of the last 4 months of me. It was ridiculous. It was between Crackety and I think a rank 200, 300. And I still don't know how Lancaster didn't just straight up win. Let's see if we're going to get that experience here again. We'll do 2x just for the early phase. Order of the Dragon is a different beast, though. You're not expecting the same aggro. So I don't know if we're going to get 2 TC, because in that particular game, Crackety just built 2 TC, kept building outposts, and just didn't care about villager losses. You know, if I could choose any nation to live in, I wouldn't go and live in his after that game. But this could just be a Pro Scouts game. For both sides, actually, Order of the Dragon sometimes likes to PS. It's a little bit harder for them to play anti-Pro Scouts, because on Rocky River, the deer spawn really wide, and you don't have as many spearmen to spread across that map. One on mine work. Ah, so Chuck's going for a fast castle build then. Usually this is the way you play it if you're just looking to FC. Meditation Garden coming in. Crackety is not going to get ballsy. There was actually a decent one over here, just not crazy. I don't think it would have been worth the walkout to get the double berries, especially if you're going Pro Scouts. Yeah, this is a pretty underwhelming Rocky River spawn for Sushi. That might have been the good one, but it's just so far upfield. So we'll just take the berries, the gold, and the wood. Oh man, what a day. I've got a smile on my face because, like, Crackety, I don't know. I feel like when he's grinding on the ladder, he's clearly, like, he's got an idea in mind that makes sense. He's trying to optimize it. But then, bless him, the poor lad just always seems to get in the weirdest of games. And yeah, confirmation. So, fast castle. And it's mirrored fast castle. No Pro Scouts. Okay, this is very different already then. Yeah, it's a Relic race. Yeah, but the Relic race doesn't actually favor Order of the Dragon, guys. HRE, it's a bit different because HRE can walk out for relics before they age up. But for Chuck, he has to build the Regnants and then wait for the prelates to spawn. And because Crackety's build speed, because of the cost being cheaper for him, it all favors him on this tech timing. Shalom Monastery about to complete before Chuck has even started his landmark. Knowing this, I wonder if he just goes Burgrave. You heard it. I would be quite surprised if he chose Regnants here. If you choose Regnants, you're really slow on your unit production. And with the Relic spread, it's going to be maybe a bit hard to guard. Weird anchoring here, by the way. Most of the Relics are leaning south side. Nothing on the north. It's balanced, though. Like you might argue that it's slightly favoring Chuck, I guess? I don't know. He's got one in the corner, but it's further away. The reason I say it slightly favors him is because he's slightly leaning south side compared to Crackety, but it's so nitpicky. It's not a big difference. Okay, so Burgrave coming, and it is mass Monk. All the Monks out into the field. Relic's already coming home. He even snatches central. Is he going deep? He is. Just fast forwarding until we actually get units coming out that matter, because Chuck is just in a really bad position here. Men-at-Arms are at least sniffing out what's happening, so he's going to be moving out to the flank. Still, even if he denies this one Relic, it's going to be 4 Relics for Crackety. I know a lot of people are just looking at this now and they're like, well, I guess Crackety just wins here. I wouldn't write Chuck off. Crackety might be 32nd in the world, but Chuck, currently 105th. Last season, 63rd. Season before that, 74th, 92nd. It's been pretty consistent in his top 100 placement. Maybe the first time you get a win over Crackety. You gotta start believing. Are we done with KPMM for the day? No. So we have got Voldemar versus Tiger in T-minus 2.5 hours. And I'm keeping an eye out because the other possibility is Dumu versus GUA, but we've been awaiting a response from GUA. We haven't had one, which is unfortunate. It means probably if we don't get a response from him, it's like... It's probably going to... Well, it's going to be a DQ, but it'll also probably be like a penalty for 2 weeks. Because that's the state of the bracket. It's kind of being held up right now. Even the Tiger Voldemar one was a bit dicey. We might have to start penalizing whoever's holding up the schedule because for like clarity, round of 16s are meant to be played on Monday, by Monday rather, and then quarterfinals will happen on Tuesdays. If you can do it quicker than that, that's fine. That's allowed. But like I think we've been being too lenient. I'm gonna bump Tommy on this again. I think we just have to be a hard ass. I think this week was weird for us, though, because we had 22 signups, because a lot of people were taking a break this week with the end of the EDC tournament. Okay, so Chuck, he's going to snatch one back. This is pretty grim. Not just that, Crackety, he already went straight up into Crossbowman. Maybe gives the Spearman some hope. The problem is the Shallow Monk's also showing up to make it annoying. And he's going to turn... He just dives to the Prelate? Alright, that's greedy as all hell. Crackety... He can snipe double Prelate, though. Reminder, these Prelates, like, they're not that cheap. They're 100 gold. It's not an insane amount, but, you know, considering he lost one Crossbowman, which is 120, that's a great trade. Now the Monks show up, which don't have another role. They've already got the Relics home. Crossbowman, that's going to be a freebie. The minute arms goes down, but props to him. Chuck, the thing that's winning this fight right now is the Spears. The Spears don't have a hard counter. Like, even the Shallow Monks are great against low base damage units with the 2 melee. Not so great against 12 base Spearmen. And Crossbowmen just don't even tickle. It's a good push away. But we already have Mount New Academy on the way. Ishi Ai.
Das soll mich überleben. Zum Gewehr kommen.
I'm trying to think what Chuck's next move is. Horseman's interesting, but honestly, I think Spear's done what he needed. But he's probably worried that Shushi's going to switch up into Chuk to counter the spears.
他应该会比我更强秀。
4 relics galore with the pagodas.
一座建造别境
You know what the nice little efficient cherry on top of this was from Krakody? Like, think about what happened there. Krakody, because he did not wait and build a monastery first, he actually like made this a more lean play. He already saved 360 resources, so he only paid 1440 to go for his second castle landmark. But it's more like he paid 1240 because he didn't have to waste 200 wood on another monastery for Fort Relic. That's pretty damn nice. Like, when you think about it that way, the maths involved is kind of crazy. You're basically getting this play for 2/3 of the cost of castle. If you get 4 relics.
大家听好，
Krakody now into the Palace Guard. What could Chuck do here? Is it just a rush imp type game? It's got gold gathering in the back, a decent amount of people there. Farm count isn't insane, but decent by Gilda standards at 12. He's blobbing more horsemen. Krakody is now switching up his spears. I just like this is such an efficient tech as well. I love single whip reform. Movement flow, baby. What is up, Aaron Paul? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. Appreciate you. Kind of feels sad when you play Order of the Dragon like this. I'm trying to think if there's a Civ that feels worse from behind in these type of positions. Probably Ayyubids. Ayyubids might be the one. The thing that's good for Order of the Dragon is they're very polarizing if they can reach into the late game and the way their units function. But it's very much the type of Civ that kind of has to keep aggression up. Usually the problem is if you start defending, you don't have enough units to defend with. You get spread too wide. I've seen it time and time again. It's the biggest weakness of Order of the Dragon is just having less units. You know, your units might be better, but if they're spread too thin, they just get overwhelmed. Especially by things like mass horseman floods from their opponents. I'm getting flashbacks to a game where Krakody ironically had to deal with a lot of pocket economy. Hyped to hopefully go to first AoE event next year. Whoa, 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 whoa. You think you're coming? Where are you going to stay? You want me to share a route? Whoa. Yo, what's up, Cov here? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. I know you got them. I can smell at least 5 of them in your pockets. I mean, why not drop them the place that's giving you hours and hours of entertainment? Yeah, guys, you should not be rooting for Krakody here. All right, this filthy mother ducker got 4 relics. He always plays Shushi. Look at this guy. Yes, Leonidas on horseback. Maybe not. Okay, that's pretty cool, though. You don't often see this, but Gilded Land Snakes makes a lot of sense against Krakody's comp. He's got mass spin and mass crossbowmen. He has got enough crossbows that he should be able to snipe them, though. So he's doing, like, what? With ranged armor there, he's doing 170 damage. Land Snakes only have 180, but he has got the ranged armor 2 instead of the 1. So, you know, Krakody's going to have to add in a few more, but if he's at, like, 23, 24 crossbows, especially if he starts getting the steeled arrow attacks, he will still kill Lanch. However, if Chuck gets up to, you know, 9, 10, he does have the potential to gap close here. It's also the chase down is pretty rough. You know, Krakody, the issue he's going to have is that Land Snakes are quicker than the crossbowmen, so you're the slow party in the engagement. Gives you less time to kind of start a step maneuver. Do not write Chuck off yet. Very smart of him to ID the importance of Inspired Warriors tech here. It takes your Gilded Land Snake's damage from Castle Age damage to Imperial Age damage. Look at the income, though. Why have you got to be so negative? It's Land Snakes. Does the military count for Order of Dragons show actual number of units or supply? Supply. You can see that roughly just by looking here. Because you can see, like, yeah. Basically, the army is, what, 27 large? Yeah, the count is this high. And then you add in the prelates, which are 1 point. Awesome rate's good, though. Keep in mind, Crackety, although he's in a good place, the problem he has, he doesn't have a granary switch. He went straight Yuan. So we haven't got the mass farm clusters yet. His army is at risk. Like, if it gets wiped here, disastrous. Yeah, the food income can be deceptive that way. He has got some runway, though, with pro scouts and whatnot. Chuck. He has the permanence. He's got a good farm cluster at the back here. Now up to 24. Crackety. Gonna chase him away. Chuck a bit reluctant to engage. I mean, surely this is your moment. Be careful not to lose units. What's up, Aaron? Thank you very much for the bits. Appreciate it. And these horsemen are gonna get ripped to bits. I don't know what that pathing was. They did not get the memo. It's not attack time yet. He has got ponies moving around the back. That can cut reinforcements. A push now into the main. It's Crackety. Looks for a decisive blow. Chuck still biding his time as he scales more Lanch here. I love this play. Gilded Horsemen is so stacked. 19 damage. Even Palace Guard died to them. So Crackety now kind of at risk. Like, do you go all the way back? Because you are now overextended. If you can't find kills quickly, you're not going to get reinforcements through. Bit weird, Chuck. That was the Select All army. He wasn't meant to do this, so attacking the Palace Guard really bad. It means the Spearmen can win this trade. The engagement now underway. The Land Snakes look for the jump in. Horsemen, they wedge the back of the formation. He's trying to force them at us so he can't escape the Cleavers. And it's the full zone out. We've got the bleed. To bleed him dry, Crackety is difficult to get away. The crossbows have been the problem the entire time here. An unnecessary unit that's been slowing him down. Horsemen again wedge themselves in. Chuck is on a push. Chuck, what an absolute beast. Chuck Norris more than Chuck Francis with a fight like that. Military lead now for the Dragons. And the beautiful thing is all these injured parties can just be healed up by the Prelates. And he was so close to getting a full surround there. Good maneuvering by Crackety to hug the tree line and move away. He almost got full trapped, surrounded. Remember, these Gilded Horsemen have 310 HP. A few Spearmen, not going to clear them fast, and only a few spears can hit each of those Horsemen. So the DPS exchange, your counter unit might kill those ponies, but the Lanch will clear so many of you in the meantime. I think like only negative there for Chuck was probably the Horsemen were too close to the main army. He tried to get them around the side, but the A-click motion put them back in blocker. So he did have a situation where a lot of his Lanch were not able to strike straight away because of his own Horsemen. Cool game though. Chuck just looking for raid kills. Pokes at the villagers. There's a lot of Spearmen. Yeah, I mean, if he brought the Lanch Guard, still takes 5, 6 down there. Another one, tree line. It's not too bad. It's kind of equalizing the worker count. You're still up against Pagoda Relics. And reminder, folks, those Pagodas are better than Regnitz Relics. Regnitz would give you 160 per. The Pagodas give you 250 resources. Not just gold, admittedly, but in a lot of ways that can be better. Gives you a bit more robustness. Horsemen get sacked, though. Expensive losses for Chuck, but with the farms, he can rebolster. And now, Zornhaus jumping in. Land Snake, the backstab from the spears. That's even better! He gives him the perfect engagement. The villagers as well? What the hell were they doing? They just about dodged the cleave. Chuck, got to be careful though, that Lanch count getting a little bit low. He will back off. That was spooky. Crackety, for a second there, looked like he was about to throw away the game. What's up, Aaron Paul? Throw me some subs. I appreciate you, mate, for 5 gifted. We got 5 gifted. We got any higher bids? Anyone going to beat that? Let's keep it rolling, baby. You guys are incredible. So's this game, man. A few minutes ago, the defeatism of, oh, this game is over. Crackety's won. How about now? Have we got any Chuck believers? I think he's playing this really well, actually. Like the staggered formation, a smart counter to the threat of the cleave, but doesn't stop the Spearmen from grouping up. Crackety, hold on, what the hell are we doing here? He's not respecting the healing. The healing, the armor, the damage. Crackety, he's switching to Chug. Chug and New are the counterplay to Land Snakes. They get bonus against them, they melt them pretty fast. But you don't have any spearmen anymore. And now you're against horsemen. Villagers, they're in trouble as well. The cleaver boys, he gets a club. The dot is there. Even with textiles, you're not going to last long against that. So Krakeny about to be, what, behind on workers? If it's one more cleave, yes. But the aggro will go onto the pass guard instead. Horsemen are going to keep on chasing. The woodworkers now have stopped moving. The army keeps chasing forward. Chuck is on a bender. Holy. Truly holy with this many prelates. Krakeny, he needs farms. He's gone 2 TC as well. Jiangnan on the way. No. I freaking hate this guy right now. I'm sorry, Krakeny, but in fairness, this is like dirty. Every time when things look a little bit gloomy, let me just build loads of TCs. I am Shushi. It's got him out of binds, out of headlocks before. Could it do so again? Chuck headbutts the base, maybe. I've seen Krakeny in this type of rough position before. I've seen what this man can do with his Shushi. I would ban it against him. Jiangnan. Unfortunately, Jiangnan timing was kind of rough there. He didn't wait on the TC, so he doesn't get the free villager in each of the town centers, nor the discount on the wood cost. But the main goal here for Krakeny, he's in a rush to get food going. He just went free TC. He doesn't have any permanence of food. He's only got 6 farms on the front of his base. Chuck, is this imp time? Would have loved to have seen him just keep pushing. Might just organically find his way towards Imperial Age. We even have Gilded Knights now. Yeah, Gilded Knights is pretty crafty here. Just for a little bit of raiding impact, actually. Like, I don't rate them for direct engagement that highly. But as a raider, like, look at that damage. They can 2-hit kill textile workers, even with your sword, because of Inspired Warriors buff. Without it, they wouldn't be able to do enough. They'd be doing, it's like 72, 73, 74 damage, maybe. But with the percentile increase, you don't need the lance charge. You can just 2-hit textiles. You're looking for some 2-hitters on the other side. It's going to take more than that for pass guard, but a good dive. Krakeny enters the base. He's looking for the farm to shut everything down. And Chuck, he needs to counterattack. He goes for the third TC, but his own TC is in trouble. The horseman not doing a great job here. The land snake, however, should be the clutcher, but it is going to come at a cost. A few workers going down here for Chuck. Did he scout the third TC? Like, he might just think this is 2 TC play, in which case he might slow down after this. I hope not, though. I want to see gung-ho aggression out of this man. Krakeny still in an uncomfortable position despite the raids on the other side. However, the workers, they're not moving. Gilded Knight will now mop up. Chuck definitely taking a hit. Look at the kill count. Krakeny killing 12 Gilded villagers. No small feat here. With 2 TC still running, he'll continue to blow at lead. The problem actually is, like, this is 50-50 coin flip. Chuck went east. Had he gone west, that would have been the killing blow. Krakeny could have kept gathering berries, sure, but there's nothing left here. If he found this, where's the rebloat from Krakeny? He wouldn't be able to afford it. So unfortunate. It's the 50-50 coin flip type feeling. It's an easy error to make when you don't have God Vision. Chuck has at least got the potential for raiding. Knights roaming around. He is going towards Imperial Age. Palace with Schwabia will allow him to catch up. And after that hit he took on economy, I don't necessarily blame him. And wait, what are you doing? Wait, what? What is that? So after we see the rarely used Gilded Land Snakes, and it really does feel rare these days. Like, early days, they looked overtuned, and then people just got used to them, it seems. How about this for a rarely seen? We've got Grenadiers. What? Krakeny, he even got the hard-cased bombs, so that's going to give you the damage buff. That's kind of crafty, because Chuck is just doing a melee blob, really. So you'll get good splash damage, good splash siege damage, which also overrides the threat of the extra armor, if you think about it. You don't have to get through in this case, 7 ranged armor to do any damage to knights. And then also it's going to buff up your Chug, which are already a counterplay to Lanchk. That's pretty sick. So he's countering AoE with AoE. The unthinkable AoE matchup. Can't believe I'm seeing this. Grenadiers versus Lanchk. Now marching forward. Krakeny has got good food income. But props to him. Chuck really not far behind him. Third farm cluster now coming in with the granary. Krakeny does need an age up soon. Imagine thinking Krakeny won't build more TTC. I mean, if Chuck has watched any Krakeny's games, he should be expecting a lot of TCs. But that's why he went past a Schwabia, to give himself the similar effect. Krakeny going all the way in. Guys, he's up against Elite Lanchk now. 220 HP. They hit for 30 damage with the Inspired Warriors buff. In a cleave. Emphasis on the cleave. Chuck has very powerful cleavage here. It even leaves a lasting effect, remember, because of the Zornhau adding in the damage over time. This is such a cluster as well. Look at the surround. It's going to be a concave. Krakeny standing his ground. Few Grenadiers in there. Support cast units to try and give that debuff. The Prelates are in with a rejuvenation, though. For a stable front line, Chuck looks to push it away. And just look at the bodies hitting the floor. It's too much Lanchk. Just imagine Krakeny's moldiest voice going, the Lanch Snakes! He's done it again. Chuck erases Krakeny's army. Krakeny with the age up behind this. We'll have some time, though. This was a defensive win, but a big one at that. From 90 military down to 20. Krakeny continues to trust in Palsguard, even though he's up against Lanchk here. This is tough, actually. Like, the more I think about it, you know, you can't go hand cannoneers like China would here. To kind of like start a step away and deal with the Lanch, knocking them down. You have to go, what, Chug? And he doesn't want to do Chug into Gilded Horsemen and Gilded Knights. That's a death sentence. So what does he do to solve for this? I mean, you can go Springald. Springald is actually a really good answer against Lanchk. Because they're a cluster unit. With the way they're being played, it's all about bulking. I would say Springalds on average are less impactful against Order of the Dragon because, you know, if you imagine H3 doing this, it's going to be 36 Lanch Snakes. It's a very big AoE to hit because you penetrate 5, 6. Here, you're more likely to penetrate 3 or 4. The other way to think about it is that if you penetrate only 3, you're technically hitting 6 Lanch Snakes because each of these is worth 2. Challenge with that argument is you still have to get through 220 HP. Which coming in. More Grenadiers for Krakeny. Could they be his saving grace? The burn power is powerful at this stage in the game. 29 torch damage on these units. You did just hear that correctly. It is no joke. His boy's still buffed up. Reminder, Inspired Warriors does, as you can see there, I'm looking for one of them to show you, work on torch damage. Choke point spread. This is difficult. Horsemen just run past, baiting the spearmen to get out of the way. As the Lanch club it all down. And he's found the farms this time. A counter raid coming through, but we've got Bombard emplacements to protect him. Chuck just needs to keep the pressure up. The worst part still for Krakeny is the healing. Chuck should be hard to displace with the Prelate just focus firing heals. But it looks like maybe, just maybe, Krakeny. Can he get through this wave? The Lanch count is only at 9 now. And a lot of those being reproduced. So only maybe 5, 6 left in the base. Yeah, up here. Still raid through. I've been here before. I've seen Krakeny lose all the workers. It's just still pumping though. Could this be the hit? That's a big cleave opportunity. Ah, the spread, though. They got a little bit too wide. Sprint placements to scare him away. Pop lock issue now for Crackety as the village is being targeted. That's also going to unlock a few more kills. Chuck now with his own switch into hand cannoneers. Can Chuck keep this going? He can. He's got so much gold to work with still. The worry I do have is like he is on the clock. Because eventually he either needs to set up trade or kill. Because remember, land snakes, they are 200 gold each. And then the 120 food on top. The food is eternal. The problem in this game is actually having enough gold to keep this going non-stop. This is challenge, should he accept it? A difficult challenge of that. Castle drop now coming in from Crackety. More and more farms, Chuck. Soon up to 45. Whereas Crackety's sitting pretty at 68. Chuck needs 2 Corvinus. I mean, it's not a bad call. He has got a siege workshop coming in. Especially with castles now arriving, he needs a more permanent way of destroying this base. That's the problem. Like, I feel like when people play Lance and Horseman, it's tempo based. So you don't want to play slow because you play slow, it can get countered. So you have to win a fight and keep pushing that advantage. It's just sad for Chuck. There's no way for him to get Reboldiquins. Reboldiquins would be sick here. You know, you've got Gilded Horsemen. Like, actually, I think there's a really good reason why you can't have Reboldiquins with OOTD. The combo of Gilded Horsemen and Reboldiquins sounds pretty dirty to me. Because of how bulky they are, they could just A-click into spear anything. Crackety once more into the breach, and Chuck, well, he might get an early warning with the tower coming up, but he's not set up any walls whatsoever. He's played this so well. Surely Crackety doesn't just get to win this. I think the problem for Chuck is he's kind of in a position where he needs to bulk a big reserve of resources and then purge some workers. Because being at 100 gilded villages is pretty high. That kind of feels like when you see an H3 player up at like 130-ish. You think Crackety has too much experience? I think that is highly discrediting the amount of games that both of these players play. Chuck has, on this season alone of Age of Empires 4, played 553 games. Earlier seasons were a bit more quiet, I'll give you that. But like in recent meta, I'd say Chuck, like in terms of games played, he eclipses Crackety. Previous seasons, yes, Crackety has an advantage there. But I don't think the gap is as big as people were imagining there. Like Crackety this season has 362 games played. I mean, yeah, you might be on the Sushi maybe. High pressure experience. You're really gonna call a pub game high pressure? This is just the 550th game or whatever he's playing, you know? This season. Crackety, dude. It's the Palace Guard. Divine Haste is the big issue here. It just comes in too fast. The staggered formation just kind of cripples the ability for cannons. Maybe makes you wish you had more spring placements. To make matters worse, Crackety now with a Sushi library to get that DPS increase for Ming Dynasty. And this is what I talked about, that this is the weakness of Order of the Dragon. They are fantastic when attacking, but the moment they have to defend, the moment you get that late game where it's never-ending raids, is where they often suck. Huge issue. Really, it's where Sushi thrive. Sushi in China love the late game. When they got all the granaries set up, look at this, 3,000 food income a minute. Awesome raids from the Order of the Dragon just not really hitting like it used to. And there was me thinking this was going to be a battle of the AoEs, but I mean, who cares about Line Snake when you just have Speedy Palace Guard?
Das tue ich.
Wait, is it actually gonna be? We might be getting the AoE clash in the end. It's Mass Grenadier. So after the raiding, Crackety now thinking about how does he win the main fight. He trusts Grennies. Grenadiers against Mass Gilded Hand Cannoneers is a very unexpected call. I think another problem for Chuck is we just aren't really seeing the Inspired Warriors buff anymore. That's the weird thing. I think in the mid game, Inspired Warriors looks really good because you're condensing one big army for one big push. When you get into the late game, it's just A-click production, A-click production. And unless you set up your prelates between where you're attacking and where you spawn, you just don't get that buff. And then arms everywhere. The pings across the map are getting ridiculous. Chuck steps up. He's got a lot of buildings, a lot of landmarks to kill. Gilded Hand Cannoneers look spooky though. Crackety, the Grenadiers. Could they do it? Could they get the wipe? They've got the damage buff of the Ming. Frags out. It's cleave on cleave. AoE versus AoE. And grenade beats sword. I thought I was going to have to wait for a certain blast of the past for the pickup truck game to discover that. No need for an M16 in the medieval age, though. We've got grenades already. Frags out. Even the hand cannoneers. What a strike. The unit you never saw coming. Because you got too many frags thrown at your face. It destroys him. I think the cool thing to think about here with Grenadiers is even if there's not that many units to AoE saturate, that's not a bad thing. You just target fire them down, frags out with 14 damage courtesy of Ming. It's good enough. I love this. Understanding that he had clear advantage in the fight. Crackety's fixation wasn't on having the extra range. He knew it was going to turn into a retreat, so he just wanted the move speed. He used Divine Haste instead of getting the Divine Range, because what mattered more was getting in position and then pushing. And what pushback this is going to be, Chuck. Gold has to be running out fast. Yeah, that's the tap on the 8k. So he's got 6,000 gold left. What do you do with this? You've been hit on the backside. Your food income plummeted again. Remember, these Grenadiers also, they don't just enable themselves by increasing their damage even further because they're going to get an extra 2 damage per attack because of the buff. They also then buff the damage that the Palace Guard do with the hard case bombs. So just double pain, basically. Wall's going up. Chuck, I think we needed these sooner. He's trying to go trade. Oh, no. And it gets revealed. Crackety knows. He won't stop now. Because you just basically said, I'm out of gold. Oh, you know what's better than 4 Relic Pagoda? 5 Relic Pagoda play. Let's maybe get a Monk upfield. I don't think Crackety thinks he needs it. He might just look to end the game. Traders. Oopsie. There's nowhere else to go. I mean, he can go east side. He could actually trade east side. It's his only option. He should be doing it now. E-repairs, not OP against Ming Shushi. '07's in chat for Chuck. I was impressed that he was even as close as he was to winning this game, considering how grim the opening looked. He made Crackety dig deep into the late game for this, but now that we're here, there's no denying it. One of the big disadvantages for Order of the Dragon, they struggle to remax army, especially when hemorrhaging production buildings like this. There's just not enough for him to really get back online. He's got 3 stables, 4 archery ranges, and a Burgrave. It's not going to cut it here. Chuck on University Techs, he had some of them. Elite Army Tactics was late. I think like that, in hindsight, that might be the thing he looks back on, is like he was winning with Landsnake, and his Elite Army Tactics felt I don't want to say too late, like a little bit later in the game for sure. The other big feedback I'd give Chuck is like try and find a way to optimize prelates in late game. It's really hard to keep that buff going, but it's so crucial because of the way that damage scales. Percentile scaling in late game much better, of course, because higher base damage. And when you switch hand cannoneers, just as important. I mean, it looked good for the HC fight at first, but then the Grenadiers outdone him. But even before that, it felt like Lange and Horseman weren't really getting the buff anymore. Can't take anything away from Crackety. Grenadiers actually winning a game is a rare sight. It's not often you get to the stage where they can look good. Crackety looking oh so good in this one. Chuck will have one more go at it. It's the last of his gold though. 10 hand cannoneers. 10 gilded hand cannoneers versus 40 grenadiers. Now, for anyone who's been playing Battlefield recently, if you've got potato aim, you may have realized it's easier to just throw a grenade at someone than try and shoot them. That's the lesson we're given here. Oh, God. Frags out. Horsemen get erased. The Grenadier count is down to 5. That, folks, is going to be it. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel for more games like this. Make sure you're tuning in live as well to catch these and be part of that reaction in chat. That's the perfect way of summarizing it. Grenadiers as rare as stone wall towers, I believe is what you go for there. But yes, I agreed. But when they do come out, same with Lange State, when they do come out, they look sick. It just requires the right recipe to cook up a batch of goodness. I love it as well. You have rare unit to beat rare unit. Someone's like, oh, I see Lange all the time. Like, I've watched so many competitive Order Dragon games, and we never get them. Maximum 2 or 3. Same with Grenadier. Like, you know how often I see Grenadier? Oh, that player misclicked. He didn't mean to build it. Builds 1. Not this time. This was not a misclick. This was a click for victory. When in medieval fights, it is critical that you throw a grenade. Even good at taking out buildings. Is Shushi the most weirdly effective sieging civ in the game? Shuganu can kill buildings, Grenadiers kill buildings. Yeah, kind of. Actually, I never checked. Does hardcase bombs? Oh, you went for the range as well. Okay, hardcase bombs does not work on buildings. Very sad. That would be kind of busted, actually. Could you imagine buffing up your cannons by 15%? Alright, he's being forced at the end now. Chuck, bless him. He's like trying to not give in, but my issue is he's just not getting traders through. Chuck maybe could have had more lifeline if he went for this trade post, actually, now that I think about it. Because Crackety hasn't even checked it. He's just been sitting here like a giant, like a hungry hippo game right now. Like all the balls just keep coming to his mouth. Trader's down again. And that will be the final dose that Chuck can muster. I still okay with these stone walls and enemy basic grenadiers. True, with divine defense. Got to that 6.5 tower range, but primary TC down. He's gone. Lange Snake will not rule the day. What is it with Crackety and wild Shushi games on this map? Oh, that was a great game. What a freaking fantastic game. All right, so we're going to call that one the unimaginable. Unimaginable AoE clash. Get it, guys? Because it's like area of effect damage. Wow, my brain. Oh, incredible. Props to the boys. They delivered there. Are we adding the kick command in? No kickers? Nah, probably not. So we'll be like on kick later tonight though. So like at the moment, what we've been doing is, for those who don't know, if you guys want more KP streams, at least until I might set up another Twitch account instead for it. But for now, what we've been doing is we are, after we're done with Age of Empires for the day, we're hopping on to Battlefield and things like that, and like other games on Kick. So you guys can catch Kick and TikTok for that. But we ain't done here. We've still got Voldemort versus Tiger scheduled in for under 2 hours from now. So what I'm going to do is like, I'm going to put on some epic entertainment for you guys. I'm going to go eat some food. So I've got food buff. So that we're ready for the kid up against the tiger. Can the kid beat a tiger? That is an intimidating statement to make. We will find out. So bear with me un second while I get you guys a game to watch. What'll be a cool one? Wonder if we got any ones that like didn't get published that were pretty epic. Like maybe there's a way to show it on. I need to set up a way to show it on the primary because I've got like loads of recorded games that probably won't see the light of day just because we have way too many. There's some pretty cool ones in there. But what we can do, 1 second. When was this one from? Oh, we could show that Crackety game, actually. No, we'll go... What's the banger? Oh, the fastest Jean de Blast. This was pretty epic. It done it right. It got like 1,000 views. Probably deserved more, actually. Dumu versus Recon. Yeah, all right, guys. I'm going to give you this game to watch. I will be back shortly. And hopefully we'll be ready for Voldemort versus the Tiger to see if a kid can beat a giant kitty cat. But enjoy the game. It's a Dumu Recon special. It should be a fun one. Every scene needs its villains, and ours has returned with a rallying cry. Behold the return of Lord Voldemort, a.k.a. Dumu. Back on the ladder. We've got a fun one here, folks. Welcome back to the channel for a high-level pub game between Recon and Voldemort. We have got the Battle of the Brits. Dumu in the purple is going to be playing as Jeanne d'Arc, and then Recon on the other side from him going to be playing as the Japanese in the blue. Yeah, apologies for the colors. I know someone's going to mention some like blue and purple. It is what it is, but will be cool. We just started another week of our weekly circuit, which you can catch live on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And while we wait for some extra games, I was looking for some interesting matchups. When I saw Japanese versus Jean, I had to pounce on that. I just don't feel like I'm getting to cast much Jean at the moment, unless I'm casting B series. So curious to see what Benny Boy is able to do with it. Yeah, curious to see how Recon's been progressing with Japan. You know, it's a civ that he's recently been figuring out. We've been talking about it, theory crafting certain elements. He's been rediscovering it since last time Recon played the game. I think was when Jean had just came out, when Japan had just came out alongside Jean. And Japan was very different then. You know, Yumi was a meme. The Mount Samurai dominance hadn't really been fully discovered. People were still experimenting with Onobugeisha type spam builds. There's a lot of different things going on there. You also had the dominance of Azutsu, if you guys remember that. There was a long time ago. I know it's actually very difficult to remember at this stage. But once upon a time, Azutsu were basically broken. They used to have, I think it was 6 melee armor, 6 ranged armor. Maybe it's like 4 or 5. And then they also had remarkably large splash damage. Like the blast radius was very big. Damn. Feels like a lifetime ago now. We'll just go for the 2x here. Actually, we'll 4x it up because the boys are getting ready to age up. Just want to give it a moment to see if there's going to be any aggro. Like, in theory, you could try for that as Japan for a Dark Age Rush. Especially with this type of spawn, the Golden Deer. But instead, both players just chill at home. School of Cavalry coming in for Dumu. And Recon is going to be on his way up with the Kura Storehouse. How you say this matchup usually goes? So for quite a while, it was kind of considered that like Japan absolutely hated playing against Jean and French because crossbows. You'd eventually lose the game to arbitrary massing is the idea. More recently, though, you know, Japan has been doing okay ever since we shifted towards like pro scouts and we went through that Dark Age rush meta. I think Japan has a little bit more variability. In this matchup, though, I do think it's tricky to utilize your best unit, which is Yumi, just because of how effective Knights rather are until you have Mounted Samurai. So yeah, Rack's beginning. Recon, I would expect him just to kind of hunker down and play for castle. Unless he sees his opponent goes pro scouts, in which case you could try to maybe aggro a little bit on the flanks. Still, it just feels very difficult to do. Like, what are you going to do? Build horsemen? If he rushed the stone, he'd at least be able to get like an Uma Bannerman out, but he didn't, and with it being forward spawn like this, I wouldn't expect it. Alright, so Dimmu. That's interesting. Yeah, most players go wheelbarrow into pro scouts, but Dimmu only went pro scouts. So it gives him a slightly quicker timing, but like the nice thing is with how cheap you get it, you can actually get both, right? Like double greed usually feels like it's a bit naughty, but not necessarily here. Recon, what have we got? Oh, he is actually going to do it. Yeah, so he goes stables, spears. I mean, in fairness, did he scout the ranged John? I think he might have there, which makes sense of it. How interesting. Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was going to jump into it, just because, like, if you're assuming pro scouts and you see it, you're probably assuming just mass knights, which means horseman feels a bit devalued. Speaking of those knights, nice dive in, does get a kill there. First blood drawn. Dimmu even gets out. It's almost like the spear isn't even there. Yeah, range John is very interesting here, by the way. I think, you know, you kind of have to do it against Japan. But the way this plays out these days, like the reason it used to be so good is that Japan always fast castled, so you use Jean to kind of snipe villages. But now Japan's found a lot more runway in feudal. This can be an exposure point. Because Horseman Yumi, I think, is the most done comp. In this matchup, it's probably going to be Horseman Spear. You don't really want to be going Yumi against the Knights. But against Jean, these guys are going to be kings. You know, as long as he doesn't trickle them out today. Gotta wait for tomorrow to strike with more. 3 horsemen is usually enough to scare the crap out of Jean. She's fast, but like if you catch her overextended on your side of the map, you can run it down. Second racks from Recon. Is he really feeling that threatened, or is this just because he knows pro scouts is happening and wants to stop it? Because the thing is, like, on the count, he doesn't need double racks. He's doing fine. And you can see that Recon is committing, by the way, because if this was a tech up play behind this, you'd see an outpost by now. Bugeisha? Oh my god. Recon just manifesting basement dweller aura here. What does a lady look like? There you go. I wasn't expecting this. You're playing against Jean. So you're facing off against Feudal Knights and Range Jean, and he goes Bugeisha. Now, the Jean is going to be less threatening. She goes down. Nicely played there. Gets the kill. Was that a misclick? I don't know. I mean, I don't mind the idea of like a Bugeisha to poke at exposed economy, but this is pro scouts, right? There isn't going to be exposed economy. Spears do show up in the base, but looks like we got a buyback out of Benny Boy. He's not actually quite able to get that kill. We'll have to run away. Perfect intercept now, able to block the pro scouts. And a little bit late on the drop there. It does end up losing one of the scouts. And a spear switch now coming through, which, by the way, Recon just got early info on. All of a sudden, the owner Bugeisha idea isn't looking like pure insanity. It's very weird because Recon's comp begs for Archer counterplay, but Dimmu, because of the Horseman, doesn't want to do it. Why do you have Range John versus Japan? Because if you go melee Jean and he just fast castles, Jean can't do anything. Like, melee Jean is terrible at stopping fast castle builds. Because you can't dive. It's too early in the game. It's just, it gets ugly. So, you know, the problem with melee Jean is if your opponent's fast castling, that means he's getting knights, especially Japan. So you just die. Range Jean, at least, you have a way of sniping villages if he goes like a double outpost.
Now you're my sugar daddy.
And also, you know, the other idea here is that you don't get overwhelmed by, you know, this massment of horsemen or Yumi, etc. that can kite you. And what is up, Real Tiger? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you, and welcome all. Casting a pub game right now, but we should have more KPMM coming up. Clash coming in with the Bugacia. I love this, man. Recon is just so different to see. Feudal Bugacia. And now Dumi's like, what the hell is this? He queues up archers. I has to be feeling quite a big step behind right now. It's crazy. Recon built 2 units up to double digits to encourage archer. Now what? Because the weird thing about this is, like, I'm not seeing the next step. Yumi? So not horseman. Because, like, I would have thought he goes back for horseman. I guess the problem here is now that you're scaling feudal, if you don't have a range type, you're just going to get slowly gattled down, right? Gatling gun down. And yo, what is up, Flesrude? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Welcome back to the Swarm. Good use of your prime. Thank you. Are we getting close to 400? Are we close to the 400? 376 out of 390 for the sub goal. Not bad. And we're now just 4 away from hitting our plus goal. You guys are legendary. Keep it up. It's like I think this matchup is going to be legendary. Can they keep it up? A feudal back and forth is dangerous against John. Yeah, I think that's like the other thing is maybe Dimu's looking at this thinking, why is he bulking disposable units like this? You know, mass Yumi, mass Ayyubids, mass Spearman. These are the type of things that die very fast. You're at risk of feeding a lot of XP over to Jean. Nice marker there, Recon. Just braces with the spears. Bugacia now show up to clear out the enemy spearmen, and the horsemen are rotating around the back. That's going to force Jean away. Ridiculous. I'm like trying to be polite about it, but formation shuffling, man. I can't believe that. The way it kind of played out there, the knights just body blocked perfectly. The weird-ass formation. Spear count getting a little low. And the knight count is decent here, but I think Recon, the horseman is king. Yeah, Jean is just kind of becoming more and more of a liability now. He's essentially stuck in the front line. Down to half HP already. Pumps the Divine Restoration, but the Bugacia can now gap close. Quick enough move there not to get pinned. Good thing she's 1.38 movement speed. If she had that 1.25 she used to, she'd be just surrounded and dead. Recon, this is wacky, man. He's got double melee tech, and this is the awkward thing, is that Dimu, he's prioritizing Undermesh to counterplay the Yumi, but what about the Bugacia? They're doing over half damage to knights right now, which is kind of crazy. We have got a problem, however, for Recon. I mean, if this was against French, I like the idea, but against Jean, you are just inviting level 3. We're only a few moments away. He's not sniping her in a rush. No, she's able to get away from this. So 8 XP off. Final kill is going to come in. And that's level 3 Jean in Feudal Age. Not as broken as Melee Jean. Melee Jean is a game breaker in Feudal and Feudal. But this is going to be powerful. The Jean's Riders come out. The Yumi won't have an answer to that. A little bit surprised we didn't get Champions because Champions count spears. But the problem he has is this comp by Recon is mobility. If he goes for Champions, they're really slow. And he'll just get kited. This is ridiculous, man. How does he see level 3 Jean and not just walk away? Right, like, you'd think that would be your alert to just go castle. Not Recon. I'm telling you, this boy is reformed. Compared to the Recon that we remember from a long time back, the defensive trash bander, this is a whole different guy. All right, what do you think, guys? 1s if you think Recon's going to win this game. 2s if you think that Dimu is. Thinks he has no chance versus Arbitrary in Castle. I think he just believes that he can starve Dimmu out. Because remember, the Pro Scouts play, like, hasn't got all deer, right? I think he maybe didn't realize how much deer it got over here, though. Yeah, 2 taken from there. Taken 4 from the central one. Actually, 5. So almost all deer has been hoovered up by Dimmu. Yeah, it's just deceptive because he stacked them all in one spot. I gotta say, things do look good for Dimmu. I'm not surprised the amount 2 is coming out. Recon has at least been pocket ecoing himself onto the berries on the flanks. He's almost ready for Castle. Might be a tricky defense, though. Is this diveable for Dimmu? He hasn't got a crazy counter Knights. Jean can go in for sure, but needs to be careful because of all the spears. You're down the range Jean? I tell you, people do, man. I mean, melee Jean, it's because there's so many clips of melee Jean just looking broken, but never underrate the simple effectivity of range Jean. Also, really nice as you scale into this point in the game, because now you've got this effective coup de grace against Mad Samurai that are going to be coming in soon. You get them low, you can just shoot 1 arrow and finish them off. Dive underneath the TC. Dimmu. 2 worker kills in this game, and it might be a lot more here. Recon has to stand his ground. The spears. Shove on in. And Dimmu, I mean, this is a ballsy A-click. Wait, what? Loses the Knights. Jean will be able to retreat, but everything else dead. A heavy and expensive engagement for Dimmu that yielded a small advantage, but nothing crazy here. And total 5 worker kills now, but remember, Recon, he can start to access relics, and Dimmu still has to answer with an age up of his own. I don't feel like it's going to be that quick, actually. Forced to reinvest in Knights. Recon is going full Yumi ham. Did he get the rest? Okay, he's almost got all deer now. Dimmu's just kind of loving life. He's just hoovering so much off of this map. Recon just squaring up. But the weird thing is, I think for Dimmu, he's probably paranoid that the Yumi veterancy's been queued up. He doesn't know what we do, which is that Recon is just ham-fisting every tiny ounce of gold he's got into Mad Samurai only. So yeah, no veterancy, which means the Knights aren't threatened. And with that discovery, Dimmu decides to just charge forward again. Now, another interesting thing about Japan versus French is in the earliest days, it was actually seen that Japan was favored because, for some silly reason, French, the charge bonus doesn't activate on Mad Samurai. If you deflective armor, if that's where your charge hit goes, you don't get your bonus damage after a charge with Knights. Yeah, good thing you didn't try to contest that at all, because like sometimes French Knights can just overwhelm Castle Knights. It would have been disadvantageous there because you'd be missing your +5 damage, or your +3 rather damage, which is a pretty big deal. Speaking of plus damage, things like Cantled Saddles might be coming in quick. Wasn't actually expecting this out of Dimmu, but we are going to be seeing Royal Institute. Oh wait, did they fix that? Did I miss that fix? Let me check patch notes. You might be right. It got left in for so long. I don't know where I'd find that in the patch notes. It's not like an obvious thing that would get listed on Knights on the Wikipedia pages, or Wikipedia rather. I feel like with the fights I've been seeing recently, it didn't feel like Knights are actually getting the charge. But maybe that's just the way that they're engaging. Samurai. Oh, going to be able to idle the goal. Pretty effective here. There's only hardened spearmen as well. I mean, full Mad Samurai could actually just target the spears down and chase this through. Yeah, he freaks out. Dimmu has to come home. Okay, really good for Recon. He needs that space, that breathing time here. Because although Jean has a slight lead, soon Recon will be back ahead. Remember, with the current floating gate builds, Yorishiro drops in town centers are very popular as either the second or third Yorishiro drop. So far, we have got, what, one... Okay, yeah, one in the stables, one in the farmhouse. So we're probably looking at the next one dropping off in the town center. Samurai not able to get any kills in the back, but like we talked about, he has drawn all attention here. Dimu is going straight into Royal Bloodlines. It's not a crazy number of knights, though. Only 11. Recon. I love this. We've got Onimusha. Yeah, not really your norm here. I feel like we don't see Onimusha that frequently out of Japan these days. But especially when you're up against things like the Royal Bloodlines Knights that are going to pull back to try and heal. It's a great way of just finishing off what would eventually come back full health again. It is a little bit shaky into range on, just because she has all the extra armor. These samurais on the back, though. Again, Dimu just idled out. Even going to be found out towards the ball. Freed too many villagers here. Why Yorishiro in the farmhouse? Because Recon is going for a timing attack. This extra food is actually really underrated. He's getting 75 extra food a minute, which just kind of allows him to keep this pump going. When food would run light, which it was going to because he played along feudal, this is going to be a nice little boon as you try to get more farms in gradually. Yeah, in particular, B has been phenomenal with this over the years. Ever since Japan got added, he was a big believer in the farmhouse play. We've seen games where he drops 2 or 3 of them in, and the nice thing about this is it's an easily pivotable play. Like, when you're done with it and you want a different Yorishiro, you delete a 50 resource building to get a new Yorishiro. Compared to production buildings where it's farm 50, or your TC where you can't delete it at all. 60 food? No, it should be 75. 70, sorry. 70? I think 70. There you go, 70. Yeah, Forge got nerfed to 50 a while back, but here's an interesting one for you guys. Did you know? You see that? If you drop it in a Wonder, you get an extra 4,000 HP. Damn it, what a spawn, by the way. I mean, kind of caused him a lot of pain earlier on, but just like back-to-back golds in the corner. It's just unfortunate it's just so open and barren. Like, there's no way to wall this. Relic game is also getting a bit awkward. Yeah, Recon has the edge, 3-1. But Dimu should be able to get the 2. Scary army. But this is such a Dimu move, man. Oh, he loves these. He's one of the few players we see do it, actually. He's got Jean's Riders coming. And quite a lot of them. Guys, these are really expensive. 200 resources, the same price as a Keshik, but they have phenomenal ranged armor. 7 ranged armor. They also get damage, bonus damage against crossbows. And I believe they fixed this a while ago where Onimusha get secretly classified as crossbows so that the Riders do get the bonus damage against them. So it actually works out pretty nicely. I'm pretty sure they changed it that way. I mean, it's awkward because at this point you probably should just add like a crossbow tag on the front end to Onimusha. So it's not confusing for people to understand. All locked in the north. Recon, how are we doing on farms? Okay, so like it's fleshing out nicely up to 23. I'm a bit worried for Dimu. Is like he went for Royal Institute, which is a timing attack, but you aren't really hitting that timing. No, it almost feels like Guildhall would have felt better at this rate. Maybe he just felt like he needed Royal Institute to feel safe. Why not just give them bonus versus range units? Because that would just make them a giga stacked horseman. I think they wanted to find a more niche role. Like, for example, you know, for what you pay, the idea of like the men-at-arms, the better men-at-arms, is not worth on its own. It's the fact that they get good damage against spears. They try to give it like a balance point, because with the 6 ranged armor and the base health, if it was plus against range, these things would just be ridiculous. Yeah, the idea is to make them a counter crossbow, but not make them completely broken against crossbow. Because if you had 6, 7 armor, and then you were like not just effective against crossbowmen, but like you're effective against archers and these other things, hand cannoneers, like I don't know, it would get ridiculous. Flash coming through, Recon. He doesn't have any way of killing range on, guys. Oh my god, it's gonna happen again. What? The Riders jump on in. All right, moment of truth. Do they actually get that bonus? I don't think so. No, it looks like they're striking for 18. So they didn't fix that. Oh, okay. Or rather they did. Maybe it wasn't intended. Because there was a time, I'm pretty sure, where the Riders were getting that bonus. But my god. What am I looking at here? Jeune de Blast comes on through. She's Duncan. Just a double kill on the exit there. I can't believe this, man. 25 minutes in, we've already got level 4 Jean. Now classified as a siege weapon. Don't fat shame her. And what did we say was the weakness of Japan? The thing that they hate most. What is Dumu now left with? It's crossbows. It's just bulk arbitrary. Yeah, the knights already just got melted, which, you know, is unfortunate considering the investment in Royal Bloodlines, but a Recon, this comp ain't going to like playing into arbitrary. Mad Samurai going to melt it. And also, Onimusha do nothing because all you have to do is stand here and press Q. Once you press Q, you get an extra 5 ranged armor. All of a sudden, Onimusha look pretty damn pathetic, especially when you consider their starting base damage is lower than standard crossbows. Not just that, these are better crossbows. I think this is probably where Dumu starts to prep the crossbow stirrups. And on top of that, because he went Jean de Blast with Valorous Inspiration, he's got that attack speed buffer. What's up, Dace? Appreciate the raid, bud. Yeah, this is like... This is probably the most busted comp for late game Jean, in my opinion. Because with crossbow stirrups, you go down to 1.7-ish attack speed. And then when you press the attack speed boost, you go down to 1.3-ish. So you're attacking quicker than an archer normally does. It is ridiculously powerful. Like, it puts you on par with like longbow attack speed or aura speed on a crossbow. Now the cannon. Oh my god, this is twice now. Well, Dumu's been bailed out of what looked like a bit of a worrisome position because of the power of that level up. Twice that Recon has been suckered into taking that fight to feed the XP in. I mean, at this point, John in this game has just been laying on a conveyor belt being fed Twinkies. Recon, this cannon is a ball egg, man. Like, after all the work building the farms. Horseman switch from Recon. Smart choice here into Arbitrary. They do have the Gambesons, which makes it very difficult. Not just that, this is a super effective front line. Remember, Jean's Riders scale with her, not with your age. Look at the stats. They went from 6 ranged armor to 7. And the health now at 332. This is your front line. I don't like what's happening right now from Dumu. Like, he wasn't expecting the Shogunate, so forgivable, but you don't want to be diving this. The idea, though, these very expensive riders, they will create that plump front line to protect against horsemen. They will also take no damage from Onimusha. We're talking about 10 ranged armor against a mere 12 damage. This is a pathetic exchange for Recon. And, like, you can't just say spears, right? You switch spears into Arbitrary. Melee is going to do no damage there. It's good against the riders, at least. But we already mentioned that, like, the Arbitrary can kind of stand their ground against Onimusha and Spearman because of the Pavis drop. And then the Gambeson's melee armor. Things are about to get better. Dimu queues up the crossbow stirrups. Bombard will begin to siege in. He's deleted a lot of buildings here with this. Recon. She's just like, screw this crap, I'm going. So he's going to be marching out. Not a bad idea. Like, you know, it's very hard to just headbutt that fight right now. So instead, why not just cut reinforcements? I mean, in fairness, Recon could take the fight. Here's the fort, guys. You already fed him to level 4. There is no level 5. Oh my god, could you imagine if it was level 5? Guys, what would we make level 5 Jean? So let's make it like 5,000 XP. And she just summons a Tower of the Sultan that she stands on top of, shooting everyone. You know what we need? Like, has anyone played Total War Warhammer? What we need is Thorgrim. We need Thorgrim Grudgebearer, you know, the guy who gets carried around. We just need, all of a sudden, this cav needs to turn into a throne with a bunch of servants carrying her around. Well, it's time for the fight. Recon. Hold up. Cannon's exposed and gone straight away, and it's going to be an immediate jump in. Yeah, but Onimusha, they do nothing. Remember, she doesn't have the heavy tag. She barely registers damage here. But it's a Bale. Dumu has to run away. Oh, God. He was overconfident about this. The good news is the maiden won't die easily. The bad news is, where's your army? Yeah, we're going to need a level 5 attack helicopter for sure here. Maybe a Harry strike. Maybe she just has a self-destruct button that nukes an entire... Yes! We need demo ship, Jean. There we go. Don't worry, guys. I think Jean will win this. I mean, if it's a range fight, yes. Has to dodge the bullet. Can't really justify having to spend 1,000 gold. He's got it in reserve, but he's going to need it for elsewhere. Dive now coming in. Recon's just going to look to end the game. Go straight after the landmarks. This looks over, man. I can't believe it as well. The amount of XP that Recon fed in this game, and it's just irrelevant. Landmark down. Here's 2 TC from Dumu. He's built a decent lead, right? And the farm count is looking good, actually. He's up to, what, 49 farms? So if he can just spam out Jean's riders, he might actually get a stay of execution here. Recon, no. Go. Go. Dive. Dive. This is the moment. The problem is Recon doesn't see what we do. He maybe assumes there's a lot of horsemen waiting behind this. There's also a castle, but the castle's kind of just out there. It's not really much stopping you from shutting down this area fully. Instead, just taking the more strategic approach of denying production, denying houses. And teching as well. So Recon will be going into the Imperial Age. Something that I somehow don't really see Dumu ever doing. You just need so much army. You know what? Like, I actually like the idea that Jean should turn into an attack helicopter. She just slaps on a French Air Force badge. I mean, that would give him a way of winning, right? A little bit broken. Imagine having range Jean flying, and the only thing you can hit her with is range units, where she gets damage reduction. Cast of the Crow is now coming through. We have a random Yumi from Recon. I'm starting to wonder if he realizes that Uma Bannerman buffed the Onimusha. I mean, this could just be a mystic as well. Remember, it used to be back when the DLC first released and when Recon would have last been playing, it used to be that you needed the Yumi Bannerman to buff Onimusha. But then they changed it because they realized it's really silly. Like, you might as well have it be a cavalry unit to go with a cavalry unit. Otherwise, what ends up happening is the Yumi Bannerman never keep up. Don't know what Dumu was building that entire time. 2 TC, mass farms, and 2 keeps. Like, we were so fixated on the demolishment of the base, we didn't really block it as well. And props to him, man. Like, it's pretty impressive, actually, that he got the eco lead. I am a bit shocked Recon backs all the way off. He's playing for Sacred Site win conditions instead. Yeah, a little bit surprising that he actually goes for that. I would have just expected him to probably play all in from here. But, you know, the castles maybe have him a little bit paranoid. He just wants to potentially set up cannons. The weirder part to me is the Castle of the Crow. Why did he build Castle of the Crow? I mean, it's a good injection of resources, but normally we see this landmark when you feel threatened. In what position was Dumu going to threaten you here? No Castle of the Pigeon? Yo, if there was a Castle of the Pigeon, you'd insta-win, alright? The world would be screwed without pigeons, okay? We are loyal. We are the best deliverers. We are also the best information gatherers because we're all secretly cameras designed by the government. What was a crow done recently? Stolen something shiny? Oh, good. A thief. Wait, he actually might kill this. yeah. Legitimately, Jean could kill that on her own, by the way, guys. Because funny thing here, range tags. The cannon doesn't count and the rockets don't count as siege, they count as range. And she gets heavy reduction from ranged attacks. So, like, you could actually just stand there and kill it with Jean. Also the best carrying a disease. Yo, we're not alone in that, okay? We're substantially less of a douchebag than seagulls. I just don't think Recon realizes just how far ahead he is. And he's like, why rush? I'll slow roll. But like, Sacred Site has been decapped. Dimu still has not aged up, but he's close. Can he get it? Recon is going to dive in. Goes after the castle. Incendiaries is about to complete, so this is going to increase his siege. Allowing to blitz through this a bit faster. This is weird though, man. This is such a weird game. And Varus Inspiration does come in. So here we go. Crossbows, Gatling gun speed, 1.41 seconds for every attack. Recon trying to go for that trade out on the backside, but the Beast Drop is going to make his life a lot harder. Mounted Samurai have been upgraded. Jean's riders are falling fast. Recon still with a handful of knights left here. But the Red Palace is on the way back in the base. It's all he really needs. Once that's up, crossbow emplacements in will push Recon away. And I'm getting a little bit worried that Recon's waited too long here. The good news for him, he has all the gold in the world. Dumu has none. And does not have Guildhall as a comeback mechanic. But it definitely is starting to feel like Dumu's been allowed to live a lot longer in this game than you would expect. Yeah, I imagine Recon's looking back at this game and going, oh, wow, I didn't realize he was just like that dead. This is the power of vision, you know. Remember that whenever you watch these games, you want to criticize, I don't know why this player done that thing. Why didn't you do that? You know, it's fine to ask those questions. It's fine to dissect it. But also remember, they don't see everything. Recon, you know, he didn't see the state of things back here. Maybe he didn't think that Dumu was being that greedy. Maybe he thought that there wasn't that many farms so that he didn't need to rush an end. Recon, he is just going to anchor down, I guess, right? Back to Sacred Sites. Yep, castle drop coming in. So he's going to start the timer. But this is buying time for Dumu. Look at what he's doing. We said he's out of gold. There's only one option left if that's going to happen. Trade now coming in. Still, Recon has an outpost here. This is... I feel like this should be dead obvious. People don't tend to stonewall to protect a tree line. They tend to stonewall to protect trade. Especially more recently. I feel like stonewalls have become quite rare. He does go straight into the merchant guilds. Remember, this is the one that just gives extra gold gen. So every 6 seconds, each trader will just generate 1 gold. Which is interesting because it basically is enclosures. We'll get eyeballs on the fact that gold is running out. Recon hasn't done what he's known for. Yeah, we call him the Trash Panda, but he actually has another nickname, and that's the Tricky Trader. Recon was very good at always finding a way to trade with the oddest civs. Seriously, guys, like, if you have a look at it, you'll see what I mean. In the past, we've seen him, for example, trade with Roos. Which, this was long before other people were even thinking about that. Even now, it's a very rare occurrence. But he would seek it out, no matter the civ. Could Dumu win this? If he gets the trade count up to like 30, sure. But Recon has the right idea. He's moved south side. He's got the cannons coming out. The castle's not going to last long against that. On top of that, Recon has switched into hand cannoneers. Now, remember what we said about the riders? Super effective against crossbows. No bonus damage against hand cannoneers, though. The armor's good, sure, but 10 armor is a nice reduction on the hand cannoneer damage. But it's still difficult to sufficiently reduce 38 damage. Not just that. The Yumi Bannerman from Japan will give you an extra 5 damage. So the riders, all of a sudden on that hard work, you know, you're only mitigating less than 25% of the damage taken. And Recon, yeah. Wait. Okay, so Dimu has been sniping the bombards. Because remember, Jean, her Q does 150 damage. So she's very good at taking those siege weapons out. So Recon thinks about going for a wall and a gate. I think instead there, though, the trebuchets were maybe what should have been the real intent. Unfortunately for him, Dimu's got double cannon. This game is getting wacky. Stonewall's now going up from Recon, just trying to cut up the map. Thought about a dive, regrets it when he sees the castle. This is such a weird game. And I love it. It's so cool to see Jean in action again. And, you know, we have some civs where it's like, don't let them get late game. Don't get them late game. Don't let them get late game. And I think Jean is really starting to slot into that. People just seem to be better than what I remember in the way they use Jean de Blast in the late game. Recon. Let's move for the hand cannoneers. Now remember, the riders, they're fairly tanky, but they're also not going to do too much damage is the idea. Saying that, I mean, there's 20 damage into a hand cannoneer. It's not terrible. It's like, by comparison, though, horsemen much cheaper do much more damage. Right? You see right there, horsemen will do 30 damage into a range unit. And they don't have that much less armor, really, to be fair. It's an extra 2 ranged armor you get on riders. The most important thing is the health difference. 332 compared to 225 is a big, big difference. Make sure if Royal Bloodline's being powerful and Riders' base health being high. Push out here. Dimu does force Recon to retreat. Getting breathe room as he swells up the trade account. We're only at 12 currently. So definitely has some ways to go. I mean, this is the tricky thing, by the way. John's riders, they cost gold. Not a lot of gold, but it's taking away from your trader coffer. Which is why this 3k will go a long way. If Recon lets you have it. He's going to go in for a clash over it. There's a rotation around the back. Arbitrary do go for the Pavis drop. The horsemen are now charging in. So there we go. He gets the good trade. Just not enough melee line here. Castle's going to go up. Front line is down. Onamusha are going to snipe down the workers, so Dumu just desperately trying to scramble for what little gold he can get. He doesn't even try to garrison the castle. Arbitrary are going to get cleared, so great fight from Recon. He is missing the siege to now deal with this castle, though. So Dumu should maybe slow Recon down a little bit with his defense. I think technically, though, you could just kind of dive in. There's a spot right here, right? If you get here, you block trade. Yeah, I just think that Dumu's made it very obnoxious. He's got a castle drop here, castle drop here, castle drop here. And remember, it's not just a castle, it's a castle with those Arbaliston placements that hit very hard. I can't believe he's just basically shooting this to death. Seriously, he's just shot it down. I think he had about, what, 6 torches? Okay, 10. And the timer keeps ticking. We're now 6 minutes away from a victory for Recon. I'm trying to figure out if Dimu has enough time. Stone walls are going up. Double castle north. Recon's army just looks and feels a lot better. Like, the one up that Dimu has is Jean. The attack speed buffer is a game changer, but you have to be very careful about position now. Before, when it's Onimusha, sure, like, Onimusha just don't really do any damage to Jean, but hand cannoneers are noteworthy. In fact, I'd like to see Recon steering more into hand cannoneers. Like, just use some Onimusha to raid and get more gunners. It might be that he wants the mobility for sacred sites, which kind of makes sense. Double rocket launcher town now. The army is going to show up. Villagers pretty much are going to be able to get that wall up. Yeah, there's a few on top of it, so guaranteed. So pause on the sacred sites, but no decap available. Dimu still has to solve this puzzle. I don't know about you, but I hate puzzles. They got pieces and you have to put them everywhere. They always get in the way. And they get between your toes. And they get in everything in this course. And now I'm just doing the Anakin speech. Need some Randys? What, for Japan or for Jean? You kind of have le petit problème, right? It's like you can't actually get Randys if you don't go for Tanagashi the Gunsmith. You want it for Jean. You want Jean to build Randys against this many Onimusha. Like, they both have a lot of range, but the Onimusha can reach in and get kills much easier. What do they call them? Randys? You know, I was hoping it was going to become an English main thing, and then it just makes more sense to call them Reginald. But sadly, English never build them. They usually get built against them. Alright, 4 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory. I think Dimu probably has one big pump and dump at this. Because remaxing this army is going to get really expensive. You know, it's almost 200 food per rider, so you can get 20 in your current. Hand cannon numbers are going up. Why does Dimu keep scanning crossbows? Probably feels like he hasn't got enough gold. Also, it's weird in, like, you can go hand cannoneer to mirror hand cannoneer, but you're not really favored piece to piece. You'll have that attack speed burst, but across a longer fight, the Ashigaru will have the +5 damage. And yes, the hand cannoneer Ashigaru are the best voice line in the game by far. They're absolute psychopaths, and oh, they go straight after Jean. That's a click away from it now. Crossbow's trying to dive in. Valor's inspiration. He'll be running out soon. He's going to have to back away. I don't think he's breaking in here, no. The Horseman spam from Recon is holding on. The hand cannoneers on the wall have been so infuriating as well. Finally, the wall does get broken. Yeah, it's making a big difference. Remember, when you stand on the wall, you take notably less damage. These crossbows lives are living hell, and now Recon able to just commit onto said arbitrary. Varus inspiration is on cooldown, so you no longer have that burst attack speed. Dimu now with the glorious switch into Royal Knights, but the problem is he didn't clear the Onimusha. No, 34 of the ladies stand strong, which means Knights are going to be trickling into death here. Horsemen just keep on pushing. Arbitrary count is also down now as well. And it is indeed happening. It looks like the Trash Panda is able to get one up and over on Dimu here. Recon catching up again on Age of Empires 4 quick, man. Impressive game out of him. Could have been over a lot quicker. I think Recon said something about hating playing late game, but he kind of done this to himself. This is one of the most fed Johns I've seen. And even then, she could have been killed about halfway through this game. But outcome seems inevitable here. We're now a minute and a half away from a Sacred Site victory. Love to see Recon just quickly starting to find his feet again in Age of Empires 4. We need to see more players that can make those deep runs. More players that can contest the top 3. You know how I feel about this, guys. I've said it before. You know, we are talking about peak RTS experience when you are able to look at a top 16 bracket and say there are 12 players here that could all potentially be champions. And it not sound like you are pulling a rope, that you're saying something just for the narrative. Cannon spam coming in. Dimu once again to break the wall, but that choke point was death for him last time. How is it any different now? He thought about Knights for a second, just ended up going back to the same comp, so nothing has changed. And even if it stretches further, we've already got the tricky trader starting to rise up here, but I think he knows, like, that would be wasteful. Just put the last gold into this. You're 30 seconds off of a victory. Flash now coming in. Wall's going to break again. Cannoneers have to get on the high ground just to try and hide from the riders. Horsemen are starting to spread out. It's going to be a dive in, though. He needs to get on that Sacred Site. It's 15 seconds to go. And he's body blocked. He can't get in. No, looks like he won't be able to pause the timer. Maybe just a rush through here at the last second. And now it's a desperation scramble, right? You've got barely any riders left. Recon just could A-click his way through. 4 seconds on the clock. Jean's going to need to step up if he wants to try and win this. But with Horseman in front of her, it's her worst nightmare. A dive comes on in. But just a few Horsemen is all it's going to take. Jean will go down with this ship. Recon will lock it in. The most fed Jean I think I have ever seen. And still, it was not enough. Wow. Told you guys, epic game, right? I can't believe that only got 1,000 views. It's like crazy how quickly level 4 Jean came in and then just still backfires. But hopefully you enjoyed that game. Hopefully you're ready for more. I think we can actually check out a Dimu game, funnily enough. So, after that banger, we need another banger. And I noticed, I think Louis MT went up against Dimu. Would you guys like an Ayyubid versus Lancaster game? The alternative is, I believe there was, I could have sworn I saw another one in there. Yeah, let's do an IU Lancaster. Oh, and I'm so sorry, Vortex. I only just saw that. Sorry, we were on a meal break. Thank you very much, mate. I hope you had a good stream. Our legendary Vortex, who is already through the semifinals, trying to figure out if he's going to be up against Dimu, GUA, Voldemort, or Tiger. It's likely going to be Dimu, Voldemort, or Tiger. I don't think we've heard anything from GUA. He had an hour to post, and I don't think he has. So probably Dimu moving through. We're going to have Voldemort versus Tiger live here in about an hour. So before that, I thought we could slide in one more pub game and where else to go. But the wonderful Louis MT and Dimu. We see fewer SS victories than there should be. It'd be cool to see a game mode where it has the resumable timer. Or like, I just want them to try the victory point system that Company Heroes has. Some people are like, oh no, it doesn't fit. Like, dude, let's prove it. Like if you're not that scared that it doesn't, like, you know, it'll fit, that's money where mouth is. Just have a mode that tests it. Might have to run a tournament to test it. Alright. So Louis versus Dimu. Let's get ready to hop in. How many times did the guy have to no-show before I start to reject his entry? It's already been decided by me. Like, if he doesn't turn up, it's either going to be a 2-week penalty, like a 2-week suspension or a 3-week suspension. I'm weighing up where we do 2 or 3. But like, it'll be 2, and I think when he comes back, if it happens again, it'll be up to 5. And I'll just, like, it's just snowball factor. I get it, like, life gets in the way and whatever, but like, if you think your life is too busy, it's probably not, like, you probably can't, like, sign up, sort of thing. And that's why we always urge players to get that sorted early. Get your game schedule as quickly as possible. And one sec, actually, let's remind me. I need to message Tommy quickly. Would it be worth exploring a shared Google Calendar so everyone can enter their available times. Well, we do have a soft schedule. It's just we need to get more enforcing with it. Basically, the cutoff points is round of 16 is meant to be played on Monday, and quarters are meant to be played maximum by Tuesday at the latest. Well, we might just have to get more constricted with that. But here we go. We just don't see this matchup enough because one of them has been avoiding the ladder grind while the other one has been relentless. It's Dimu versus Louis MT. I think one of many people's favorite matchup to see on ladder. House of Lancaster for Benny Boy, though. Whereas Louis, crafty demon he is, has chosen the Ayyubids. That's right. Welcome back, one and all, to Legends from the Ladder. Louis MT with an Ayyub pick. Pretty interesting here, actually. Versus House of Lancaster, we are going to be seeing the Dark Age Rush opening. But Louis should have enough time to get the gold necessary. So we'll be able to trigger H2. This is still a pretty cool idea now that I think about it, though. Like, playing a rush open like this against Ayyubids, a civ that is gold heavy, usually looking for the fast tech plays, this starts them off that objective. Curious to see how Louis is going to respond. Will it be the dervishes, so he has his own sustain for feudal pressure fights, which Lancaster have been renowned for? Or instead, it looks like it's going to be military wing reinforcement. I think this is a semi-fast castle build. And you don't intend to play the Heroes card game, but how can I make sure you get the sponsor benefits? I mean, one big thing is click through. Like I always say with sponsors, when we're doing sponsors, a big part with sponsors, obviously I want to see a return on investment via sales. But just as big of a part is the marketing and awareness. So when you see links, when you see sponsors, whether it's on YouTube videos, well, YouTube, wait until you watch the video, and then click through. But with Twitch or whatever, when you see it, click through, go have a look, check it out. In their case, do the free thing like follow the campaign. And who knows, that maybe gets them to come back. Oh, man. What is the plan for Louis here with the military wing? Like I said, my theory is that he's just going to use it to slowly clear the spearmen. It's a very slow process. That would delay you pretty heavily getting back onto your gold. So I assume he wants to try and get aggressive, but I don't know how I feel about this, actually. I'm trying to weigh it up in my brain. Is like Desert Raiders versus Hobblar is an intriguing matchup, because obviously Hobblar do get bonus damage against Desert Raiders, but like a very interesting thought here is that Desert Raiders have 5 base armor and Hobblar only have 7 base damage. So you're really only getting your bonus damage. It's pretty bad, actually, compared to standard ponies, because standard ponies would be doing 18 before reduction, whereas Hobblars are doing 40. That's a lofty difference right there. We'll see how Baldamus Maximus, first of his name, Iridius, is going to play this. We have got the stone now coming, so it will be the 5 man as expected. And we'll just 2x for the age up, so we get to the nitty-gritty of them doing things. This is interesting, though, because Louis, he's been kind of absent on the grind for a little bit when he's prepping for the EDC tournament. He's back on the ladder climb. He has the 2nd and 3rd place accounts on ladder right now. Dimu kind of slipped a bit. I don't know what happened there. Like the rankings, you know, it's been a little bit tough for him to stay in like the top 5 or whatever. He's down in 11th place right now, so still respectable. But you know, has this been his worst season? It has, if I'm not mistaken. No. Okay, no, that was worse. Season 10, Dimu's Baldamus account finished in 25th. It's crazy though, because like you can feel a little bit of drop off there, and this is what I mean. If you have a look at like Dimu, there was a time where he was always in the top 3. So it has been a little bit of a stinker recently for him. Might be that he's taking more time to scrim, though. That's the intriguing part. I know he's recently moving house, and maybe that has an impact on his availability. But it's possible that Dimu's secretly been scrimming. For him now, though, I imagine it's back to full ladder grind because he didn't qualify for the EDC Masters Finals. So back to the cool vibes that Dimu exudes. Louis, it was a fast castle build, and you know what? It got him the space he needed. He was able to get an outpost up courtesy of the Desert Raider. Culture Wing advancement. Wait, so this is Desert Raider into fast castle as fast as possible. How interesting. I feel like we often see advancement wing, but if you're wondering why would you advancement over just getting the full greed of like growth wing, or Dervish. Multiple issues. If you go Dervish, your opponent's already building spears and whatever. He could probably intercept relics. But if you slow tech, I get where Louis coming from here. A slow tech up just allows Lancaster to build towards this feudal timing. Remember, right now, this build that Dumu's building into is the big question mark everyone has. Like, how do I stop this? How do I beat this? When Lancaster gets this build rolling, they roll over practically every civ in the game. The mass lords and the mass hobbler spears. So I kind of respect that he's just getting out ahead of the firing line here. Double stables, should be looking at Camel Lancer beginning. Will be 15 sheep to work with compared to 14. Of course, Dumu's been carrying this quicker though. Then again, like that's impressive from Dumu considering he's been eating the sheep the whole time. Whereas Louis ate half of his berries first. What is up, Dual Links guy? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate you. Appreciate everyone who's been getting those subs in. You guys help keep the lights on so we can keep on doing what we do best. Hobbler dive in, not going so well. Desert Raider might even get a second kill there, but... Oh no, dude, what was pathing there? That was a curse. Love the turnaround, but this is what we're talking about. He just done 8 damage as technically a counter unit. Feels really bad. It's only going to get worse now with the Camel Lancer. Because the other thing that's funny is, like, I mentioned that you have the 5 armor to get through. Guys, it's actually worse than what I said, where you do 14 damage against 5 armor. You do less than 14 damage against 5 armor. So, like, instead of being down to 9 damage, you're down to, like, 8-ish? Because remember, you get the Camelonese as well, so you lose 1.4 damage on your base. All I can say is, thank goodness Camelonese does not affect bonus damage. Probably a good thing they never introduced that change. I remember a long time ago I recommended it, but back then it made sense with how kind of weak camels could feel. Whereas I think if they introduced it now, it would be a disaster. Yeah, especially Ayyubids. I think Ayyubids would rock up to borderline S tier, if not S tier. I know, this is not a best of 3. This is Legends from the Ladder. Our next competitive series will be after this between Voldemort and Tiger. So looks like it's going to be the Billman coming in. Makes a lot of sense here. You're going to need Spearman against the Camel Lancers. But remember, Spearman against Camel Lancers isn't as effective as it is against other civs because the Camel Lancers don't get stunned when they charge. Trade-off, of course, being they have less. That can always be fixed by cannons. Dervish is now getting added in. And that's a brilliant timing. Are you kidding me? Dumu moves into the base, but Louis creeps out the first Dervish unnoticed. Ooh. 2 more Dervishes being queued up. Good reserve resources, by the way. Louis MT. I mean, I say it's good. It's good as long as it doesn't get scouted. And no! Dumu didn't see the berries. He didn't check the other flank, so he doesn't know for sure. That's really important. Louis MT, he's only got 9 sheep. Then he's starved. This is a huge lifeline. It's the 8 stack of berries with the extra 100. So normally it's a 2,000 food. It says 2,800 food. Sounds like a lot of Gulam and Lancers to me. Love the Gulam idea, by the way. I think Gulams are, of all the men at arms, sometimes they feel like the most situational. But you're against a fully unarmored combo. So Gulams is phenomenal. Well, I say that. You've got the Lords of Lancaster, but 2 melee armor feels pretty plastic here. Dive underneath the TC. This is the point in the game Dumu's been building towards, the biggest, most threatening point for Lancaster. Choke point hold is going to be good. Buying time the Desert Raiders, but the Gulams are going to be the kings of holding these areas. The leak over starts to occur as Dumu does wrap round. And now he's on his biggest challenge. Billman is going to come in clutch here. The -1 armor is giving him great kill point on the Gulam. Oh, what a sick read. I thought he'd hesitate there, but the Bill hook, good enough. Camel Lancers now having to come back home to defend. Dervish is also getting sniped out, but the Lords are starting to fall. Yeah, Dumu, it looked good at first, but I think it's that kind of false sense of security that baits you in here. It may have began well, but the sustained presence here, difficult to achieve. Yeah, it's got a few worker kills, but maybe not enough to justify this. Relic's coming home, and the fact that Dumu still needs to age up, Louis may have just survived the hardest point in the game. Dumu at least try to dispatch a few more workers. But like that, Louis just trying to optimize. Yeah, he's garrisoning each injured one just in time there. That was cheeky. So he won't lose any workers. Look at those health bars. That was sick micro. I'm trying to think, was that the fastest Ayyubid castle to avoid the Lancaster timing? Really does feel like that. As up there. I mean, a little bit delayed over what could have been optimal because of the harassment that came in, but overall, really impressive. Apparently once more into the breach. He does know where the berries are. In fairness, this makes sense. Before, he was punning into the main. I mean, that's probably his solace, is that he found these berries after that dive. If it wasn't for it, I don't think he'd know where to steer next. He'd be just kind of whizzing in the wind, guessing as he goes. But Gulam's, before countered by the spearmen, not going to be the case here, not with these numbers. However, the villagers are in trouble. Louis MT hemorrhaging workers as he rushes up an outpost. Dumu does not retarget, though. Only gets the 2 worker kills. That means the rest should be safe inside the towers. Louis MT, maybe one more worker to go down, but this is still rough. He already sacrificed a villager in production to get textiles. Still loses 3 after that. What's going to make up for it is definitely the Relic game. 2 more now on the way back. On top of that, we have got Camel Lancers starting to reach across the map as Dumu seems to have lost all momentum in the push timing here. Not great. Handful of yeomen left, handful of spearmen. Not really the same threat power we once saw out of the lad. He is starting to save up now, so he's not going to try a 3rd time. That's a good choice. I think a 3rd time here would be the killer. With Gulam coming, if you stay in this age and you lose another fight, they'll be in your base with ranged armor too. A few workers are going to be lost here, though. Only the double outpost. He had 13 on the deer. Oh dear, oh dear. And it gets worse than that. Camel Lancer jumps in on the gold. That lead that he built up, that he worked incredibly hard to build up. And in fact, you can see on the destroyed value what it cost him to build that up. Starting to fall apart. Now by the workers. Luckily, that has not been scouted by Louis. And both of these players just not scouting the berries that mattered most early on. Major coming. I wonder if Louis will keep the Gulam pump going. Gulam's very interesting now. Like, can get countered at this stage, but it means that the Dumu would have to go probably crossbowmen. You don't really want to do knights into Camel Lancers. So you're doing crossbowmen, which sounds pretty good in Castle, but the weird thing for Lancaster is they're happier if they can just stick yeoman spears. It's cheaper to blob up, and also has a nice bounce back timing around late Castle Imp. White Tower now on the way, and it is going to be on the big gold. Nicely timed, actually, because Louis was diving into the base again. Only one Camel Lancer, but if you see the build-up, and there's more nearby, that's how the disasters unravel. Instead, though, Louis, full hunger down. I wonder if he's thinking about 2TC here, the classic for Ayyubids with 5 relics. Feels like more recently, a lot of players, instead of doing that, they've kind of seen it as too greedy. You know, you've got a lead by the relics alone, so leverage that into a bigger win, but against Mana Lords, it could make a lot of sense, considering their lead and who's ahead is more deceptive here. You have to remember those manas, of course, each one of them adding in over 100 resources, basically 2.5 workers worth of gathering. While Louis mode activated. I think we might see him on stone in the next 2 minutes. The biggest scare factor, as we were highlighting, is like if you do go 2TC, you're essentially inviting Dumu to go late game. And I don't feel like there's many civs that want to go late game against Lancaster. It's just outrageously criminal the way they're able to optimize economy. to get advantages with what are essentially trash tier units. He's still connecting onto the deer. It's only getting worse if Dumu stays out here because the boar isn't actually guarded by the outposts. Fuck. Okay, so Louis might be slightly worried about raids coming in down the line. Like, let's just hug the very edge of the map and pretend the world isn't a problem. Okay, so Dumu, it is going to be Mana Lords. We're getting the additionals added in now. It took a little bit because it's a slowdown moment. What's Louis' follow-up if this does go in the final age? Oh, that's actually sick now. Growth, of course. Growth Wing's pretty slick here. Remember, it gives the 10% increased gathering rate in Imperial, which is really, really nice. The alternative is you go Eco Wing Industry and you just pump out workers super fast, but I quite like the growth. Like, it's all good getting more workers, but the better thing is in the late game, being in a position where you can afford to have less workers because each of yours are more efficient. That allows you to balance out against the fact that Lancaster, on average, has 20, sometimes 30 less workers than most civs. By the way, shout out to the meta development and players just getting better at playing with less economy. If you compare the game now to a year and a half ago, there's a big difference in just how many workers people have in the late game economy. You know, gone are the days of 140 pop. It's much rarer. I'm not going to say it never happens, but it has become a rarity. A lot of people favoring having around 100 military instead. Incredible change up, a necessary one, really. Hold on a sec. Is this happening again? Really? Textiles this time, they will get in the towers. It just keeps on coming. Thing that a Brit doesn't want to be coming home. Camels. Alright. Would I say a fairly balanced game right now? Once he has 6 mana, kind of. You have to remember, though, that Ayyubids have got a 10% increased eco booster with the Golden Age, but you know, game isn't like clearly apparent who's definitely going to win. So get your gambas in, or your predictions in, rather. Do you think Louis winning, press 1, or Dumu's winning, press 2? A nice pull on the board. Gets it close to the safety of the outpost. 2.2k food to work with. But while Louis is complete. Love that. Bloomery, really important here. Gives Gulam 2 damage, not just 1, remember, because they have 2 attacks. On top of that, you are playing against an almost completely unarmored comp. Do love the fact that Dumu's been keeping the Lords going, though. Really important. Scales phenomenally well into the late game, because, of course, later in the game you go, via age, veterancy, elite, your units get more health. So it just pays off more and more. Don't get me started on if you reach the point where you've got Lords plus elite army tactics. You don't often get to that stage. I feel like Lancaster's usually done with their opponents in feudal these days. And the game's leaking into a castle a bit, but although, you know, we're used to seeing Imperial in the olden days with the House of Lancaster castle builds, ever since the switch into Abbey of Kings, the kill point is usually feudal early castle. They always have the fallback because Wingguard is just so good for spam and spam. Even then, most of the games, it feels like it's just decided before you even get to the full Unitex. 1s for Louis. Oh, that's a positive. Okay, now freeze if you're just cheering on Louis because deep down you have a boiling hate for Lancaster. It's okay. This is a safe place. We know how you all really feel. Nice idea by Louis, just cutting reinforcements. I thought Dumu would actually be going for an age up. Maybe he's just worried that Louis is on a higher eco count, that maybe he went 2 TC. What differentiates Lancaster from English? Lancaster has a way of just crushing you in the feudal or the Imperial Age. And I think English is more about crushing you in the Imperial Age. So both can be equally toxic in some cases. But like, there's an argument that Lancaster is more so, because at least when you're against English, you kind of know what to expect. Defense, and more defense. The annoying thing with Lancaster, I think, often for people is, I mean, A, they attack and then later on can defend phenomenally well. But then B, the more obvious thing is, you know, you can talk about the passive income of English what you want. That passive income doesn't kick in until Imperial Age with the gold gathering via farming. Lancaster, the really big difference is that they light a fire on your ass to do something early on because the manners kick in so early on in the game. Big clash coming in. Louis favored here. The horseman rotation round the back. Runs head first into it. And now the range mass is blocking the spears. Tries to pull through. Louis, I love that. Didn't hang around too long. Got extra damage in and then retreats. Loses maybe 3-4 horsemen. Guarantees several more kills because of it. Back continuing. Crossbows are in the mixer to counter out these lords. Once they are removed, that's 20% health gone from this army. An army that is currently heavily outnumbered and outgunned. This is crazy. We also do have the Mameluke's Bravery. Remember, this is the one that gives the buff in movement speed and damage. It's a snowball type ability. Perfect for dealing with retreating opponents. Jimu, there's no easy breathing room to be had here. He has got the volley on the way. The synchronized shot coming in soon. I like that. He was dragging him towards the White Tower as a bastion of defense there. Louis, look at the confidence. He says, okay, that was a win. A definite win. It's time to party in age number 4. Dimu's setting up more farms. Maybe able to follow soon. Remember, he's already at 9 manas, so despite the scare factor, food is not going to be a problem for him. Props to Louis, man. The way he played this. The way he made that farm transition look just so seamless for Ayyubids. Like, it was never a threat or a problem. Remember, if this is going to Imperial Age with Growth Wing, that's going to allow him to make his villages 20% more efficient than default ones. Enough to overcome the Mana Lords. Calm down here. There we go. Growth Wing. It's been triggered. It's so cool to see growth. I feel like I rarely get to see it. Most Ayyubid Imperial games are Desert Raider. Because the Desert Raider is so good. If you get the Desert Raider wing, you're essentially getting 640 resources in unit production per minute. Because you produce 7 of them. That's 1,280 resources every 2 minutes. It's huge, actually. But obviously, he opened the game in feudal with that play. So Growth Wing, maybe even down the line. Could you imagine if we get the double imp into Ayyubids? Ayyubids is pretty sick with Desert Raider spam, actually. Desert Raiders is one of the most impactful units in the hyper late game because it benefits from 3 different university technologies. On top of which, having a very useful blacksmith technology. So remember, with Desert Raiders, they get affected by biology, they get affected by incendiary arrows, and they get affected by silk bowstrings. But then on top of that, in the blacksmiths, you'll find this unique tech called infantry support that gives them extra armor when infantry are nearby. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the end goal here for Louis. Needs to reach it first. The push coming in. Doomy trying to punch him. Sink shot. Reasonable, but not great. Not with the dervish there to heal up the damage. In fact, it's going to feel negligent at that point. Kill 3 or 4 units maximum. And Bordemus Maximus is going to be booted out of the Arabs' base. Louis MT easily able to hold here. Archer Mass just pushing him all the way away. The tricky part for Dumu here, because he had to go crossbows, and this is what I love about the strategy from Louis. By going Golem, you force crossbows. And the reason that's important is notice that Dumu is struggling to kite and edge out a draw at the end of fights. Normally, what happens with Lancaster is you clear the front line, and then you try to chase their back. But because yeomen move quicker than standard archers, you can't catch them. Because they have extra tower range, you can't catch them. They trade out, they get lots of kills in the process. Crossbows change that dynamic. Crossbows themselves have less range, they need to be closer anyway. And they slow down everything about the retreat. Because crossbowmen are, funnily enough, slower than Ghoul. Which means archers will always catch up to them. Tech up complete. Growth Wing in with the extra 10% eco buff now. Louis MT already ahead on village account. Dimu heard the age up, immediately swung back into attack. He's not going to be Desert Raiders. Good reason. There's too many yeomen to even think about it right now. But the archers and the horsemen with elite tech, a pretty respectable comp against what Dimu has here. He's just full range. Slingshot coming in. Nice shot. That's a good connect. Takes down about 6 or 7 units. And that was all the cause of the Hovelar just leaking into the worker force. Forcing a panic reaction out of Louis. But now comes the problem. It's the reveal of the horseman. He catches it early. But Dimu does not have much melee line. He's at risk. He knows it. Backs away. Gives space now for Louis to go into the castle. Something that Dimu does not know about currently. He's so close to revealing it. It's like you can smell it. It's almost like the fresh mortar. It's like something's going on, but he doesn't get confirmation, so there can't be a dive, even if he tried against elite horsemen of all things. Feels doomed to failure. They are rotating wide now. Drawing a lot of arrow fire. Even though they're not attacking, with a 7 ranged armor, they're wasting all of Dimu's time. That's kind of sick, actually. Like, instead of just hard engaging, just wasting all their fire. The Sing shot coming in. Talk about a saving grace there. That's minus 10 units for Louis. And Dimu's like, keep on running after me. 25 seconds, and then I'm going to do it again. I think Louis maybe got distracted as well. Cause like, we talked about the horseman idea around the back being cool, but they just kept on running. They never converged on the engagement. Louis does get the space, though. More techs are in the way. Incendiaries is coming through, but Dimu is getting ready for Imperial Age himself. He will not be denied. Demon Civ could be about to do what it always does. I made that sound like it's a shocking surprise, considering they always do this. But I think that's the absurdity of Lancaster, is every time you see it, you once again go, what? It would be a win without Wingard. That's the crazy thing. If in that retreat, he didn't have that sync shot hit so well, there's probably a world in which Dimu's considering Berkshire to survive. No bueno, no the case here, though. Gets away with the greedy play. Now, this enables you to go into a mass spearman, or maybe even better in this situation. I wonder if you actually just get a bunch of the raiders together. That would give the demi-lancers, or demu-lancers in this situation. Decent against the Ghoulam. Resist the elite archers well. Moment of truth. It just always feels like Garrison Command is too good to resist. I mean, he wants a front line, really. And yeah, Garrison Command, it's crazy, actually. They nerfed Gunpowder Contingent, I remember that. But Garrison Command, all it done by nerfing Gunpowder Contingent revealed how ridiculous Garrison Command is. For those unfamiliar with Garrison Command, you pay 450 resources to get 8 Spearmen and an Earl's Guard. So just to reiterate that, you pay 450 to get 920 resources worth of units. And you do that in 30 seconds by default, even quicker with Military Academy. It's absurdly efficient. It's as efficient as like 4.5 Raxas with a 50% discount. Why wouldn't you just keep mashing that button? It's been the downfall of so many players. I think it's the... You know, like, a lot of people lean into the idea the toxic thing about late game with Lancaster is the manners. And I get it. Yeah, I agree. But it's not just the manners, it's the efficiency, the lean efficiency with which they're able to build an army that's just as ridiculous. So you've got all this passive income, and you don't even need to use much of it to get there. That's wild. Louis talked about his ability to contest here, and he's doing exactly that. Look at the food, wood, gold. The moment he got Imp, remember, one of his first priorities was Tithe Barn, so he's been getting the extra passive income there on the mosque. You can see over here. Very healthy dosage. Getting extra 40 wood, 40 food, on top of the 80 gold per relic and 10 stone. Bio now coming through. I don't think we're going to get to see the broken Desert Raiders in this game, just because it's Yeoman. You know, of all the civs in the game, this is probably the worst one in it to build Desert Raiders against in late game, because 95% of House of Lancaster late game is just the Earl's Guard and Yeoman. Oh, sorry, Spearman and Yeoman, rather. A reminder, this is Legends from the Ladder, not KPMM. We've got more KPMM coming up after this. Fitting as well, actually, because Dumu, who's involved in this one, we're going to be checking on who his opponent should be. So what's Benny Boy's way out of the problem? I think Stonewalls is his best friend. I don't see many people stonewalling Rocky River anymore. It used to be the meta. Like, you just get up here and you stonewall these choke points and control the map from there. But recently, I don't know if it's just because people have upped their aggression. We're not really seeing the stonewalling. Because remember, it was wooden walls that got nerfed. Stone walls, if I remember correctly, did not get touched. And it's happening. Yes! Oh, let's go. Tradewing Advisors. Honestly, we so rarely get to see Ayyubids. It's such a joy. This is pretty sick, though, for Golem Spam, actually. The thing about Golem Spam is they're already a higher base health men-at-arms. They're at 225 HP. So give them 20% more, puts them at 275 HP. Do you want me to make it even better? Because of the army comp you're up against, this is the unit that most often will activate Sultan's Mamluks, which is the one that gives 20% damage increase when you get a kill. And movement speed. By the way, Lee Army Tactics for another 259. Ayyubids, he's going to be at 300 HP on these things. That's like Gilded Men-at-Arms level of health. In fairness, Golems, I mean, they are more expensive, but nowhere near the Gilded Men-at-Arms price. A castle drop, however. Well, Doom is going to get a good hit here, but his backline's now exposed. What's going on? The sing shot. I mean, Louis just shrugs it off. Golem's now munching into that formation of Yos. Castle drop is going to be a big fat L here. Thumbs down. Louis MT, the Archer Mass on the backside. 31 in total. Should be good enough, surely, to stand up against this. Especially now with the Camel Lancer arrival. 11 armor on these bad boys. Courtesy of the infantry support. They never suspect the Camel Inquisition. I'm telling you guys, like, the camels in the late game are crazy. Not Desert Raiders. We talked about why not that, but who expects double ups on camels at this point? Like 12, he was thinking about 20 there. Totally worth the wipe. And into a Civ that's renowned for massing Spearmen of all things as well. Gets the blocker. Now able to drop the castle. A double castle, in fact. And for good reason. Wait, did I say Ayyubids and it wasn't? I'm an idiot. No. He's just gone traders anyway. So it is Ayyubids. Where did he drop them? There we go. It is going to be stable. So it's full Cam Lancer. He's got more Ayyubids to deposit, but it's all about the Camel Lancers, folks. But maybe not for long. Elite Desert Raider upgrade on the way. All right, we are genuinely about to see Ayyubids in their peak final form. Trade is bussin'. He's already got 9 online. May not sound like a lot, but what's more important is the castle line. He's got 1 gap. If he fills that, it's very hard for Dumu to dive the trade. I like that from Louis. Just circling around the north side. Keep an eye on in case his opponent goes trade as well. Well, he should. Now that's interesting. I don't ever see this coming out. Siege Carpentry, for those unfamiliar with this tech, is very rare. So it allows you to activate for your siege units to get melee armor and fire armor for a few seconds. Only for a few seconds, like 10 seconds. It's a bit of a weird one, actually. So here, you can press this button, and you can see you'll just end up getting armor. This is really good at just keeping units alive in weird predicaments. Like, for example, a Spearman Dive onto a Mangonel would do nothing if you activate this. But we never see it looking useful, because the problem is, I think it has like a maybe 2-minute cooldown or something, or a minute and a half, and only lasts 10 seconds. Incredibly situational. But for Louis, the goal here is to get every single technology. He's like, can I get a Hissar Academy, please? Just buying everything. Like, just in case, you never know when you need to switch. Camel's knocking the door. Spearman mass marches in, but that's cannon emplacements. Has he got them in all of them? No, they're queued up for this one. Dumu's going to steer towards the trade line, but he's being chased, and diving a castle is only going to make that matter worse. Archer line standing their ground. I mean, there's no melee. As Louis, like, what's going on here? Okay, there you go. He's making room. He just hadn't queued them up yet. So Camel Lancers Golems to return. This is basically the best comp for Ayyubids in late game. Hand Cannoneers are pretty good too. Remember that Mamluk's Bravery buff we talked about? It works for Hand Cannoneers. So the true final composition that's pretty good can be Hand Cannoneer plus Camel Lancers. But the reason why he's chosen Golems instead is specifically because it's Archer Spear from Lancaster. Archer Spear, nothing counts Golems. If he goes Hand Cannoneer plus Lancer, that means Spearmen counter Lancers, and then the Hand Cannoneers get countered by Yeomen. Let's raid the Camel Lancers. Absolute beefcakes will be brought down eventually. It's drawing a lot of attention. Louis, a bit greedy in the center of the map. Harvesting more stone. Of course, because, you know, next up we have to stonewall the entire map. I mean, we haven't done that yet. Remove the burn fruit. Find the 5 kills. I just think that's helping Louis, though. He was overburdened. He got 17 trays, 97 workers. Desert Raiders may have been upgraded. Like, he's not adding more in. I wonder if that's going to bait Dimu at all. The real threat factor here is heavily armored units. And we just never see Lancaster doing crossbow mass in Imperial. I mean, it just doesn't really make sense. It's not that good of a choice. This is a race around Louis from all sides who runs the Ford army down. And Dimu, it's now hunker down time. We talked about these stone walls on this map. But Louis, he creeps out with the siege workshop before the walls go up. Well done. Should be able to deny the siege workshop this many workers, though. Yeah, so we're reaching that point on Rocky River. I feel like I actually haven't seen it that often recently. But remember, this map, wood starvation is a serious concern. And it's not long before we often see players forced into the center for the stealth forests. Now, this is dangerous to Louis. If the game goes too late, that's where Dimu has an advantage because he has 9 buildings, giving him 60 wood a minute each. Oh, sorry, 45 wood a minute each forever. Good news for Louis. Realistically, all he needs is food and gold. His best unit comps are there. But it is nice to have archers to assist due to all the spears. Okay, that is the worst sync shot all game. And now the wrap around the back. Siege Carpentry has not been activated, so Hovelars will get their kills before going down. The front line is the more concerning part. Dimu. Is he giving over here? Ah, it's just too many spears. It's like a ridiculous amount of spearmen. The Lords are actually helping a lot as well. Like, he's not consistently having all 4 in the fights by the looks of it, but even just 1 or 2, the extra 10% here on top of Elite Army Tactics makes it very hard to clear spears. Ting shot? Nah, that's a bait. I mean, there's only a few. He could have stood there and taken that. A little bit surprised we didn't do Atta-based Golems the more I look at this. He could get Golems now. He just has to delete the stables, which is unfortunate because wood is a commodity you can't really risk destroying. So it's just going to be more and more cam spam. Could have also been cool to see Siege. You can actually buff the health on Siege Bat Begs. This game is never going to end, is it? I feel like any other Civ in this position is pretty dead. But Lancaster just won't give up because the manas. Manas plus the Wingard. You know, we always talk about manas, but legitimately it's the two things together that's the bigger problem. It's just too lean, too efficient. Ramping nuisances. Has he set up the classic? He has. So he tried for the wing over here. Ram still delayed everything. He's got another Siege Workshop, so he can just play the wide flanks and be really annoying. Because right now, if he just keeps pushing center, Dumu has to keep reacting full force. But this is interesting. 40 Hobbler. Not just that. It's the gunpowder contingent. Dumu with the Reboldiquin switch up. Reboldi's for the Baldy. Interesting choice, but difficult into 50 archers. That's why he's trusting the Hobbler with those to clear that threat. Lancers are starting to creep towards the farming area. That might make Dumu think twice about a dive. At least with the full army. The Hobbler, however, ready for the party. Camelonese just annoying them as they run by here. That's the other weird thing. Is like the Camelonese, just a few Lancers, all it takes to reduce the damage you can do here. Even if you attack the traders themselves, remember they're faster and they have the debuff. It makes it much harder to shut down Arabic trade with cavalry. Mainline fight though. Republicans are going to feel bold here, but this is a very weird split. Yeah, that's what the Republicans should have done. The problem here is that Dumu sent his hobbies into raid, and there was nothing to threaten the archers. But props to him. He's clearing the first wave. My only concern is look at what's coming next. Are we playing Ayyubids or French? Because this is starting to feel like a French heavy cav game. 20 plus Camelants, another 10 in queue. Raiden, he tried to burn down the White Tower, but he also did find kills. Look at the kill count. Oh my god, it's never ending in this area. That's why Louis is losing the defensive fight. He split his army entirely, but worthwhile for the damage now done. To move 50 short of pop cap. I mean, if there's any Civ that could survive on 55 economy, this is the one, right? But the issue now is maintaining maximum population. I don't know how Dumu easily gets back up to that unless Louis stops attacking. It's ridiculous. He's still not done. Last of the Camel Lancers will finally die. But now the Remax into a push is what we're looking for here. Louis is already ready to roll. He's got a backlog of troops. Dumu, if given time, there is a world in which you survive this just by having sheer mass over your opponent. Louis. Just your casual 46-minute piety. Ah, he wants to have the AoE heal for pushes. I like that. The trade-off of having things like Ayyubids and having tanky units is often there's just this bigger gap between when your units die and then when new ones arrive. Think about it this way. Like, you take 3 fights and your same units are alive, but on the 3rd fight, they're all at 10% HP. What's the problem there? The problem is you're not having this constant loss of units that lets you replace as you lose, if that makes sense. There's a very big difference between losing 10 units and losing 10 units and losing 10 units and losing 50 units and 60 units at once. Louis loves night type units. I think it makes sense though, because Louis is not playing full production. He can't really risk building production in the center of the map with the back and forth and limited wood. So in those type of situations, cavalry is actually your best friend. And also heavy cavalry in general is one of the most pop efficient units in the game. Nice raid in the back. Hobblars. need to be addressed. We have got some Camel Lancers coming soon. Yep, they're on the way across now, but also Camel Lancer raiding again. Not many of them are going to make it through this time. There should be a burn on them. Yeah, market's now being burnt down. Has to slow us down somehow, right? It's just too much gold coming through. You see how difficult it is to kill a worker like this? You know, all the damage they should be doing, they're down to 12. It's a pretty lofty removal of DPS exchange. So Louis takes another hit on the workers and the traders, but let's shrug. What might be a bigger problem is the fact that Dumu, because of this, just got the space necessary to cap out again. He's at 200 pop with 140 military units. Still, it is quality versus quantity. Battle of the Zerg and Protoss, which is ironic because this guy's a Terran. But the Ghoulims, remember, they are incredibly tanky. The Camel Lancers as well. And if you spread out for the bad fights like this, it's going to end terribly. Several spears going down, not killing a single Ghoulim. Camel Lancers now mirroring. I think Dumu's just got the worst end of the exchanges here. You know, he's being mirrored perfectly by Louis. Louis sends camels to deal with cavalry, and he deals spears with Ghoulims. Does Dumu feel like he can't win a direct fight? Is that why he's doing this? Is Dumu purposely not rebuilding villages? A part of it is he's just always pop capped. But that's not a bad thing. If you're pop capped, it means you're building a backlog, even with 55 workers. So you'll see it go up again now that he's like got a little bit of space. And man, this just feels tricky. I think the other problem is Dumu, it takes a long time for his reinforcing waves to arrive. Still. In again. Hobblears to the back. Villages in the middle of the map starting to get sacrificed. Camel Lancers are sneaking into the farms again. Rams opening the pass on the west side as well. Bigger army now to deal with the Ghoulims, but I mean, despite the huge outnumbering, these Ghoulims won't fare too badly. 140 army minus 10k value? Yeah, because it's trash units. 90 resource horsemen, 80 resource spearmen, 95 resource archer, 240 resource cavalry, 150 resource infantry. Now hand cannoneers as well at 240 a pop. Quantity versus quality. The quantity is not that much higher for Dumu, actually. Louis, he's just winning fights everywhere again. Look at the bodies. It's just spear death, and more spear death. I think what Dumu was going for here is if he just keeps running this for another like 20, 30, 40 minutes, eventually Louis is going to run out of wood. And when he does, he's just stuck with Ghoulims, Camel Lancers, which is still difficult to deal with, but probably easier than dealing with the 3-unit comp. Yeah, I think the archers are a game changer because the Ghoulims at least become a lot less tanky by just getting the penetration of the spears. The spears, hard counter to the Lancers. I don't want to say soft counter, but insistent Ghoulim. Man, this is just difficult though. The problem is the infantry support is huge here. I said he's like countering spears into Camel Lancers, but the reality is that 11 melee armor reduces a lot of your impact, actually. It's like a quarter of your damage just gone to armor. Camel Lancers 1-to-1 against spears are meant to win anyway. That screws the numbers further. And it looks like the pooch has been screwed on this one. Dumu. Louis has the lead now, and it is a building lead. Look at this. The Mangonel mass is coming. Adjustable crosspass is already in. Dumu looks like he's about to lose full control. Wallop from the Mangonel just to give him the warning of what's coming here. Adjustable crossbars, remember, just turns these into a threat factor to deal with anything. Especially once you get the count up to 5, 6, 7. Another thing to remember here is that at all times, Louis NT has got an ace up his sleeve with the structural reinforcements. It will give him 20 melee armor against these spearmen. Even the Hobblear at that stage are going to struggle to kill. Camelot says it goes struggle for the kills, though. It is a wolf munching down on the back here. Dimu down to 48 villagers. Dimu's like, I don't see the problem. This is pure cinema. If I come back, this is a perfect game to upload. Not sure if he can come back from this, though. I mean, even broken sieves have their limits. It's not like we've never seen China or Lancaster lose a game. More rare, sure, but it happens. Why is Louis pausing? I think he's just waiting for the mangoes to arrive. So he has a permanent solution entering the base. Dimu has out-popped him again. As you'd expect from a guy who only has 45 villages. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at him. I'm laughing at the absurdity of the fact he's still somehow rebuilding an army with only 35 workers. Like, how? What other civ can do this? What other civ gets that number back up like this? So he's breaching in. He's still not using the ability. Why do players hate armor on their siege? One button. And these guys would have done no damage to those mangoes. They would have been stuck on the first one. Oh my god, Dimu with the state of execution. New wave is going to have to mass back. I can't believe this. How did Louis just lose military advantage? Why is this civ still a thing? Okay, we've solved. 1 mana down. They're no longer a thing. Camelances are still leaking the farm, so idle time matters a lot here. Dimu does have the military lead for now, but what he does not have is the economical advantage. Remaxing is more difficult for him here. Slower. The quality of the units coming out as well, while being slower, also worse. I give this like a 35-65 favor of Louis. That's what House of Lancaster does to me. Can't write him off. Nope. I don't think there's any other civ I would say that about in this situation. Alright, more manas to fall. Desert Ray is coming in clutch to clear the workers, but TC Fire is on him. He's not pulling anything back to deal with this. It's just the workers. He's getting down to 30 workers at this rate. Hey, but you know, some people see that as a problem. Dimu sees it as a solution. I need more military. How do I get more military? By having less economy. Ah, there we go. That's the big brain. I don't know. How do you break in here? Of how much smaller your economy is, you can't really afford to just hemorrhage units to dive a castle at this stage. Louis. What's he waiting for now? Is he just taking a ram approach to try and break through all this? It looks like it. He's already got 7 more rams queued up. So I would have loved to have seen an Ayyubids for that Siege Workshop. Would have given a lot more power behind these things. And like you can say that manas are broken away, but like I don't think Dimu's favored in this. Is it ridiculous with 36 villagers you're able to remax like this? Yes. It's not the quickest remax, but the fact that he's actually still alive kind of tells you everything you need to know about Lancaster late game. Is he behind in this game? Most definitely. Like there's no refuting. But there's 2 civs that can be in this type of position and have a recovery arc, usually. Delhi, although I'd say that's in earlier Imperial Age, and Lancaster. I can't think of any other civ really that could be in this position and still feel that there's a chance. Can you guys think of any? Even HRE with 5 relics. I mean, like, HRE maybe because they'd argue to have House of Schwabia, but the quality of their units as the imp age goes on gets worse. I mean, now with double the military. He's reached turn again. You know what the hilarious part is? He's doubled the military, but look at the army value. Louis is still worth more. Trade line now looking to be intercepted. Louis buying his time. Dumu, if he loses too many units too fast here, a reblob doesn't seem realistic. But we've said that before, Lancaster. They've proven us wrong. Raids continue. More workers going down on the farms. More idle time. Makes it much harder to rebuild. Look at the backlog as well. Louis is ready to sack an entire army and have a new one. Comes the clash. And the burn. Well, half the army's not participating. Dumu, no, the attack clicks! The attack clicks! A lot of the troops are wasting time. The robotic one as well. They're all attacking the siege workshop. Starts to target fire across the right way instead. But Louis MT looks like he's about to take the military lead. Trader's just running through, doesn't care. Like, whatever. They can absorb shots. They can waste time. They also, do they benefit from the infantry support? They do, right? Okay, no, thank goodness. That would be ridiculous. 6 armor, Lamau. Louis, it looks like he may have broken the backbone of this, though. The pushing from Dimu is not going to find the connection. He's now down to 24 villages. But guys, you see a problem, I see a solution. 24 villages means you can have 176 military. What's the problem? This is how you win free-for-alls anyway. Ridiculous. What is it? Props to Louis, though. Ayyubids showing what makes them powerful in the hyper late. Camel Lancers with 368 HP, Golems with 260, which could add Outbags to be even better, is good enough to slay a demon. Yo. What a game. What a wacky game. A little bit slow at the end, but the ridiculousness kind of leaks through. But the fast castle build I really rated. All right, guys. So, we have got our next live series in the KPMM. Of course, we had Vortex Corvinus last. We've been waiting for Voldemar versus Tiger. It's my pleasure to now deliver that to you. Where are the boys? Let me double check. They got their draft ready? I'm pretty sure they had this time loaded in. Wait, did it get edited back? Oh, dude, it's still another hour. Oh, my God. Did I misread? I think for some reason my timestamp came up wrong. I had 7 p.m. It's 8 p.m. So we still got to wait another hour. Oh, my God. All right, let's just get another Louis team again. I did want to squeeze in some Battlefield tonight is the other annoying thing. And we have already been live casting for 6 hours. Any updates on the Tooth Saga? I still haven't decided. I got a quote for root canal. Root canal treatment. So examination plus the root canal treatment would have cost me... It will cost me... From one of the dentists, they quoted £1,100. Like... I don't make that off of Twitch in a month. Take a break for an hour. We already had our lunch break. I'm tempted to say screw it and do some Battlefield. You know? That does mean we'll miss Voldemar versus Tiger. I mean, how high ranked is Tiger anyway? In theory, Voldemar's favored. I think it's Arabski Tiger. It's not too bad. He's 267th. What about Dennis down in Bulgaria? Dude, it's like, it's not worth doing. He's top 45. Tiger is not top 45. He's showing up as it's like 240, whatever. So the problem with going and getting treatment done, like root canals and whatever done in foreign countries, is if it's dodgy and it doesn't work out and you come back to the UK dentists will not touch it. So then you've got the added cost of going back out there and probably having to pay again for them to fix whatever they've done. And then it may screw up again, and then you might have to fly out again. So that's a very big problem. It's very hit or miss on whether you get a good dentist there. So, yeah. Because it used to be people do it like Hungary or whatever. Play solos, I kind of fancy just doing some Battlefield, to be honest. What they done now for the pain? I'm not in pain right now. There is a weird feeling, so it might start to flare up again. We'll see. But I was given amoxicillin, which is an antibiotic, so that would have calmed down the infection. But like at the end of the day, you're not getting rid of an abscess. That's not how that works. It just, you know, the way the dentist described it, the best way to put it is like it could flare up again in a week, a month, a year, but it will come back. Cheaper than Turkey if you live in the mainland Europe, maybe worth. What do you mean? In Turkey? No, but like, you're missing my point. Like, if you get a dodgy place, you're going to get screwed. And like, if you get a bad place and get bad treatment, fixing it could be, like, what am I going to do in that situation? Like, if they do bad treatment, you're going to go sue someone in Turkey? That's not going to work. It's like the same thing as like when I'm negotiating deals with my talent, like, for example, China, right? Like, if we're dealing with like an agency in China, like, I warn them about that because, like, what's going to happen is, like, let's say they don't pay. What are we going to do? We're going to go to China and argue in a Chinese court that, like, the Chinese citizen is in the wrong. It's not going to work. So, like, you know, same with that. Like, it's very hard to enforce those things. Cost you $200 Canadian for a root canal. Like, it's ridiculous. And it's like, in my country, healthcare is meant to be free. But like here's the thing, right? Like, I was talking to one of them, and they were honest about it. It's like, they were like, you probably don't need an endodontist, which is the specialist for it. And if you did, it would cost you double. What's probably happened there is because it's an NHS examination, NHS won't touch root canals. Which is disgusting, by the way. They should, like, you'd think they'd have to. No, they don't. They can just make up a BS reason to refuse. Like, it's too complicated. You need an endodontist. Like, they can, like, flat out just say you need an endodontist. And that gets them out of the bind. So, like, because of that, you have to go private to get that treatment. Even though it's like, because the argument is like the NHS answer is you can get an extraction. So, like, I'm seriously just weighing up an extraction because, like, I can't justify. I don't think I can justify over £1,000 on a tooth. I feel like £500, £600 to fix it is like pushing it. You know, it's not like I'm rolling in events this year. It's not like I'm rolling in like sponsor cash. I mean, shout out to the sponsors we have, right? But like, obviously, I'm not a huge streamer, so I'm not making copious amounts of disposable income. How far back is the tooth? It's an upper 7 molar, so one before the absolute back. And upper makes it harder as well. So like, it is a bit of a challenge. So I don't know. I feel like I'm probably just going to have to say screw it and have it pulled out. Had a lower 7 done. I've had like a root canal before and it went pretty well. It was my bottom 7. But that cost me, I'm pretty sure, including the crown afterwards, it was like £650. So I got the treatment, and then I went back to my NHS dentist to get the crown put on. And I think it was like $650 total, which was like reasonable. You know, for like full treatment. But keep in mind, like, this would be £1,100 for examination of the root canal, and then I still have to go back to my NHS dentist and probably spend another, is it £100 or £200 for a crown. $2,000 here in Switzerland. I mean, that's not bad. I'm assuming that wasn't crown included, though. Like, you want to get a crown on them almost immediately, to be honest. Because, like, you know, the teeth's more fragile, so you want it to just be... to get, dude, crown included? That's really good. What the hell? Considering, like, you don't have free healthcare in Switzerland, right? That's pretty good. Especially considering in Switzerland is a lot more expensive for, like, everything. That's really good. Damn. I don't know. I kind of want to play Battlefield, chat. Should we just play some Battlefield? Healthcare doesn't pay anything tooth-related. Yeah, like, ours is kind of a sham. Like, if you want good quality, you're going to have to go private. Like, you know, like, if you need a procedure on, like, the NHS, as long as it's not cosmetic, they can't really refuse you for, like, hospital stuff. But when it comes to, like, when it comes to dental, I feel like it's a lot more shady. A lot more shady. It's like the dark side of it all. Tempted towards, I don't know, we could play Olden Era. Just not sure if I'm in the mood to use my brain. This is just a demo. I might just wait for Olden Era full release to smash into that. Because I haven't got content plans around it. Insurance from work maxed out, so I had to pay the difference. Oof. 370 with insurance and 1200 negotiating filling down to 100. Ah, in Canadian dollars, yeah, so that's not too bad. I'm just screwed. Yeah, like, well, you're meant to get a crown on top because, like, the whole idea is you just hold out your tooth, put crap in it. So, like, it's less stable than, like, what was there before sort of thing. Especially considering they may have taken more away of, like, the bone or whatever to definitely make sure they got rid of all the bad, you know? It's like, it does make sense. What do you think, chat? Is it dun-dun-dun-dun-dun time? I'm vibing for some Battlefield. We've been live 6 hours with AoE 4. It'd be nice to just play some games that don't require me to think. Yeah, screw it, let's do it. So guys, what I'm going to do now, we're currently using the Kick stream for this. Because, like, I want to try and keep numbers up on the Twitch side so that we can obviously get sponsors involved. Like, you know, switching to a game where probably over half the people like, screw this, I don't like this, and they're going to leave, obviously doesn't help with that. So guys, I'm going to link my !Kick. It'll bring up the channel we're going to be streaming on. We're going to switch over to Battlefield. And then hopefully, I want to see if I can actually keep one stream running while I end the other, or if I'll have to change it slightly. Let's have a look. Yeah. So, here you go, guys. If you want to watch us play some Battlefield, chill. I mean, it's like more the vibe mood than just like, you know, comp games all the way. But here you go, guys. That'll be the link. Feel free to go follow there. Create an account, it's free. We might switch it over to just have a second Twitch account eventually. I need to figure that out though. Like I wanna try and brand it right. I gotta be careful because I feel like setting up a second channel is me going down the content creator black hole, which is dangerous. But I'm gonna try it now. So YouTube, I'm gonna end the stream there. Go across to the Kick if you want to enjoy the rest of the vibes. TikTok and Kick will be the two that will be active on for the rest of the night. If Kick goes offline, it'll be online in like a minute. But I'm seeing if this will actually work where I can hit stop streaming and it won't just stop everything.